I am a towel, which means you know what we're going to do. Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the little towel, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. That's the melody to Funky Town. Hold on. Oh, no.
Hold on.
Again. Don't play again. Where's me? That's not me. We are jumping all over the place. I'm here. I'm a little towel. Hello. I'm a towel. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, we are well aware that you are a towel. Well, you know what? I'm aware that I am a towel. It's great to see so many of you. Oh, my goodness. It's Tater Bug. Tater Bug is Tater Bug. Hello, Noel. Hello, Christina Towel. Now, I am excited. We finally are going to have a day to relax. I had a very long week. It was a very good week. I'm in a good place. I'm very excited, and I'm pleased. As such, I'd want nothing more than to spend the morning with you all, and then I'm going to take the afternoon off and be a towel. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll go golfing. Well, it's hard for me to be outside. I collapsed last week again. Maybe I'll go indoor golfing. I don't know. I have a plan. Oh, and I'm going to do it. Now, I also have plans for next week, but I don't necessarily need your help yet, but I might. Now, that's related to towel personal things. We'll deal with it next week. Tater Bug is such a Tater Bug. It's great to see you, Nancy. Hello, my friend. Guess what, folks? I have a special surprise. We're going right into towel trivia today, but first, did you know I have a doggo picture? Now, if your doggo's name is Brody, and he is an adorable doggo, you are the towel picture of the day. Oh, look at Brody. Allie Towel. I found Rue another friend. His name is Brody Towel. Now, take a look at Brody Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Look, oh my goodness, it's Tater Bug's birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tater Bug's birthday. I just saw the chat come up. Happy birthday, Tater Bug. I would like to present to you a doggo. Okay? And it's Tater Bug's birthday. Oh my goodness, hold on. Hold on a second. I'm going to do something special for Tater Bug. All right, give me 1 second. 1 second now, hold on. Tater Bug, happy birthday. First of all, everyone say hello to Brody Towel, okay? Brody Towel is a Brody Towel. Hello, Brody Towel. That is an English Bulldog. I am thrilled, Brody Towel. I have always wanted to meet an English Bulldog. It's Tater Bug's birthday. We are excited. Now, here's what we got to do. All right, please make me an image that says, happy birthday, Tater Bug, and includes lots of ladybug pictures and also the phrase, we hate the damn commies. All right, Tater Bug, I have a plan. You are a Tater Bug. It's Tater Bug's birthday. I have a plan, Tater Bug. I have a plan, Tater Bug. You are a Tater Bug. Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, Tater Bug, you don't understand. I got you a birthday cake. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all wish. Oh, first of all, let's say hello to Brody Towel. We love Brody Towel. He's a little towel doggo. Now, Tater Bug, I have wonderful news. I have gotten you a cake before we begin towel trivia. It's Tater Bug's birthday. Tater Bug gets whatever Tater Bug wants all day. Now, I got you a cake. So, Tater Bug, you not only get to pick the first towel trivia category, I got you a cake. Happy birthday, Tater Bug. Look at the cake I got you. It says, yes, I had some help from a bot. I could not actually get you the cake. Look at it, Tater Bug. It says, happy birthday, Tater Bug. We hate the damn commies. Yeah, it's Brody Towel. And then next to Brody Towel, it's a birthday cake for Tater Bug that says, happy birthday, Tater Bug. We hate the damn commies. Yay. You don't understand. There's nothing more pleasant than starting a relaxing Saturday where we will be playing trivia, watching the Ashley Banfield surprise interview with Steve Consalves, and then watching Sherlock Holmes and saying hello to Brody Towel, and then wishing Tater Bug a happy birthday because she's Tater Bug, and I got Tater Bug a cake. It's Nunya. Nunya's cat eats late. No, Nunya. No. No eating Tater Bug. You leave Tater Bug alone. She's a ladybug. Now look at that cake. Look at the cake. I know it's glorious. Good morning, folks. We're taking it slow. It is a very early morning on this Saturday. We're going to play some trivia. Going to watch the Steve Consalves and Ashley Banfield surprise interview that happened the other day, and then we are going to watch Sherlock Holmes, and that'll be our morning. So, hello, everyone loves that it's Tater Bug's birthday. Birthday Tater Bug. We're leaving the birthday Tater Bug cake up there all day. I hope you know. Brody can't stay with us all day. He's a little Brody Towel. He's a towel animal of the day. He's adorable. But, you know, it can't stay with us all day because it's her birthday, Tater Bug Towel. Tater Bug gets a birthday cake. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to share this. Tater Bug, do you have a Twitter? May I share a post on Twitter that says, I would like to make a towel announcement. Happy birthday, dear Tater Bug, and also, we hate the damn commies. You don't understand. It would be we can do it live, Tater Bug. Do you have a Twitter, Tater Bug? Now, we got to make Twitter a flutter about Tater Bugs. Now, you don't understand. My life dream has been to see Tater Bug celebrated for being a ladybug. This is the moment, and Tater Bug hates the damn commies. So, I mean, think about it. We can all just have a day celebrating Tater Bug. I did not LS. Do you have a copy? I would love to watch it, my dear friend, and also happy Saturday. Hello to you. I am thrilled to see you. I do not. I've been banned from Twitter because Twitter is commies. All right, listen. Well, you know what, Tater Bug? We're slowly reforming the world. This is an injustice. This is an injustice to Tater Bugs, but I have a plan. All right? Say goodbye to Brody Towel. He says hello. Oh, look at the Brody Towel. He's a little Brody Towel. It was great to have you with us, Brody Towel. We'll see you very soon. Now, listen. I have a plan. I am a towel. I have a plan. So we're going to put the little Tater Bug birthday cake right down here. All right? It says, we hate the damn commies. She's Tater Bug. It's going to be right down with the clock today. Right? She gets special highlighting because she's Tater Bug. All right. Now, what we're going to do is something very special. We are going to wish Tater Bug a happy birthday together on Twitter. Twitter is a flutter. We are going to make Twitter a flutter about ladybugs. Then we're going to play some trivia. All right? So let's do it. Let's do it together. A little towel. All right, everybody ready for this? Twitter will be a flutter about Tater Bugs because Tater Bugs ate Tater Bug. All right? So here we go. Let's do it. All right, hold on now, little towels. Hold on. Here we go. Tater Bug is Tater Bug. All right, here we go. Now, Tater Bug, you want to see how you tweet if you're a little Tater Bug? This is how we do the Tater Bug tweet. I'm a towel, Tater Bug, Tater Bug. Oh, no. Wait a minute. We need to not cover up Tater Bug's birthday cake. There we go. All right, ready for this, Tater Bug? You are a Tater Bug. I'm ready for it. Ladies and gentlemen. So here's what we do. First, I have to load up the Tater Bug cake. All right, so let me load up the Tater Bug cake. Everybody ready? I'm going to load up the Tater Bug cake. So I go find the Tater Bug cake, and then I click a picture. And then, hold on, let it load up. Come on now, load up. Come on. I selected the Tater Bug picture. It's for Tater Bug. Okay, now that is loaded up. Now ready? Here's what we do. We click this. Okay, now here's what we do. Good morning again, towel friends, and happy Saturday. To mark the momentous occasion of the wonderful Tater Bug's birthday, I have asked Grok to make a cake. Tater Bug is wonderful, and Tater Bug hates the damn commies. Happy birthday, you, my super towel friend, and many more. There you go, Tater Bug. I made a tweet for you. Now, I went over 280 characters. No, I didn't. Wait a minute. Did I? Oh, now, Tater Bug, look how lucky that is. I did exactly 280 characters, so it will show up. Now, I actually did one less because I put 2 T's in Tater Bug, but that gives me room to correct the word wonderful, and then also I have to not have an uppercase G in there, an uppercase U. All right, that looks good. Now, let me just make sure we are at the right amount of characters. Look at that, Tater Bug, exactly 280 characters. Good morning again, towel friends, and happy Saturday. To mark the momentous occasion of the wonderful Tater Bug's birthday, I have asked Grok to make a cake. Tater Bug is wonderful, and Tater Bug hates the damn commies. Happy birthday, my super towel friend, and many more. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. You saw a towel post created live. That's the best way to celebrate Tater Bug's birthday. You're Tater Bug. All right, let's play trivia. Tater Bug, what is our first category, my dear friend? I love that Tater Bug is infiltrating Twitter without them knowing. That's great. We'll get the damn commies yet, Tater Bug. Oh, thank you. All right, Tater Bug. As a celebration of your birthday, what shall we do as the first category for Towel Trivia? Hello, Steph, my dear friend. It's great to see you. I am sorry I've been lackadaisical with my towel messaging. I am being a towel. I just want to celebrate Tater Bug. We are going to be celebrating Tater Bug. I'm not even going to try to influence the first category. Hello, D. Nice, my dear friend. It's great to see you. I'm not even going to try to influence the first category. All I would like to do is celebrate Tater Bug. How about sitcoms? You got it. Oh, no. I'm sorry, LS. I missed it. I was doing the cake. I got it, LS. Thank you. LS is like, Grant, I know you were working on Tater Bug's cake. Yes, I was. Interview link Olivia Consalves. All right, there we go. Thank you, LS, my dear friend. All right. We are doing sitcoms. We're going to do 2. I got it, LS. You are so ahead of me. You even posted it again. You are a super towel. So we're doing 2 or 3 rounds of towel trivia to start the day. Then we will watch an interview. Then we'll do some trivia. Then we'll watch another interview. Then we will watch Sherlock Holmes. Then that will be our morning. I have to stop by 12:30 or 1. I'm taking the afternoon off so I can go relax and be a towel. I didn't get to get my massage the other day. All I did was go and do administrative things, and I felt like a little towel. It's Olivia. Olivia. I said it correctly. Thank you for not just correcting me, but helping me because I need phonetic pronunciation help. A lot of people in this modern world have parasocial relationships with creators, and I just want to let you know explicitly I don't like doing that, and I don't want to develop that. If I intentionally cultivate relationships individually, and maybe I have too many of them with too many of you, but I don't care. I like them, and maybe I'm bad at responding to 80 emails, but I absolutely just want to indicate that this is designed to be a little different because I actually enjoy knowing all of you, and I appreciate that you know my idiosyncrasies, in particular things like I get distracted while making cakes for Tater Bug and need the link again. So that means a lot to me. It's a small thing, but I just want to say it. All right, we are doing sitcoms as a category, and I am a towel. All right, look at that. Look at that. Towel trivia. It's towel trivia. Who's excited? I'm an excitable little towel. Now, Tater Bug's cake gets to go at the top. You don't understand. Tater Bug's cake goes at the top today. I'm a little towel. All right, who's ready for towel trivia? I'm big towel today. I am big towel. I am a big towel. Here we go. All right. Good morning again, and let's do it. Noel Towel is going to have a good day in trivia. Noel Towel almost made the podium yesterday. All right, what's this ad? All right, sitcoms is the first category. Allie, Towel, and Rue love sitcoms. You know how towel trivia works, folks. If you are new to the game, if you're just joining us, don't worry. We are a welcoming group of towels. Here's how the game works. I ask a question. If I get the question right, you can answer it in chat and whatnot. But if I get the question right, what? Oh, dear goodness. If I get the question right, little towels. One second. All right, little towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let us do category 1. Sitcoms on Tater Bug's birthday. If I get the answer right, sorry, I had to respond to a text. If I get the answer right, you can get 1 point if you get it right as well. Half point if you go the second. If I get it wrong, you get 1 point. 2 points for getting it right. Which sitcom features Sheldon Cooper as a main character? Brooklyn Nine-Nine, How I Met Your Mother, Friends, The Big Bang Theory. We did this the other day, little towels, and I know exactly what the answer is. It is The Big Bang Theory. Number 4, I'm not a sitcom watcher, but you know what I am. I pay attention during towel trivia. I have to hold on, towels. There's going to be a 2-second delay while I open the phone. And who got number 4 first? Well, Towel got a point, I'll tell you that. Towel got a point, ladies and gentlemen. Who else got number 4? Noel Towel, ladies and gentlemen, was the first one to get it. Nancy Towel got half a point. Allie Towel and Bro got half a point. Cynthia, my friend, good morning. You got half a point. Ange Towel, half a point. Peggy Towel, half a point. Steph and Tater Bug go on the honorary half a towel point category. Excellent job, little towels. Excellent job. All right. 1 second, little towels. One second. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Sorry about that. I had to send a quick email to Towel Nana. Guess who's going to lunch with Towel Nana this weekend, ladies and gentlemen? Hello, Barbara. Did you know, yes, Peggy Towel, I can enlarge the question. Here's the only problem. It's going to cover up the announcement. That's okay. So it is thus enlarged for you, Peggy Towel, and I can make it even larger. Hold on. Towel's got to move over a little bit. And there we go, little towels. All right, is that good, Peggy Towel? Also, I'm a little excited. I'm going to lunch with Nana Towel tomorrow. Come on now. Come on now. Who would not be excited about that? I am an excitable little towel. I have to make the towel chat a little smaller, but that's okay. Look at that big question. Look at that, little towels. How is that? Is that better for you, Peggy Towel? I appreciate it. All right. Hello, D-Nice again. Happy birthday again, Tater Bug. All right, everybody happy? I'm just giving a few seconds for everybody to make sure this question is large enough. Let me just make sure. Oh, Rue gets up early. Yes, listen, I don't mean to be distracted during Towel Trivia on Tater Bug's birthday, but there's one person, Towel loves a lot. It's Towel Nana. Towel Nana wants to go to lunch. I'm going to immediately be like, okay, we're going. She also sends emails, which I think is adorable because she has always sent them in their great, little notes. And she's a wonderful Towel Nana. Towel Nana is in her 80s and uses email. She's good at it, too. All right. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Which sitcom is set in the fictional town of Pawnee, Indiana? Scrubs, The Office, 30 Rock, Parks and Recreation. Well, it's not The Office. It's not 30 Rock. I've never seen Scrubs. Show me Parks and Recreation. It was Parks and Recreation. I don't even know half those shows. A full towel point. Thank you, Allie and Bro. Thank you also for allowing me that slight intermission before the next question. Nancy, good guess. I thought I knew 30 Rock was in New York, but that's a good guess. Peggy Towel gets the full point. Great job, Peggy Towel. Tater Bug. There you go. Tater Bug is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Half a point and 7. I'm going to put 47 zeros. No, that's too many zeros. All right. Bonus points for Tater Bug's birthday. All right, so Tater Bug got half a point. Who else? Number 4, Noel Towel. Great job, Noel. Just a lackadaisical relaxing towel stream. Steph Towel is on the board. She's Steph Towel. She has half a point. You can call her Steph Towel. She has half a point. Good morning, Steph Towel. Who else do we got? Allie and Bro, half a point. And Ange Towel on the board with half a point. All right, very good. Excellent job, little towels. I'm not a sitcom master, but Tate and Allie are. Next question. All right, here we go. What sitcom involves a character named Chandler Bing in a coffee shop setting? How I Met Your Mother, Friends, Seinfeld, The Big Bang Theory. Which sitcom involves a character named Chandler Bing in a coffee shop setting? How I Met Your Mother, Friends, Seinfeld, The Big Bang Theory. Show me Friends. I got it. Look at me. I'm a towel sitcom master. Good morning, Steph. You're a super towel. Thank you for being with us. Who is that? Friends. All right. Who got it first? Tater Bug. Oh, happy birthday, Tater Bug. You get the full point. Tater Bug, it is going to be said a lot today that it's your birthday. I'm sorry. I love birthdays. I love celebrating Tater Bug's birthday. And no one is going to stop me. I love Tater Bug's birthday. Allie, bro, get half a point. I'll try not to go overboard, but, can you really? I like making people happy. Ange Towel and Noel both got half a point. Who else? Steph Towel gets half a point. Excellent job. We actually may watch the interview after this round because I have to make a call to Towel Man. Nancy gets half a point. Cynthia gets half a point. And Peggy gets half a point. Excellent job, Cynthia and Peggy and Nancy Towel. You did, Tater Bug. That's the way to start a Tater Bug birthday. Next question. Which sitcom revolves around the staff of a Pennsylvania paper company? Is it The Office, 30 Rock, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Parks and Recreation? Which sitcom revolves around the staff of a Pennsylvania paper company? The Office, 30 Rock, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Parks and Recreation. It is The Office, ladies and gentlemen. Full point for Little Towel. Noel Towel jumped in on that one to get the hat. Full point. Allie and Bro get half a point. Nancy and Steph and Ange all get half a point. Nancy Towel on the board. Well, Nancy Towel is already on the board, but gets even more on the board now. Nancy, Steph, and Ange. Tater Bug, another half point on Tater Bug birthday. Peggy and Cynthia also pick up half a point. Excellent job. Excellent job. All right. We're playing. Go, Noel. Exactly. We're playing quick today. I know it's going to get busier as people wake up, but let's play quick. Which television series showcased a living arrangement in a New York apartment shared by two men? The Odd Couple, Seinfeld, How I Met Your Mother, Friends. Which television series showcased a living arrangement in a New York apartment shared by two men? The Odd Couple, Seinfeld, How I Met Your Mother, Friends. Show me The Odd Couple. It was The Odd Couple. I watched that as a kid. Did you all? Noel did. Excellent job, Noel. Noel's on the podium. Tater Bug on Tater Bug birthday gets half a point. Nancy and Allie Towel get half a point. Ange Towel and Cynthia get half a point. Peggy and Steph get half a point. You all are really good at that trivia. I mean, that question was hard, but I remembered it. Tater Bug loved The Odd Couple. I did too, Tater Bug. Which comedic program featured a family running a funeral parlor as the main business? Which comedic program featured a family running a funeral parlor as the main business? Brooklyn Nine-Nine, 6 Feet Under, Modern Family, or Frasier? Is it Brooklyn Nine-Nine, 6 Feet Under, Modern Frasier, or Family? Modern Family or Frasier? I think it's 6 Feet Under. Towel got a perfect category. Towel did it. Noel Towel. Oh, my goodness, folks. Noel Towel only got one. I think got almost all of them right. Got all of them right and got almost all of them right. First, Tater Bug on Tater Bug's birthday gets another half point. Allie and Bro get half point. Nancy Towel gets half point. Cynthia, Ange, and Steph all get half a point. Cynthia, Ange, and Steph Towel. Where's Cynthia Towel? Cynthia, Ange, and Steph Towel, and Peggy Towel also gets half a point. All right. Great job, folks. We had a great first round. Let me put up the scoreboard. Hold on one second. We're going to watch the Olivia. Sorry, it's Olivia. Thank you for correcting me. Olivia Consalves interview. Next, ladies and gentlemen. But today, I have your scores. Here we go. Wait a minute. Where are they? They should be coming up shortly. Let me move them to the front. There we go. There you go, little towels. The scores for today. Round 18. It is not the 26th year of 2020. It is the 25th. The first round, ladies and gentlemen. Towel with 6 points. Noel. Oh, hold on. This might not be in order. Hold on. Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Noel Towel's in second place, though. I'll tell you that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all of you moving around on the board. Look at Tater Bug with so many bonus points I had to expand the size of the screen. Tater Bug, Tater Bug. All right, hold on. There's Steph Towel's got to move up. Steph Towel's got to move up. All right, hold on. Ange Towel has more points. Ange Towel actually has 2.5 because they were on the list twice for some reason. That's okay. There we go. And Cynthia Towel moves up as well. All right, there we go. But you can't move ahead of Tater Bug because Tater Bug has birthday points. All right, here we go. For right now, ladies and gentlemen, Hallie, you are very good at certain categories. Don't ever hold it against yourself. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, Towel with 6 points. Congratulations, Towel. In second place, Noel's going to really challenge today. I can already see it. Noel's going to win. 5.5 points for Noel Towel. Third place, ladies and gentlemen, Allie Towel and Peggy Towel, both serendipitously tied, and Rue Towel, 3.5 points each. Fierce competition at the top of the leaderboard today. In fourth place, right off the podium, ladies and gentlemen, Tater Bug is a Tater Bug on her Tater Bug birthday with Cynthia, 3 points each. Great job, Tater Bug and Cynthia. Hold on, I have to write Tater Bug. You can't just write Tater Bug. There you go. In 1, 2, 3, 4. In fifth place, we have a three-way tie. It's a position of honor. Look how fierce this competition is. Nancy, Steph, and Ange Towel, all with 2.5 points. Don't worry, Ange, you're still Super Towel. All right, so here's what we're doing. We're going to watch this interview because Towel wants. I want to call Towel Nana. I hope you will not mind that I want to call Towel Nana. I think, in fact, calling Towel Nana is going to be really fun because she's going to get really excited that I want to go to lunch. So let me just call her because I don't want to make her wait at all. It makes me upset. That's why I was getting upset. I was like, come on now. That's unfair. I wasn't getting upset. It's just I was like, I don't want to call her on air. We did talk to her on air, though. That would have been funny. Nana, would you like to go to lunch? We're not doing that, though. All right, so we are going to watch the interview with Olivia Consalves. Okay, thank you to LS for sending this along. We're going to start watching this now. We're going to play more towel trivia today. Okay, so thank you very much again to our wonderful towel friend LS for sending this along. We are going to listen to this. We watched every victim impact statement. We're going to watch Mr. Steve Consalves' interview later. I understand this case brings about intense feelings. I understand. And I just want people to remember that we are all human. We are all little towels. And these poor families were told different things. One of the families said they wouldn't have agreed to the plea deal if they knew that Kaylee was unrecognizable. So listen, we're going to listen to it. I'm going to be right back. I want to call Towel Nana off stream because it's about towel lunch tomorrow. And I'm already upset because I watched some of these interviews, and we're going to watch this one now. So let's watch, and I'll be here.
Hey guys, thanks for checking out my new YouTube channel. Please click and subscribe. Really, really appreciate it. I just sat down with Kaylee Consalves' sister, Olivia, I guess now less than 24 hours after she gave that just unbelievable victim impact statement. I don't even know if there's words to describe it and what she did when she came face to face, eye to eye with Brian Kohberger. So we just talked about it all, about what that felt like, about what she wanted out of it, about what happens next for her and her family. So check out the full interview. It was like so moving what everybody said yesterday, but your victim impact statement was, there's just no words. What did that feel like?
So I have to be honest, I was rewriting my entire script in the pews waiting to get up there, because everything before, my dad, I would say, was so heartfelt, was so emotional, and was so true to the victims. And I had so many doubts in my mind because I knew my speech wasn't that. And before walking in, you feel confident. But when you see something that's so moving and so like emotionally engaging in a capacity, I had doubts. I was like, I'm doing them a disservice. You know, I have to change this. So there was a lot of nerves. But then I think, and I have to give this to my dad, when he got up there and just moved that podium, something in that courtroom shifted. And I mean, I feel like my dad spread his wings so that I could fly. And I basically said, screw it. You felt confident in this. You've worked hard on this. You're going to get up there and you're going to do this. By then I had rewritten everything. So a lot of it, I just had to go off of memory, what I had memorized. So a lot I unfortunately left out, or maybe fortunately, because it was already very long. But it was really, really nerve-wracking for me up until the moment my dad got up there and did what he did. I don't think I would have been able to do that without him going before me.
Yeah, I immediately noticed him move the podium, and I think it was just almost instinctual. Like, I don't even know if he had that planned.
I don't think he had that planned at all. I think that it genuinely was, you know, that raw moment of just being like, I'm going to face you face to face. You know, there's not a middleman here. There's not, you know, and I don't even want to say man to man, because I truly don't feel like I could get into that, but he's not human. I can't describe that any better, but I don't think he planned to move that. I think that it was just something that for him gave him power, and it gave a lot of power to that courtroom. And I was really, really proud of him for doing something that was so true to him. It was such like a dad move for me, where I'm like, that's my dad.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll remember that forever.
And you've been in the same room as Brian Koberger before. I think, has it been more than once? I remember in Moscow.
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
I don't know how many, maybe 4 or 5.
Okay.
On 4 or 5 occasions.
But this was so different because you were standing up and you were in front of him, like locking eyes. He was looking at you too.
Yeah.
For the entire thing, pretty much.
Yeah.
So what did you see? Like, I've never been able to see him that way.
Yeah,
you know?
I've never seen him in that capacity either. Even in times that I've been in the courtroom with him or watching like the live stream, I purposefully avoid, not because of like a fear or anything, just because I don't feel like he deserves it, right? Like, I try not to focus my time on this individual. But my speech wasn't to Kaylee and Maddie, it was for them. And if Kaylee and Maddie had been here today, it was something that I feel like would have rung true to them. So I wanted to maintain that eye contact as much as I possibly could. And when I tell you, there's not a human there, right? I'm not scared of this individual. I'm not intimidated by him. Truly, I'm not. But when I tell you, there's a primal sense of alarms. Like, my body was telling me, run. Get out. This is a threat. This is not a human capacity. I can't explain to you, like, it wasn't an animal. It wasn't like, the best description I can give you is like if I had come face to face with an alien, because back behind there, there's no human being. There's no humanity. I don't know if you've seen Gerald's Game, and I don't even know if I should bring this up, but the Moonlight Man, it genuinely felt like that. Like, this is a creature that my body doesn't recognize.
She says it so well. I don't think we really got the full impact from watching the video, obviously, of him, BK, in that courtroom. She is a captivating speaker. Let me just explain. I mean, very good public speaker, and I knew this because I listened to her victim impact statement, Olivia Consalves. This is unscripted. She is just responding, and that, I mean, the comparison, it's hard to, how do you describe someone who is not human? I mean, how? It's like you're describing an entity that is foreign to this world and to everything we know. She's doing it calmly, coolly, in a collected way that really drives at the heart of what you could call it a heart, I guess, apropos as it is, the black heart of whatever that creature was. She's driving at it, and the kind of stuff that gets to him. You could see it. He didn't. The only time he reacted at all. Tater Bug was during this. Tater Bug, you on your birthday, my dear friend. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. On your birthday, my dear friend Tater Bug. I can't express how much that small act of kindness means to me. So I will leave this heart. You know, it's just such a cruel world, folks, and we need more people like Tater Bug, you know? It's just not we just need more people like Tater Bug, you know what I'm saying? Towel doesn't want to cry. Towel, let's keep watching this interview. Towel will not cry. We just need more people like Tater Bug. Tater Bug, Tater Bug.
And that fear was almost like an instinctual panic. So to fight that down, you know, and to try to like tell yourself like, you're okay. Like, you know, you're here for a purpose and we're going to do this purpose, but you're okay, was something that I didn't anticipate. You think it's just a human being, and I'm not scared of human beings, but he is not that. When I tell you that raw anger and that raw rage in his eyes was something that I don't have the words, but it was not human.
Did he show anything? Did he show any acknowledgement of what you were saying?
I think it's difficult for me to view that, because I think that would be more of like a looking back in hindsight type deal. But for me, it was just one-on-one. Like, and I was ready to stand on business, right? Like I was there. There was nothing that was going to make me back down from that moment. And all I felt was rage. Almost from the very, very beginning, all I felt was rage. At one point in my speech, when I'm speaking more to how I'm trying to say this was an impact statement, I'm more so directed towards the judge, and I turn my body in that direction. And I could feel that specific stare the entire time. It was unrelenting. And all I remember feeling really was like, this guy's pissed. Like, this is anger like I've never experienced firsthand before.
I think you showed him, and the other family members too, that you had the power. I think that was clear.
My whole purpose of that speech was taking back this power and giving it back to Kaylee and Maddie, Xana and Ethan as well. But for me and my personal connection to Kaylee and Maddie as my sisters, I wanted to give them the hero moment that I truly feel like they deserve. Throughout this whole process, he has controlled so much of the narrative, and it's been focused around him, his name, his actions. And I understand it, but in my shoes, it pisses me off at times, because you see Idaho students, University of Idaho students, his name victims, or just the headline of his name. And it's so frustrating because it's like, they have names. Kaylee Consalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin. Say it. You know, you take the time to say his name. Say theirs. I understand it's 4. I understand it takes a second. But you owe them that.
Yeah, she's right. And even BK's name, I try not to say because I didn't realize it, but I heard the family say it the other day, like, we're not going to use his name, like BK, you're just initials, you know. And this point that Olivia Consalves is making is so important. Xana, Maddie, Ethan, and Kaylee. Like, I want to explain it. I don't want to justify it because I try not to. I do the opposite. But the way the news thinks about it is like 10-word headlines. It sucks, but that's how they do it. Like, I used to work for a larger international outlet, and it's 10-word headlines. So if like they literally are making, like, just because of like precedent, just because of how they think a headline should be, they don't want to put all 4 names in. That's ridiculous. Olivia is absolutely right. They should put all 4. They should put Maddie's name in. They should put Kaylee's name in. They should put Ethan's name in, and they should put. Hold on. Xana. They should see, even me, right? Because look how it's in. Like, if they were saying in every headline, I would have Kaylee's name, Xana's name, Madison's name, and Ethan's name at the front of my mind, and that's not good enough. They should be saying it all the time. Just because it's convention to not say all 4 names doesn't mean they should. They need, like, I as a journalist need to hear this. The large, like the AP and the bigger headline, it's just one person that makes the call. You know, like, it goes up a chain, but it's one person that makes the final call, and if that person knows, that can make all the difference, you know. So that's why I'm saying this is very important. So I'm glad we're listening to this.
You know, you take the time to say his name, say theirs. I understand it's 4. I understand it takes a second, but you owe them that. So for me, it was about taking back that control from him, best that I could, getting under his skin as best as I psychologically could with my limited understanding of what he is, and giving it back to the victims the best that I could. And it was all genuine. It was all incredibly true. Everything that I've said, that I did say, I think was accurate to who he is, who they were. And I truly do believe Kaylee would have kicked his ass.
Yeah, when you said sit up straight when I talked to you, I was just like, damn.
I know it's corny, but
no,
for
it wasn't
me,
corny.
like, I needed power moments for myself to say, you know, okay, it's time to transition to this next part. To say, you know, and that was right before I was going into those questions. And I really was tossing with myself back and forth on giving his questions any more notice, right? But I stuck with it, and I did do that. But I needed that power moment to be like, all right, we're amping up in this statement, Olivia. You know, we've kind of touched on where we're going. This is the turning point. And I knew that tail end was harsh. So I needed minutes in there that were super corny, super cheesy, but I needed it for me.
Did you want him to speak? Were you frustrated that he didn't speak? Did it really matter at that point?
I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I thought it was funny that he respectfully declines, as if he's still so desperate for that approval from an authority figure. But it really didn't bother me, and it definitely wasn't unexpected. I think anything he would have said would have been fake, disingenuous, a lie, or dug his grave further.
Yeah. How are you and your parents doing? I mean, I was just trying to imagine, like, you all were at Airbnb last night, and your parents and you always come across so strong. that that's sort of the way we know you guys, you know? But what was it like when you all left?
I think leaving, we all felt really proud of ourselves that we definitely had different kinds of statements than I think that you would typically see. And we stayed true to us, and we did it, you know, and maybe we had certain regrets about them. I know that I definitely did. But it was a huge, almost immediate sense of relief, of being like, this chapter's over. Like, we don't have to come back here. We don't have to go into a courtroom again. We don't have, like, we put all our cards on the table. You know, we gave it our all. And I think that last night, despite the circumstances for being here and despite it being the sentencing, we did good last night at home. You know, we didn't have any, you know, sad, weepy moments. And normally we do. Normally it's kind of a, you know, go back home, lick our wounds. It was good. It was good. And we did get a lot of support, and that definitely helped, and probably is a huge attribute to why we were able to kind of stay elevated for a minute. But yeah, last night, believe it or not, last night was a good night for us.
I just happened to be sitting near you, behind you guys, and near all the families, and it really felt like a united front. It felt like, and it was so much stronger than him. Did you get? I mean, you know what I mean? Kind of almost like an army versus like a weak person.
Yeah.
That feeling really came across.
Yeah.
In the courtroom. It wasn't like it was sad, but it wasn't like all these sad people.
Yeah.
It felt more strong.
Yeah. I think that everyone stayed true to exactly who they were and what they needed to do. And it makes me so proud of every single person who got up there and had the courage to say what they did, because it was a lot to walk up to that stand and speak into the mic. And I think I can't even describe it, but walking into the courtroom, that feeling versus walking out, somehow throughout these speeches, little by little, it all came together to be at the end, like, yes, like, you know, even someone that I hadn't met, but, you know, was, you know, a cousin of Xana, like, I'm like, come here, give me a hug, Bobby. Like, you know, it was this truly united front that was, you know, it felt invincible. It felt impenetrable to be like, we did that, you know, and we have something to be proud of. And I think part of that's just because we've had to be so quiet for so long. And I don't mean talking to the media. Obviously, you know, we've spoken to the media probably more than we should have. But I mean, to feel like our words were heard, they were understood, and they were true to us. And in a capacity that had maybe the impact that we wanted it to. Maybe it didn't. Maybe, you know, everything that I said fell on deaf ears to the defendant. That's fine. It was a gamble I was willing to take. But I think what everyone said mattered. I think it was felt. And I do think that it had an impact. Maybe not in the traditional sense of what a victim's impact speech typically is, but I don't think that we were delivering our victim impact speeches in the typical capacity that they're normally delivered in either.
What you said before the hearing to me about wanting all the information before, it didn't make as much sense to me until I was there, and then I heard the information that came out after that you already knew. And it really then made sense of why you, if you're going to have this honest moment and you only get one chance at it, it made sense to me why you would want to know those awful details.
Yeah. My speech was the best that I could, and I'm not a psychologist. I don't have, you know, anything in that. It was me trying to dismantle an ego the best way that I knew how, with as many weak spots as I could find. So for me, knowing all of the information was twofold. One, it was so that his actions could no longer be used against me, so that I knew that there were no more blows coming, no more low blows that I had to swallow after this. And the second step there was, yes, understanding this monster as much as I could. Because honestly, online, there's very little of him. I found, you know, a Quora account, which is like a forum. You know, he answered a few questions. He never asked a question, of course, because he has all the answers. But he answered some questions. There was an old school Tapatalk account. There was his Spotify. And then, you know, obviously just what we had heard through the grapevine from people who had kind of known him by association. So I'm trying to take as much information about this individual as I can to make a very pointed, direct attack that's tailored to him, to the best of my ability. So I wanted as much information as I could so that I could, you know, leave no stone unturned. Maybe the rap crew really does embarrass you. I don't know. Maybe you're really proud of it, but I'm not leaving it unturned.
Yeah. Again, we were able to get, I think it was like 250 pages so far of documents, stuff, a lot that you found out, I think, the day before.
Yeah, we asked very like directed, pointed questions. We sent them over the night before.
Yeah.
Just to kind of try to like streamline things, allow them to come prepared. There wasn't a whole lot of open discussion. So a lot of stuff that I've seen come out of the docs was stuff that maybe we didn't know, but they weren't our burning questions, if I could say. Maybe they'll now lead to some burning questions, I don't know. But yeah, some of that information we did find out that Monday before.
I mean, it's worse than imagined in some ways.
Yeah. Monday was really hard because we finally heard specific details on what had happened to Kaylee. We never got a copy of her autopsy before this. We actually just got a copy yesterday. Do you want me to stop?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
And so we had her death certificate, which just lists causes of death. And then I think there was some secondary information there. And then a brief phone call that we had with the coroner on November 17th. And I had kind of scribbled notes as we were having that conversation. So we have literally a picture of my scribbled handwritten notes and Kaylee's death certificate, and trickles in. And some of it is true and some of it's not true, but you don't know what part's true and what's not true. So Monday was really, really hard to hear a lot regarding, the specifics of what had happened. And not that we didn't know, but just hearing how hard Kaylee really did fight.
Yeah, it's a lot, and also learning, like at the press conference yesterday, how little they know about, I guess I was wondering all along, like, is there going to be more secret information? And there really isn't that much more, it doesn't seem like, in terms of motive. Or they say that they don't know why that house, they don't know why, who the target was. Is that hard? I mean, there's certainly no question that he did it now, but it just in terms of the why.
It's a little hard, and not because of the why, but it is difficult in some capacity to deal with the lack of as an answer. I will say, though, the police officers and the investigators are so extensively thorough. And I don't think that they would get up there and give their opinions. And I don't think that they would get up there and even give, educated guesses based off of other circumstantial evidence if they don't have hard evidence itself. So I think, and, maybe it's juvenile, but reading through all of that documentation, I think that we will get a lot of answers that maybe asked just directly seemingly have no answer, because it's not having to be proven in a court of law anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that, if I was forced to explain how 2 + 2 = 4, but I can't give you, a specific evidentiary, legally binding basis of that, it might, I might not be able to do that. Is that making sense?
It is, yeah. Even like with the WSU stuff, we had reported and talked to students who said that they, had issues with women, but even now to see that in writing, some of that stuff just backs up things we had already heard. Yeah,
and I think I have not been able to access the site because the site is continually crashing. So I literally have not been able to get on the site and download these documents myself. So I'm just looking at screenshots that others are sharing at this point. But from that, you can see, some of these tips that were turned in after he had been arrested. And I don't think all of the tips were necessarily corroborated, or, maybe they could have been, but they weren't, because it wasn't, a substantial enough lead, or didn't have enough, of a meaty presence. But they're all little bits that add to our understanding of how this happened. And I think we will be able to answer a lot of the questions for ourselves, even with that lack of, because the lack of can be an answer.
I think we all wondered, was there some kind of social media connection? But at the same time, he was so thorough in wiping his devices, there may have just been something that we don't know.
Yeah, I think my understanding is that the use of his VPNs was very extensive. So obviously you don't want to dig up a hole that's been so dug through and try to force something to fit that's just simply not there. But like I said, like I think sometimes the lack of is telling, where what we have is during hours that there was no business being in the neighborhood, unless you lived in the neighborhood or knew someone in the neighborhood, which clearly he didn't. There's no alibi there. On 23 occasions, at least, that his phone was on and with him for that time, he's over there. So you kind of have to ask yourself, why? You know, and while I do think that, yes, his cover-up in some capacity worked, it's odd because some of the other stuff he did was so dumb. He purchased a gift card for $120, turned right around, purchased the K-bar knife with the sheath, the sharpener, and vegan supplements immediately. But purchased the gift card on his debit card, then used the gift card on his parents' Amazon account, which seems so dumb, knowing what you're going to do with this weapon, right? And then on top of that, he Googles, and doesn't do this on a VPN, how to delete his Amazon purchase history, which seems so ignorant, right? So it's kind of difficult to understand how he made his choices, what he thought was not a big deal versus what he thought was a big deal, something that should be wiped or, you know, done in, you know, a secret VPN tunnel or whatever you want to call it. But I don't think it's out of the question to, you know, make an inference to say, found him somewhere. Their Instagrams weren't private. We know that he hid his online behavior. We have proof of that. So is it that big of a jump to maybe consider this? I don't know. I think it's an individual question.
Yeah, I think a lot of these questions we're just always going to have too.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. For me, I don't really have any question. I think that, yes, it's very obvious that this wasn't random. He wasn't randomly just driving around houses, their specific neighborhood, on 23 different occasions, specifically drove by their house, you know, 3, almost 4 times that night, and then just randomly went into, I think that that's out of the question, considering what we do know about him, that he did try to be methodical, and he did try to be, or have a plan. So I think that if you consider that, he probably wanted the crime to seem random or to be automatically associated to, you know, a known associate of one of the kids, because typically that's who is responsible for something like this. So I think that he absolutely knew who, you know, at least one of them were, either through, you know, face-to-face surveillance, being out the home, or, you know, some sort of online inference into their social media, or, you know, a mixture of the two.
You're in this weird moment where you have the attention of, like, the world. The case does, your sister does. You know, I mean, I know it's weird, but people are very invested in this.
Yeah, they've changed a lot of lives.
Yeah. And you've made the point, which is such a good point, of like, we should just move on from talking about him. And obviously, you know, it's the day after the sentencing. We still kind of have to a little, but like, what do you think Kaylee would want in this moment? Like, what would she want people to do with this energy that has been created and this interest? Like, how can people remember her? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
And it might be too soon to really
answer.
know, you know, but.
Yeah, I mean, I reserve my right to evolve.
Yeah.
But right now, I think Kaylee would be really happy and really proud of everyone who takes this as an opportunity to, you know, gain confidence and to, you know, maybe find their voice a little bit, or, you know, and I don't even mean in the court systems, you know, it could be something as simple as, you know, standing up to your bully, you know, and I know that that seems small comparative to murder and violence like this, but it's not. You know, that's such like a life-changing situation for so many people. And I think that she would be really proud and really happy to know that her life made a difference in empowering people to be a stronger or more confident version of themselves. And I know that Maddie would feel the same way in regards to, being kind, being empathetic, and showing up authentically every day, because who you are is so specific to you. It has, you are the only you. And I know that's so cheesy, but it truly is how I feel about the girls, is they were so authentically them. They were so kind, they were so bright, and they were so confident. So for their story to be able to change lives, to be, to pick an attribute of them, to, channel a little bit, I know it would make them so proud.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to make a difference too.
Yeah, just because here's the thing, I know that we all want to prevent crimes like this in the future. I want it more than anyone else, right? But what could have been different? I've asked myself so many times, what could have saved them? And the answer isn't a blanket statement. We can't say, well, don't drink and drive. We can't say, well, we need stricter laws on the purchase of K-bars. We can't, it's not simple like that. So as much as I want to prevent this, I think the best way, or, maybe just the takeaway from this isn't so focused around that, but it's more about, seriously, like, live your life to the absolute fullest and be a good friend, be a good sister, a good wife, a good, girlfriend. Not that they were wives, but be you as authentically as possible, because life is way too short to have regrets at the end. And unfortunately, you don't know when that end is going to hit you.
Yeah. And just my last thing, do you go back to California? Kind of based on what you just said, like, I don't know, do you go back different after this? Do you go back, you've got kids. Is this sort of a new chapter now, or?
Yeah, I definitely felt 11 after yesterday. Like, as soon as I was able to sit back down, and I didn't anticipate this either, but I felt so much better. I felt like 1,000 pounds lighter. And for me, this next chapter is more so about accepting what has happened, getting as full of a story as I can understand with all of the evidence that's, going to come out, and then opening up that capacity that's been so taken by this to do more things in my life for my husband, for my kids, and for Kaylee and Maddie, and even Xana and Ethan. I feel like every single day I've worked so hard at this in some capacity. Sometimes I was fighting myself. Sometimes I was, supporting my dad, or fighting, and to be able to know that that's not what tomorrow looks like, or the next day, or the next day, and that there is an end to this chapter is something that, it's strange to say I look forward to, but I do look forward to having that capacity for other things in my life that can be more forward focused and can be more positive, and will never, ever, ever not include honoring and remembering every single day Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That was really powerful.
It was a powerful interview, and there was enough in there to show me, in my opinion, why so much of this case has lost focus, regardless as to what the answers are, as to what the families are asking for, which is answers. Now, I would be remiss if I did not bring up the second interview I was going to play, because I think we have to listen to Olivia and then her father, Steve Consalves, back to back. Ashley Banfield whatever you may think of her interview style, did a program that Steve Consalves called into in the middle of, and I would like to listen to what questions the families have, what they have been discovering, why it is so concerning to them, and I'm not going to come to any conclusions. People have been very hard on Little Towel, saying, "Oh, you're coming to conclusions." I'm not. Okay, asking a question and I am listening, actually, more than I'm asking questions right now, as you notice. And I'm not going to come to conclusions. Okay, it's not my. First of all I'm doing is analyzing what this is. Okay, what the families have to say and what their sort of outstanding questions are. It's not wrong for them to have them. Okay. If indeed some of the stuff I've been reading is true, like one family wasn't told about what happened to one of the victims, and one family has now come out and said that they would not have agreed to the plea deal if they knew that Kaylee was unrecognizable, okay, as one example. So I want to listen to this. I think it's important, and I want to, in particular, listen to Mr. Consalves' statements to Ashley, because he called in. Okay, that shows you sort of the intricacies of this. He called in real time to her program. So let's listen to her preview, and then we're going to jump forward to his call-in. Let me enable captions 1 second.
I'm just so pissed that I mean, all that stuff. Well, for one, we said give it to us first, and they did. And you guys got it before we did, just like U of I got the murder. Yeah, but the 3-hour meeting was just a question and answer. We just had to talk to him. There was no documents handed over to us.
Okay.
And we don't know. How do you ask for something you don't know exists?
Hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. I have a bit of a weird...
All right, so you can see here, we're going to listen to this. This is important, and I want to hear what the Consalves family what Mr. Consalves has to say. All right, so let's listen to Ashley introduce it, and then let's listen to the interview.
Episode for you today. If you're watching on YouTube, you're probably going to see me going through a lot of these documents. And if you're listening on the podcast, basically I am learning alongside you all the documents that have been dropped by the Moscow police, the FBI, and by the investigative bodies that looked into the murders at 1122 King Road. 2.5 years ago, when 4 kids lost their lives to Brian Koberger, the maniacal murderer who has just been sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms in the state penitentiary in Idaho. So I just wanted to get a lot of this information out to you. This is going to be a little bit rough. It's not a super polished podcast, so I apologize for that. But, bear with me as I get going through a lot of this material. I think what's happened here as they start to release information after lifting the gag order is that we're not only going to have some questions answered, but I think we're going to have a lot more questions asked. I have to be honest with you. One of the biggest things for me was that they had to admit that they don't know the connection between Brian Koberger and these kids. I thought we would get it. I thought that their investigative product would show, he stalked them, or he was, passed over at a party by them, or somebody blocked him on Instagram, or he was jealous of them, or he had a crush on one of them, or he was targeting one of them. And no, none of that has proven to be fact. But this is really shocking because there just seems to be no connection that the police could make. They had to admit, as they begin to drop these documents after 2.5 years of a gag order, which has left us all in the dark about their investigative work, their prosecutorial plans, whatever they were going to go to trial with, that we would learn over the course of 3 to 4 months. It's starting to drib and drab out now. And it will drib and drab out for months, possibly up to 4 months, as they go over every one of these 250 some odd motions that were filed under seal. And each one has to be looked at meticulously and redacted for personal information and names and dignity of the dead, etc. So, okay, the first dump of information kind of came out in an avalanche on the heels of the sentencing yesterday, in which we heard just devastating material, right? We just heard devastating reaction from these families in their victims' impact statements. And then afterwards, the families, some of them came out onto the courthouse steps and talked about even more material. And then a press conference with police and prosecutors in which we learned
They don't know. They don't know why he picked this house. They know he targeted the house. They know the house was a plan. And I think that's only because he was there dozens of times, scoping it out, lurking in the shadows, driving around it, maybe even hanging out in the woods behind and watching these kids. But they don't know why. They don't know why he targeted the house. And even more troubling, they don't know who he targeted, if anybody. Many people had thought he targeted Maddie. Many people thought he targeted Kaylee. And a lot of that came because of an online account called Papa Roger that had an icon that looked a lot like Koberger, that seemed to know a lot about the killings before any of the material became public. The information wasn't released publicly about a knife sheath being left behind, and yet Papa Roger knew, like just a couple weeks after the killings, he knew about where the car might have
driven up beside the house, where the killer may have gained access into the house. It turned out to be true. And maybe more troubling, Papa Roger disappeared on December 30th, 2022, which was...
Yeah, and the point here, Jen Coffindaffer has been talking about this account for a while. And people are like, oh, there's no link because the police said there's no link. Are we sure? Jen Coffindaffer was on to this years ago, okay, like a year or two ago. I think she's right. I mean, I want to hear Ashley Banfield talk a little bit more about it, but don't discount Jen Coffindaffer catching on to that. You look at some of those posts, like the potential of a stun gun as the second weapon. Then you read some of these documents, you know what I'm talking about? And the flash, the fireworks sound, whatever they want to call it, a pop. It all starts to line up. So she's onto something here, in my opinion. Again, she's more qualified than I to analyze this. That's why we're watching this. One second.
Exactly the date that he was arrested. Koberger was arrested. So we all thought that Koberger certainly was likely Papa Roger. And the police said, no, we can't make that connection. We do not think that is true. I will give you this caveat, and I think a lot of you feel the same way I do. Brian Koberger was masterful at wiping his devices. The cops admitted it yesterday that he used sophisticated software to wipe his electronic footprint from a lot of his devices. And so maybe he did that. Maybe he yammered on about being Papa Roger, and somehow before December 30th, his arrest, he wiped clean a lot of his devices from being Papa Roger. It's questionable, though, right? Because I think he was enjoying this after effect. He was enjoying being this secretive guy online who seemed to know more than anyone else. And so why would he think suddenly he was going to be arrested on the 30th? Unless he thought that the heat was on. They had a white Elantra. They were looking for a white Elantra. And suddenly he's getting the hell out of Pullman, Washington and driving all the way across the United States back to his parents' house in Pennsylvania with his white Elantra. Maybe he thought the heat was getting a little too hot and started wiping his devices and wiped his Papa Roger. It's just a theory. It's no fact. But the police said, we don't think he's Papa Roger. So all of those theories everyone had about who he was targeting and why he might have been targeting, none of it turned out to be true. Not yet, anyway. And we still have a lot more material that's about to be released. So I'm going to fumble my way through a lot of these documents right now and sort of get you as much of the story as I can. As we learned from just like very fast reading, we got autopsy results, which are just devastating. I'll tell you this. Kaylee was stabbed more than 30 times, and Xana was stabbed more than 50 times. It's worse than I thought. It's worse than all of us thought. He was in a frenzy in that house. He was in an absolute frenzy. And granted, maybe he was fighting people who were fighting for their lives and continued to stab, in that frenzy. I don't know if he planned that kind of carnage, but it was absolutely unbelievable. We've got neighbor reports and something odd. They thought they heard something like a firework going off. One of the roommates, even Bethany, heard a firework going off that night, right around 4:00 in the morning. So that's sort of fascinating information. Friends and roommates describe doors being left open well before the murders. their doors at 1122 King Road mysteriously being open. Some of them possibly being unlocked the night of the murders. Before the murders, strange men, maybe one following Kaylee out. We had heard she thought she had a stalker. We did hear the police, cleared the man who said, I followed her out. I wanted to ask her out, but I chickened out. He didn't turn out to be part of this. But something in these new documents did tell us that the kids themselves were worried about a man they thought they saw around the house lurking in the woods behind the house, out in front, and that Murphy, Kaylee's dog, would run to those woods and wouldn't come back when called. And that was unusual behavior from Murphy. And they got creeped out. One thought they even saw a man back there in the woods, and they came inside. So this all happening well before the murders, in the weeks before the murders, is very, very telling and informative, that I would lay it on the line and bet my bottom dollar that was Brian Kohberger out there in the woods behind the house watching them. Parked and out there watching them, either watching them as they were outside enjoying their time with all their friends, because they kind of all hung out behind the house in those couches, or watching them through their windows, because the back of the house looked right into Maddie's and Kaylee's third floor windows. So we're learning a lot more about that as well. All right, so let me tell you about the responding officers and how they described the crime scene. And I will give you a trigger warning. I will give you all the warnings in advance that I normally do. If you're squeamish, if you are upset by these things, now is your time to just turn the volume down and maybe move on. And I hate saying that because I love having you here, but this stuff is really uncomfortable to hear. What they said about Xana Kernodle's room, the officer found blood smeared across items all over the room and the floor. There was cast-off blood, better known as spatter, right? Cast-off blood was found on the walls and even above Xana's body. Xana was found on her back. She was wearing presumably what she had gone to bed in. This sounds totally like a college kid going to bed. A long sleeve gray shirt and just her underwear, and it was all soaked in blood. Her face and her body were covered in dry blood, because remember, she died between 4 and 4:20 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come in till, 8 hours later. And so, yeah, a lot of that blood had had time to dry. The officers observed on Xana what appeared to be a defensive set of knife wounds, including a deep gash between her thumb and her index finger on her left hand, almost as though she'd be grabbing at the knife, and the knife would have come in between her thumb and index finger and gashed her. Then in Kaylee and Maddie's room, it was really Maddie's room, but Kaylee and Maddie were both sleeping in the bed in Maddie's room because Kaylee had moved out. She'd already moved out. She'd graduated, and she was in the process of packing that whole room up of hers. She'd come back that weekend to show her roommates her new car. She was so excited about her new SUV. And so understandably, she was sleeping in her roommate's bed because hers was probably all just packed up in a mattress, right? So in Maddie's room, where they found Kaylee and Maddie's dead bodies, both of them were covered in a blood-soaked pink blanket. There was a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection. Madison was lying
up against Kaylee. She had visible wounds on her forearm and on her hands, and she had a gash under her right eye that extended from the outside of her eye to her nose. Kaylee
was described as unrecognizable.
I'm sorry. I had to step away. I know I should have given a disclaimer. I had to step away because I was getting upset. All right? I've read some of these documents. I just went and paced around. I'm upset. This is disturbing. This is very upsetting to me. It's going to get more upsetting to you all when you hear what Mr. Consalves has to say. And we are going to listen to this, because his call-in is not going to make sense unless we listen to all this, and I am very upset. I don't like hearing about this. I understand why it's important, because part of his call-in is going to be what she's talking about right now, Ashley Banfield. I'm sorry that we have to listen to this. If it had made you upset, I think I was already kind of a little bit off kilter, because I was just off kilter today. It was Tater Bug's birthday, and Tater Bug sent a super chat on her birthday, and I was already in an emotional mood. This made me upset. And I'm human too, all right? It's hard to listen to this. And I'm breaking in because as I was listening to it, I realized that this has more than an impact, has an impact on more than just me. And I should give a disclaimer. I know she did as well, but I want to give a disclaimer that it is okay to be upset by this. It is okay to be sad about this. Whatever feelings you may have are entirely appropriate and natural. This is extremely upsetting. The only reason I'm not gratuitously listening to this, the only reason we are watching this is so that when Mr. Consalves calls in, he will be able to appropriately say what he has to say with the context leading up to it. That's the reason. I just want to be explicitly clear. I don't like this. It makes me very upset.
Her facial structure was extremely damaged. The third floor officer summarized this way. Both females appeared to be stabbed to death upon arriving on the scene. One victim's face was described as completely disfigured and stabbed multiple times. That's Kaylee. The officer couldn't even comprehend the injuries. He said he could not process what he was looking at. The comforter was soaked in blood and a pool of blood remained there. I will also say this with the other information we've learned from Steve Consalves, because he met with detectives for 3 hours before all these documents were dumped out publicly. Thank God the parents got to talk with detectives before this all became public, in the media. But Steve Consalves said Kaylee's nose was broken. Kaylee looked as though she'd been gagged because she had injuries on either side of her mouth, whether it was a hand or whether it was something else. And Steve and the police seemed to think that there was some other object, some other weapon that was used on Kaylee that they cannot figure out. They cannot determine what it was. Like, what did he have with him that he used, on Kaylee? Yes, she'd been stabbed over 30 times, but there was some other blunt impact that she suffered. And they were interesting the way they said it in the press conference. They said they are only looking for a K-bar knife as the murder weapon, but ask the families. And then when we talked to Shannon Gray, who is the attorney for the Consalves family, he said, I'm going to leave that for Steve to get more detailed about. But yes, there is another weapon, and they're confounded by it. I'm not sure why they wouldn't talk about it in the press conference, the police and the investigators, but they didn't. All right, let me tell you about what was found outside the home by the investigators. They said that they tracked footprints. Now, I don't know what they tracked the footprints in. Were these footprints in blood? Were these just footprints? I can't imagine how you would determine footprints in a heavily trafficked doorway, but maybe it was in blood and they just didn't say so. But the footprints were leading away from the rear slider door out of the kitchen and circling a tree stump in the backyard and heading back towards the front of the house. I don't think those are of evidentiary value to this killing. Again, my theory only, but I think Brian Koberger got the hell out of there and got to his car and got out because the timeline is very tight. He's out of that house at 4:20 and he's seen, already heading back into Pullman, Washington, taking that circuitous loop, right? And I don't think he spent a lot of time messing around outside the house. I think he had just killed 4 people and got the hell out of there. And remember, he drove like a bat out of hell. That white Elantra was seen screaming out of there at 4:20 and was almost, like he said, almost lost control of the car as he was pulling out of King and Queen Road. So my personal feeling is I don't think he was lurking around the house after these murders much. I think he realized what he'd done and needed to get out. Then they said they saw small handprints observed on a nearby window with a damaged screen on the ground. If you're looking at the back of the house, you can see the slider is on the left, and there were some windows on the right, and you could see investigators dusting for prints during the investigation 2.5 years ago. And you could see, I think one of the screens was down on the ground back then. That might be what they're referring to. It may have nothing to do with this. Small handprints may have been from previous tenants or kids visiting or just kids or whatever. But that's what they put in their investigative documents. They said that they saw smudged fingerprints on the slider glass door. Don't know if they're Koberger's, but they didn't seem to say, we found Brian Koberger's prints. Don't forget he was wearing gloves, right? But again, in your investigative documents, you put everything. They said they found a discarded black backpack located in the backyard. Again, we have not heard about anything regarding a black backpack that had anything connected to Koberger on it. Otherwise, that would have been big. That would have been a smoking gun. So it might have been just some other students cast out black backpack, maybe one of their own from the house. We don't know. This stuff's interesting. This is jailhouse information because the prosecutors and the police wanted to know what fellow inmates of Bryan Koberger had to say about him. He had been held in custody without bail for 2.5 years, so he had plenty of inmates, right? They come in and out of those jails. Some of them come in for a night. Some of them come in for a couple of weeks. Some come in for a couple of months. They can't afford bail. But presumably over 2.5 years, and 2 jail facilities, the Latah County Jailhouse and the Ada County Jailhouse, when he was moved up to Boise, presumably he had a fair few fellow inmates that spent some time in the same facility as he did. So they interviewed some of them, and they got some work product out of that. Let me share that with you. One inmate called Bryan Koberger, and I quote the investigators, a fucking weirdo. That's what he said. By the way, if you can hear somebody gasping off camera, it's my mom. She's here with me. She's like watching the podcast. And so every so often you can hear her gasp. Mom, you have to keep it a little quiet. It's okay. It's fine.
It's okay. She said, oh, my stars. It's okay. You're totally allowed. And you might hear her Manhattan being put down on the table beside her, too.
I poured her a stiff one for this one. Okay. The inmate said this to the investigators. If it weren't for legal consequences, I would have assaulted him. I think they used different words, but the investigator wrote that the inmate said if it weren't for what might happen to him, he would have beat him up. When asked if he thought Koberger was guilty of those quadruple murders, the inmate said, quote, his eyes tell a story. I'm going to stop right here. Look at these pictures. This is Bryan Koberger. We have all commented about the awful ghost-like, creepy-like stare that Bryan Koberger has. Look, as a longtime reporter and crime reporter, I'm going to just weigh in a little here. Yeah. Once you know he's a quadruple maniacal murderer, butcher, yeah, his stare is creepy and horrifying and hollow, and add every adjective you want. Now take him out of that. And he's the guy that rides the bus with you, and he's totally normal. You might just say, he's not very handsome, but nice guy. You don't know. But you can ascribe a lot of descriptive details to someone once you know what they're capable of and who they are. And so I've always had a tough time. I thought they had him dead to rights when they got him because of the connections, because of the DNA on the knife sheath. I mean, please. You have zero connection to these kids, and your DNA is on the knife sheath that was left behind at the murder scene. Game over. It's you. Is there a chance somebody was trying to frame you? Okay, sure. Pretty, again, reasonable? Not reasonable. Is that reasonable doubt? No, it's not reasonable doubt, especially when you connect his Elantra, his white car, seen in the neighborhood going round and round that night. And when you see his cell phone pinging for months and months beforehand, making over a dozen visits to scope out this house and these kids. So yeah, no longer reasonable that somebody else's DNA was placed on the knife sheath and they planted it there and killed those kids and, pointed. No, not reasonable. So I thought they had him dead to rights. And so I looked at his gaze as the gaze of a freak. But you always have to take yourself out of that. If you're going to be really fair and unbiased when you're assessing someone who's innocent until proven guilty, I know a lot of people who have weird stares and they're normal people. But now I look at his stare and I know he's just not one of the flock. He's not. Okay, I'm off my soapbox. So another inmate was also interviewed by investigators. That person apparently was housed in the cell next to Koberger between August and September of 2024, a couple of months. Okay, it's enough to sort of get to know somebody who's your next door cellmate. This is how he described him to the police. He said he was the smartest person he'd met in jail, but also obsessive. I'm just going to say something here.
This is the part.
Jail.
This is the part where we learn about him being a clean freak, which upset his other inmates.
Jails are not filled with a lot of smart people, It's not often you get a mastermind of, criminology with working on a PhD in a jail cell. So yeah, okay. King of the Fools isn't that big a deal. So yeah, I guess he was the smartest one in there. He's not the smartest one in my business, that's for sure. I'm going to tell you right now, the way those families spoke to him in their victims' impact statements yesterday, saying, you're an idiot. We had you minutes after you left that crime. PhD, you're a joke. That's what Steve Consalves said to him in that courtroom. And Steve Consalves was so right. Brian Koberger thought he was smarter than everybody else. He acted smarter than everybody else. And yeah, you're smarter than a couple of inmates at the Layta jail. There's rarely more than a dozen of them there. So good for you. You know, small pool, silly dumb fish. But that's what this inmate said. Smartest guy he'd seen in jail. And then he said this about him. He was obsessive. He said he washed his hands dozens of times per day and that he took 45 minutes to an hour in the shower each time. This one's creepy. He was awake all night. Does that give you the shivers? This inmate is awake all night in the county jail. And he napped just a little bit during the day. So clearly he's got something going on upstairs that won't let him sleep much. Wake all night, short naps during the day. That's it. The inmate said he could hear him moving around constantly. All right, now back to the scene. This is difficult because we've heard some of the accounts of the kids that came to the house that morning and made the horrific discovery of Xana and Ethan dead, but not Maddie and Kaylee on the third floor dead. So here is what a roommate's friend identified in the documents only as H. But I think that we can surmise at this point that it is Hunter Johnson. And that's Ethan's best friend and fraternity buddy, because Hunter Johnson has already said that he was the one that went in and he made the discovery and got the girls out of there, saying, back out, everybody out, 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 call the police, before they saw what he saw. So H, presumably Hunter Johnson, said he walked straight up the stairs and into Xana's room. So the door was open. Door was partially open, he says. And when he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. Okay. At first, he thought the room was just messy. This makes sense, right? College kids, morning after. He thinks that that the room is messy and that they've had a big bender the night before. You know, that makes sense, actually. I get it. Then he didn't realize that the blood was dried. After standing there for a few moments, he said he began to understand what he was looking at. He said two others, B and D. I think we all know that's Bethany and Dylan, right? Two roommates were crying uncontrollably. He told them to get out of the house and call the police. I've been trying to put myself in their shoes. They don't know that these kids are stabbed to death. But Bethany and Dylan are crying uncontrollably because maybe they just think they're passed out and OD'd. That's the worst thing you could imagine had happened in the house the night before. Not that some Charles Manson-like killer had come through and slashed all your roommates to death. That does not enter the picture, right? That's not what you're thinking as a college kid. You're thinking, we had a big fun night out last night. Everybody was drunk when we got home. Oh my God, these two aren't waking up. And one of them's on the floor. Maybe they've OD'd, and they're now, Bethany and Dylan are freaking out that they might be OD'd, but maybe not even dead. Just, it's awful to think that they've OD'd. Okay, that's my thought again, just my thought. So let me take you to the prior concerns that the kids had about a stalker. There's somebody identified here as J, a friend of the kids named J, the letter J, and I'm wondering if it's Josie Lauterin, who's been interviewed in documentaries as being very knowledgeable about everything that happened with these kids. I'm not sure if it's Josie or not, so I will just refer to this person as J. J shared with the police that Kaylee once saw a dark figure watching her from the tree line while walking her dog Murphy outside of 1120.
Yep, I read this part in the documents as well. She's spot on here. There was indications. Right, I don't know why Ashley said she thought, like, OD is such a weird word to use there. Like, that's not what was said in the interview. I read the interview with Bethany. She said I just thought like Xana, I think it was Xana, or sometimes someone like if they drank too much, I think she said partied or drank. She didn't say OD'd. That's like, I don't know why Ashley Banfield said that. She didn't say that. All right. Bethany said that she thought that Xana, like at some points, had slept on the floor if like she partied the night before, but that is not ODing. So I don't know like why Ashley Banfield said, hello, Messy Jones. I don't know why no, and that was not in the police reports. I read the police reports, okay? No one said anything about ODing. That is not what Bethany said. I read it last night. Went through a bunch of the documents. Someone was helpful and posted screenshots on Twitter in a whole thread. I read the whole thing. Bethany did not say that. I'm telling you right now, Bethany said that she sometimes knew that Xana would sleep on the floor, like if she went out the night before and partied. It was, the word OD was not in there. I don't know where Ashley Banfield got this from. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. I read all the police reports. Nobody talked about that. So I'm not being overly critical here. I'm just telling you that's a really loaded word to use, like the two-word phrase OD in that context. That's not what Bethany said. I'm telling you, like, I'm going to bat here for the documents and for what Bethany said and for the state of the facts. Bethany said that Xana she knew that Xana sometimes slept on the floor if Xana had gone out and partied the night before. She didn't say that she thought Xana was like OD'd. Are you kidding me? That, like, why would Ashley say that? She didn't say that. That adds this layer to it, like she just expected her to be there on the floor dead from an OD. No, that's not what Bethany said. I'm just telling you all. I just want to be very, very direct. I read the document. That's part of why I'm doing this. I just wanted to listen to what Ashley said and why the call-in happened. I read the damn document. Bethany never said the word OD. Okay, and that term is so loaded. Like for Ashley, maybe Ashley will correct or read what Bethany said, but what Bethany actually said, because I've read the interview, and I'm pretty sure it was Bethany's interview, but again, I'm relying on my memory, but please double check. I know what the content of the interview was, though. It was that when the two roommates came the next day, the question was asked, like, wasn't it weird that, I think it was Xana on the first floor, was laying in the middle of the room on the floor? And the response was, well, first of all, these people were very traumatized, the roommates, I'm sure. But the response was no, because I thought that she like slept on the floor sometimes when she went out the night before and partied. So she didn't say because I thought she had OD'd and died on the floor. If the report said that, I would be saying, okay, like Ashley's being gentle here. What the report actually said was, but it did say that. It did not. I'm telling you, I'm doubling down on this. I'm tripling down on this. It never said anywhere anyone thought anybody OD'd. That is the opposite of what Bethany said. I'm pretty sure it was Bethany in her interview with the police. In fact, it's so opposite what she said. It takes it out of context and makes it seem sinister, but it's not, because all Bethany said was it wasn't abnormal for Xana to be sleeping on the floor. Like, it wasn't common. She didn't say, like, okay, Xana always slept on the floor because she always went out or whatever. She said when Xana sometimes went out the night before the party, she would come home and sleep on the floor. That was it. That was the extent of the statement. That was literally all it was. I just want to be clear.
To King Road. This happened 1 month before the murders. My God. Jay said that the roommates had previously made lighthearted jokes about Kaylee having a stalker, but deep down, they were actually nervous because they thought it might be real. Jay said there were no known social media issues. This is fascinating. We thought that the investigation would prove, oh my God, they were being stalked by this guy on social media. They had to block him. We thought that might happen. Nope. Apparently no known social media issues at all. Did he follow them? Did he watch them on social media? Maybe. We don't know. Because he scrubbed all his electronics. He wiped everything clean, so we don't know. And the investigators said they don't know either. Jay also added that the front door of 1122 King Road had locking issues. Oof. Sometimes it could be opened without the code. Jay was not sure if the sliding glass door in the back was regularly locked. Well, if they're anything like me as a college kid, we didn't lock our door. We just didn't. And in this town, it's Moscow, Idaho. People have always said that this was a town where there wasn't any crime. Just wasn't. Jay also told the police that she knew the code to the front door as a friend of the kids. She was able to get herself in and out of the front door. And some of the kids had said they don't know how many people knew the code to the front door because lots of the friends came in and out of the house, many of them through the front door, and some of them would come through the sliding glass door as well. Okay, now I want to get into some uncomfortable stuff, medical examiner stuff. So again, if you're squeamish, warning, fair warning. Medical examiner confirmed that the
weapon that they assumed was used, a K-bar knife, because they found the sheath. The medical examiner confirmed
that weapon matched the injuries that she saw. On June 28th, a team of detectives met with the Spokane County medical examiner. They call her Dr. S. My assumption is that Dr. S is Dr. Veena Singh, because Dr. Veena Singh in June of 2023 was the Spokane County medical examiner. She was hired in April of 2021. So I'm just going to guess that that's who Dr. S is. But the meeting with her was to try to compare the injuries from the victims with the K-bar knife, because they got the sheath. So they knew, they had a pretty good idea the sheath matched a K-bar knife and that the K-bar knife was likely used as the weapon. Dr. Singh, reviewed selected photographs from all 4 of the victims. The shape and size of the K-bar knife was consistent with the injuries. Some of the wounds had 2 points. That's consistent with a double-edged tip of the knife. I'm a little confused by that, but others had a point on one side and a square edge on the other, matching the K-bar knife's single-edged blade profile. Some of the injuries had consistency with the metal guard at the base of the K-bar. Okay, from my background in criminal justice and reporting, I know what that means. Sometimes when a killer plunges a knife into someone, they go all the way in to the end where the base hits the handle, and that leaves an injury. It's horrifying to think of it, but
I don't want to listen to
sounds
this.
like that's what happened. Some of the injuries had marks consistent with the metal guard at the base of the K-bar knife. Dr. Singh, emphasized that skin stretching, body movement, knife angle, and depth all affect how wounds present. Makes sense to me. The force used was described as significant, indicating power behind the attack. So strength, frenzy, anger, aggression, power. That's what he did. That's what he did to these kids. Now, let me give you Dylan Mortenson's account. They refer to her in the documents as DM.
Might have been Dylan.
We know the only DM in the house was Dylan Mortenson. So Dylan said she woke up about 4 a.m.
Might not have been Dylan.
She heard Kaylee's voice and Murphy the dog barking. She believed that Kaylee was dancing upstairs with the dog, and she recognized her voice clearly. DM said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, "There's someone here." So this is confusing to me because at first she hears Kaylee dancing upstairs, but she said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say there's someone here. Kaylee's voice sounded scared, Dylan says to investigators. Dylan said she thought that she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. This could have been the killer after he'd killed the girls upstairs, running back down the stairs, and maybe Dylan thinks she's hearing Kaylee running down the stairs. She opened her bedroom door after calling out to Kaylee, but closed it again out of fear. Again, well, you know, we're young girls and a little like skeeved out or freaked out, but you're certainly not thinking maniacal killer.
Well, not just freaked out, they knew that people were potentially stalking them. Like, you don't think she was worried? And by the way, I'm not sure if it was Dylan or Bethany who said that Xana, you know, sometimes would sleep on the floor after partying. But whoever it was, Dylan or Bethany, neither of them said anything about an OD. And neither of them.
In the house, you're just thinking like, I'm spooked, you know, ghost. You know, that's what you're thinking. And everybody'd been drinking. When she reopened the door, she heard someone crying in the bathroom. Okay. She thought it was Kaylee, but possibly Xana. All I can tell you about bathrooms is that there is a bathroom up the stairs, around the corner, and then kind of straight. So if she thinks she's hearing the crying in the bathroom on the 3rd floor, I don't think so, because why would Xana be up in that bathroom? Maybe instead she thinks she can hear crying out her door to the right, then take a left down the hallway, and there's a bathroom outside of Xana's bedroom door. It would make a little more sense. If she thought Kaylee ran down the stairs, she might have been crying in the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Or maybe it was Xana in the bathroom on the 2nd floor. But that's my thinking about where she might have heard the crying in the bathroom. But she thinks she hears, crying in the bathroom, and she thinks it might be Kaylee. Maybe Xana. But then she hears a male voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She said the tone wasn't nice. That's the first time we'd heard that, right? "It's okay, I'm going to help you." It's just odd to think, well, what does that mean when it doesn't sound nice? And she said it was a voice she'd never heard before. So she knows there's a stranger in the house, but she doesn't know if it's a friend of one of the roommates or maybe having a fight with one of the roommates. So then she sees the suspect, okay? She opens her door again and she sees, quote, "the guy standing right there." That's the quote. She described him as 5'10", slightly taller, athletic build, wearing all black, mask covering the mouth, lower face, exposing the nose and forehead. She could not recognize the man, but knew instantly something was wrong. Dylan, said that she was in and out of it mentally that night. It's estimated about 20 minutes between hearing Kaylee's voice and seeing that suspect. But she wasn't completely sure of the timeline. She locked her door to her bedroom, and eventually she went to bed thinking everybody had gone to sleep because everything went quiet. What Dylan did after seeing the suspect. This is next in the documents of the investigators. As soon as the suspect left the house, Dylan said she immediately called her roommate downstairs, Bethany Funk. It's B, but we know B is Bethany. Bethany told her that she had heard something that sounded like a firework going off. That's the first time we've ever heard this, a firework going off. And Dylan said that she was still groggy and thought that everybody had gone to sleep, but she locked her door and she didn't call 911 that night. She woke up at about 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., somewhere in the 11 to 12 hour the next late morning, and tried to call her roommates, but nobody answered the phones, right? When Hunter arrived at the house, Dylan said they all agreed to call law enforcement immediately. This is even before they found dead bodies. They're starting to put together, there was a creepy guy in the house last night, and I was skeeved out, so I locked my door and went to bed, but now nobody's answering their phones, and I'm too scared to go upstairs. I don't know what's going on. I'm scared. These are my thoughts. But they call the police, and that's when Hunter walked upstairs to take a look and saw what he saw and told the girls, get out, get out, get out. You don't, get out, get out. Now, here are the prior incidents concerning stalker and strange activity. Dylan and others recalled multiple creepy incidents involving Kaylee. About a month before the murders, Kaylee again saw the shadowy figure near the tree line while walking her dog Murphy. Dylan said she heard Murphy barking a lot about 4 o'clock in the morning on the night of the murders, right? We know that. But we heard that Dylan said she heard Murphy barking a lot both outside and inside. That's interesting. Dylan said Kaylee had talked about being followed before. There was also an incident 2 to 3 weeks prior to the murders where they found the sliding glass door in the kitchen open at the back of the house. Murphy was missing and they had to go look for him, the dog. Really interesting. So clearly they found Murphy, but the door was open. Murphy's gone. They got to go out looking for him. More on Murphy's behavior here. There were multiple witnesses who noticed something odd about Murphy's behavior. A witness named Kay said that Murphy ran behind the house into the bushes and would not return when called, which was not normal for Murphy. Kay said this happened more than once and that they would eventually just go inside and shut the door, obviously thinking there was something weird out there. E, might be Emily, Elant, I'm not sure. E also remembered this, one incident during a Halloween party where Murphy did the same thing. They heard footsteps or rustling in the woods behind the house and they decided to go inside. On another occasion, Murphy disappeared again and they later found the rear sliding door open. Emily I'm guessing Emily, it says E, but I'm just going to guess Emily, said that multiple friends came and went freely at 1122 King Road, and that it wasn't uncommon for outsiders to walk in when no one was home. Meaning, friends coming over, walking in, checking it out. Hey guys, you home? You home? Ah, they're not here. Let's go. That's not unusual for this house, apparently, and not unusual for an off-campus house either. Now let me take you to the activity the night of the murders from the bar, because Kaylee and Maddie had come from the corner club and they had bar tabs. So there's bar tab information. At 12:22 a.m., Kaylee paid her bar tab using a credit card, and on the tab was 9 well vodkas and 2 add juice, meaning mix. And at 1:31 a.m., a male referred to as S paid his own bar tab. He'd been seen earlier on the Grub Truck video with Kaylee and Madison. That interaction appeared friendly and consensual. His tab included 5 canned or bottled drinks and 2 kamikazes. That's all it says about that. A neighbor reports the dog barking around the time of the murders. A male neighbor told investigators that he woke up multiple times Saturday night and into Sunday morning. That's the times of the murders. At 4:17 a.m., the murders still would have been happening at this point. He checked the clock and said about 5 minutes later he heard a dog barking outside. Wow. The sound came from the direction of 1122 King Road. We don't think that Murphy is outside at 4:20 in the morning. What we do know is that maybe Kaylee's room had a window open, and the dog, they know they found the dog in Kaylee's room with the door closed. So the killer, Koberger, probably put the dog in there, shut the door, and the dog was barking, and maybe the window was open, and maybe that's what the neighbors heard. I'd be surprised if the window was open, because it's November in Idaho. It's cold. I don't know. But they heard a dog barking, what they thought sounded.
Yeah, I don't know the Maddie enough. I've cited this case a little bit, but no, it's not abnormal to sleep with the window open if you like it cold. I can't analyze it half as well as Ashley is doing, although I didn't like some of the stuff earlier. But yeah, she could have just liked to sleep with it cold.
Outside. He drifted in and out of sleep, but he still heard the dog barking at 5 a.m. He emphasized that he had never heard Murphy barking in the middle of the night before, even though he had lived there since January. So now Koberger's arrest. This is creepy stuff. Remember when he was arrested in Pennsylvania at his parents' house? The interrogations began then, right? The interviews began then. During his post-arrest interview in Pennsylvania, Koberger initially engaged in small talk with the Idaho investigators. But as soon as they started asking about the murders in Idaho, right? Homicides that they're investigating in Idaho, he shuts down. Won't talk to them anymore. Koberger said that he respected law enforcement. Apparently he told the cops who were interviewing them that he respected law enforcement. Of course you do, you lose a soapbox here. But look at him trying to be big man. I respect law enforcement. Pff, go to hell. He said, quote, Koberger told the cops, quote, "It is a constitutional right to speak to an attorney." Smartass thinks he's smart. All you have to do is say, I invoke my fifth, or I want a lawyer. That's all you need to say. You don't have to say the flowery language that he was using. You just need to say, I want my lawyer. And after that, anytime they ask you questions, they can't use it against you. If you've already invoked your right to have a lawyer by asking for your lawyer, the investigation stops. But if you keep talking, if you keep telling them stuff voluntarily after you've been told you have the right to your attorney, that's on you. So then he did open up, apparently. He did keep talking to them about nature and religion. God hates you. I'm sorry. If you're religious out there and you're angry that I said that, I just feel like any God out there would hate someone like this who could do this to 4 kids.
I think we heard a lot.
He talked about a road trip that he took with his dad.
Ashley's not wrong there. We heard a lot of that at the sentencing for Lori Vallow Daybell, who would invoke God constantly in that cult she was in. No, I agree with Ashley here. There are some people, if you invoke God's name to do terrible things, you're not doing that. And maybe I can't even, listen, it's so hard for me to say that repentance is impossible. Like I've said in the past, and I think I was too quick to say that repentance is impossible for some people, but it really is hard for me, even myself. Like, I want to look for absolution in everyone. I don't need to talk about the examples, but like, I don't care. I'll look for a reason to absolve you of some of your sins. I don't, like, not me personally, but I'll just look past it. I will. But I don't like Ashley's right. I don't understand, like, no matter how much you change your life, like, there's just some things, especially if you invoke God while doing it, like, I don't feel like you can come back from that. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not mature enough to say, like, whether that kind of repentance is possible. Some of the families yesterday at the Lori Vallow Daybell sentencing did say as much, but I don't know, maybe I'm not mature enough. Maybe I need to see more. Maybe that's not the answer. Maybe the answer isn't that repentance is possible for everyone. I don't know yet, but it's really hard for me to say that, like, repentance is possible for someone like who did this to Xana, Madison, Kaylee, and Ethan. I don't, just like with Lori Vallow Daybell, she did that to, like, I don't even want to talk about the details of that case. It's horrifying. Like, I don't understand where repentance fits into all of that. Or absolution. I'm sorry, I don't. So,
admiring the scenery. He said he was raised a Christian, not a good one, but that he'd always been a skeptic, except when confronted with the beauty of the natural world. Clearly, he can compartmentalize life because the natural world doesn't accept him. He's not part of it. He described the outdoors as a reflection of a higher power and spiritual beauty. I wonder what higher power he thought was looking over him when he was plunging a knife well over 100 times into 4 innocent kids who were sleeping. I wonder what higher power he was, thinking about, or what higher power he had in his life at that point. There were text messages that went back and forth between some Washington State University professors. This is interesting stuff because they had their concerns about Brian Kohberger.
It was more than just the professors. The female students were complaining to the professors. Oh, I see. Interesting. JI5, thank you for that. Oh, I know iced coffee. And maybe I'm just not there yet in my spiritual development. I can't foreclose it. I cannot put myself in that position. So, you know what I'm saying? And I heard some of the families at the sentencing yesterday say it, and maybe I'm just not mature enough yet. But yes, I am going to continue with this. Tater Bug, you have a great time on your way to work. You are a Tater Bug. Happy birthday to you. Even as we listen to this interview, you are a champion in our hearts of Towel Trivia, of being a Tater Bug, and of Tater Bug's birthday. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we just take a moment from this interview, let us all look at the cake for Tater Bug one more time. It's a Tater Bug cake. We love Tater Bug. Happy birthday, Tater Bug. And I'm not saying this in a sad way because of you, Tater Bug. I'm saying even amongst the content we're listening to, let us find solace in our friendships and the camaraderie here, and let us wish Tater Bug a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Tater Bug. God bless you, my dear commie fighting friend. You are a wonderful Tater Bug and a ladybug.
Had him marked as a problem. And here's what one professor wrote to another professor, quote, "We need to do an intervention with Kohberger. She's going to try to gather some information, but apparently he has offended several of our female students," end quote. I will say this about the investigators looking into the grub truck. Early on, of course, the grub truck was a big part of the investigation because there were people who were around Kaylee and Madison just hours before they ended up dead. And so they looked into the grub truck pretty carefully. A friend with the initial P told investigators that she saw Kaylee and Madison at the grub truck just hours before the murders. She said both girls were happy and laughing and in good spirits. P heard after the fact that someone at the corner club had been acting creepy towards Maddie. That individual allegedly was kicked out of the bar. P did not know of any other men that Kaylee was with that night, but recalled that Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend who went to University of Idaho, but that they were on good terms. P also confirmed Maddie had a boyfriend who had graduated from the University of Idaho, but did not know his name. She was not aware of anybody other than Ethan and Xana who were hanging out that night. The security concerns at 1122 King Road. A source told police that Kaylee would often call him if she felt unsafe, especially when walking home alone. He said there were people coming in and out of the house all the time. He added, there's no initial here, but I'm almost wondering if it's Jack DeCur, her ex-boyfriend, who she was very friendly with, and she called a lot. I don't know if it is or not, but so this person added that more people knew the code to that front door than they should have. Interesting. He wasn't sure if the rear sliding glass door was regularly locked. Going to go into some autopsy results. This is very graphic. It's medical and it's graphic. For Ethan Chapin,
No.
the fatal stab
No,
wound was
I'm
the
sorry.
stab
I'm
under his
sorry.
left clavicle.
I'm sorry. I can't. I can't do anymore. I'm already so upset about this. We're going to listen to Mr. Consalves, okay? That is what I will listen to, but I can't listen to more description of children being butchered by a knife. It hurts. It hurts. I know the unrecognizable part comes up in Mr. Consalves' interview. I will listen to him talk about that, but I just can't. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. It's so painful to listen to. Even her analysis of the injuries, I'm sorry. I just want to hear Mr. Consalves call in, okay? So, hold on. No, it's just so sad to listen to this. I mean, I know she can do it, and I get she's hard. Ashley is hardened. Ashley Banfield is hardened to this. I'm not, okay? I'm not. It makes me upset. I can't just read it. All right, so Steve Consalves is about to call in. I'm skipping forward to that. I can't listen to... Okay, hold on. We're going to listen to this. I can't. I'm sorry. It's brutal. It makes me very upset, very sad. I can't listen to it. I don't mean to dishonor what happened to those victims, Xana, Ethan, and Madison. I know we listened to some of the injuries earlier. I just can't. It's horrifying. I will listen to Mr. Consalves talk about it because it's important when he talks about it. But I can't listen to Ashley Banfield read the medical examiner reports. That's horrifying. I can't do it. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to grab it. Hi, Steve.
Hey, what's up, Ashley?
I'm good. I'm actually just recording a podcast right now. How are you doing?
Hey, if I need to let you go, I'm at the corner bar, and Chrissy's finally reading some of the stuff that I heard about, and she's just upset, and I'm just, when I see her upset, I get all motivated. I'm just so pissed that I mean, all that stuff. Well, for one, we said give it to us first, and they did, and you guys got it before we did, just like U of I got the murders before we did. I mean,
Which stuff? Wait, which stuff? Because we got all the material after your 3-hour meeting, I think.
Yeah, but the 3-hour meeting was just a question and answer. We just sat there and talked to them. There was no documents handed over to us.
Okay.
And we don't know. How do you ask for something you don't know exists?
No, you're right. No, I thought you were given all this material, that they went over it all with you. I didn't realize this was you just asking questions and getting some answers, but not getting all the details.
No, we just want a question that was really related. Like, we want to see in our final statements, which they confirmed a bunch of stuff that we had wasn't accurate. So we removed a bunch of our stuff out because I heard Kaylee was stabbed 50 times, but that was actually Xana. So I took that all out, and then I heard some other things like something about I don't know what it was, but basically it made us all rewrite our statements to take out any things that weren't 100% confirmed.
Yeah.
Some of the searches on his phone weren't confirmed, but then they were like, again, they said anything that was Pennsylvania research is different than our research, and they were researching.
Oh my God. Are you telling me? Listen, I take Mr. Consalves at his word. President Trump intervened in this situation to get Mr. Consalves these answers you don't understand. I'm sure some of you do. Are you telling me that the reason the Idaho prosecutors were not willing to talk about Brian Kohlberger's social media activity is because they didn't find it themselves? I entirely understand iced coffee. It is overwhelming, but I promise you, and don't feel forced, but Mr. Consalves' words are, you can hear in his voice, he's not giving up. He knows he's going to get his answers. He'll go to the top of the food chain to get his answers, and God bless the man for doing so. Peace be with you as well, iced coffee. But are you telling me that the reason that the Idaho prosecutors did not confirm Kohlberger's social media activity, which could be very, very damning, and it is, I'm pretty sure we're about to hear, is because they didn't find it? That can't be right. You know, and listen, I take Mr. Consalves at his word. He's never said anything. I've listened to 3 of his interviews now. I listened to his press conference, his victim's impact statement. He has never said anything unless someone gave him wrong information about the facts, or which he clearly just said he didn't. Like, he had to evolve his description because he was not being told everything about his own daughter. Okay? I'm not getting frustrated, obviously, at Mr. Consalves. I'm getting frustrated at what I'm hearing about the investigation. Okay? And what do I do other than channel my sadness and anger into questions? And I hear it in his voice. And what do you mean they couldn't use... I need to hear more. I shouldn't pass judgment without hearing more.
Murders related to his activity in Pennsylvania, we weren't...
Whoa. Say that again?
Searches on his phone weren't confirmed, but then they were, like, again, they said anything that was Pennsylvania research is different than our research. And they were researching murders related to his activity in Pennsylvania. We weren't privy to that investigation, and we're not privy to the investigation that the FBI were doing. We are who we are, and we didn't see some of these things. So we're not saying they didn't exist. We're just saying we can't confirm them.
Got it.
When we were saying certain searches on porn and all this stuff, like I heard an investigator called me and said, yeah, not only did he have searches related to drunk girls, he also had related to gagging.
Yeah.
And some of the damage to Kaylee could have basically seemed like he was trying to quiet her. He was trying to silence her, which if he's searching for choke porn, then in that murder scene, he had drunk girls and choke porn. He literally, so for a prosecutor to say that there's no sexual motivation at all, we know there's no assault, okay? We know this person was interrupted, literally interrupted, so who knows what his intentions were, but for you to go and say that it wasn't motivated, really, it insulted so many people that my phone started ringing, saying, I can't stand here. I can't stand here and let this prosecutor... Basically, he's protecting the university at the cost of everyone, of all you guys, all you victims. He's just basically going to protect that university. You know, Payne works for the university now, right?
Real quickly, the notes that we got with all these details, are these just Moscow police notes? But
pause. Who's Payne? Is this an investigator or a prosecutor? I know we have experts in this chat. Who is Payne? And why did Mr. Consalves just kind of drop that? She moved on very quickly. Who is Payne? Let's listen again.
Real quickly, the notes that we...
Hold on.
Of all you guys, all you victims. He's just basically going to protect that university. You know, Payne works for the university now, right?
Real quickly, the notes that we got with all these details, are these just Moscow police notes but no FBI notes?
Yeah, there's nothing about the FBI that they're privy to. The FBI had a separate investigation that they did not share with them. And the Pennsylvania, they did work with the Pennsylvania, they said more than the FBI.
Yeah.
But they were clear to say that their investigation could have found a lot of things that we are not privy to.
Yeah.
No, yeah, hold on. Let me pause. Bossy Texas chick, I just want to emphasize, as you know, I have not covered this case extensively. And as I said a couple weeks ago, my interest in this is not, and I do not want people who want to listen to this because of the graphic details. No. My primary motivator, and I know there's a record of this because I said it on stream, is what the families have been saying. All right, I would listen very closely. This wouldn't even be something we'd be watching if maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago, before the gag order lifted, I didn't hear the first interview with Mr. Consalves, then the second one, and then the third. I want to be clear, I am not comfortable with people who cover the graphic details of this. I'm not insulting Ashley. Banfield, I want to be clear. I'm just not comfortable with it. I don't want to. As you saw, we skipped over it earlier, Bossy Texas Chick. I just want to make sure, and I don't know how many more press availabilities, like press availabilities, in the sense that Mr. Consalves is doing an interview here. I don't know how many more there are going to be. So it's just very important to me that Mr. Consalves' voice is heard. And just so folks have a time estimate here, this interview runs for about, hold on one second, it runs for 11 more minutes. Okay, so I do feel his perspective is important. It's something I would like to listen to. And as I mentioned earlier, if Mr. Consalves brings up details, even though it's very hard for me to listen to, my overriding interest in allowing his perspective to be heard I'm just gonna get power through it. And I understand that's why I gave the 11-minute mark. So there's 11 minutes left of this interview. That's why I'm doing that. These details are overwhelming. I do not hold it against you. If it's something, even through Mr. Consalves, that impacts you, I don't. It impacts me a lot. I'm physically reacting to some of these details. They make me very upset. But Mr. Consalves being able to speak is something I care about. I don't know the man. Never met him. But I've heard his interviews, okay? And there's nothing in his voice that tells me that he doesn't want this to be heard. It's the opposite. He's speaking in a calculated way and dropping kernels of information because I feel like he's trying to get us to listen. I'm going to listen to the man.
So, and those images in the Dateline look like somebody taking a picture of his phone directly.
Well, I can't wait for those to get unsealed. I did want to ask you a quick question, though, because I'm still mystified.
One more point. Well, I want to hear that again. Sorry.
So she could have found a lot of things that we are not privy to.
Yeah.
So, and those images in the Dateline look like somebody taking a picture of his phone directly.
Well, I can't wait for those to get unsealed. I did want to ask you a quick question, though, because I'm still mystified. Yesterday in the press conference, the police said there's only one murder weapon, and it's the K-bar knife, but then there are blunt force injuries. And I know that you mentioned there's a second weapon. What did they say to you? Because in the press conference, they said, ask the families. What did they say to you about a second weapon?
I don't think that weapon murdered her. And that's the kind of games that these people are playing. It's protect the university, protect this stuff. He punched her face. He knocked her teeth out. That didn't kill her. So they're playing those kind of games with you guys.
Did he knock her teeth out?
Yeah, her teeth were busted out.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so maybe that didn't murder her. So technically, it wasn't a murder weapon.
Right.
But come on. I mean, why are you protecting a monster?
And
why
so
is Idaho protecting the monster?
The blunt injuries that they described in the autopsy, that we think that is him with his hands, literally.
No. I think there's another weapon.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's rounded with stripes in it, is how it was described to us.
Rounded with...
Rounded with stripes? One more time. Rounded with stripes?
They described in the autopsy that we think that is him.
Isn't that, can a stun gun, like you don't, like a stun gun isn't always something you fire, but you push, it can be like a stun gun you push, right? Oh, that's heartbreaking.
With his hands, literally.
No, I think there's another weapon.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's rounded with stripes in it, is how it was described to us.
Rounded with stripes?
Yeah, it was a rounded object that had stripes, so it bruised her with stripes around her mouth. So she started making noises, screaming. She woke up. They said she woke up. The blood pooled in a certain way to show that she was sitting up. And he kept punching her in her face and stabbing her in the top of her head.
Jesus Christ, what an animal.
Yeah, this is who they protect. And it's not the officers. It's not the investigators. It's Thompson. Thompson cares more about the university than he cares about the victims.
Bill Thompson, the prosecutor.
Yeah, Bill Thompson cares way more about the... And now this has gotten so bad in America that people have contacted us and said, there's laws in other states that says that if you are a campus police, you cannot investigate murders or rapes because we've seen historically that you're so compromised by this relationship with the university that you will not tell the truth. It's happened because there was some rape case where there was, I don't want to make little of it, but there were so many different rape allegations that they said, why didn't you guys do anything? And they're like, well, my employer didn't really want me to. And they're like, your employer, like, I'm a campus cop. We don't want crime to be in the news, you know? So there's literally laws that I can show you what they shared with me that says if you're a campus cop, you have to go get a state police to verify and do the investigation, because clearly we have a problem when the university is employing you on campus. That creates a relationship where you're so, well, just like this town. This town goes from like 8,000 to 10,000 people when they're not enrolled, all the way up to like, 60,000 people. They live this life cycle of when the university's running and everything's good, we're killing it. All the restaurants are full, all the things are coming up. But when everyone goes home for summer, that's a reminder that this is what this town would be without the university. So nobody wants to sit there and like fight that this conflict of interest is there. So I think the conflict of interest was, hey, we just need this case to go away.
Are you,
very bad.
let me ask you, are you going to file a wrongful death suit against anyone?
And last thing I want to be is back in court, to be honest.
I hear you.
My family doesn't want to be back in court. That's not my motivation. I doubt it. The only way I would go that way is if somebody reached out, was just like, I'll do all the heavy lifting, Steve. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to need you at the very end. And that's it. Because I'm just exhausted with it. I'd like to kick the University of Idaho in the ass a little bit. Tell them, just like I told Brian, that this is the wrong family. We're not going to take this shit. And you stepping on children isn't gonna. Don't do it in my kid's name. Don't be yelling Kaylee's name out there. If it was my way, I'd never have that piece of shit prosecutor ever say Kaylee's name again. And nothing makes me madder than him saying Kaylee's name.
Well, I hear you. I completely understand, and my heart absolutely breaks for you and for Christy and the kids in everything you've gone through. I hope you're going to get home soon. Are you headed home?
Yeah. We just stopped by here because we'd never been in this building ever. And there was we just wanted to be here to just see where Kaylee and Maddie were at that very last part of it. And we've seen it.
This is the Corner Club bar?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just more motivated again, I want to be done. I definitely want to be done. But gosh, to hear this shit at the very end and then give it to the needy and not the families, it's just insulting. And I mean, I have legislators that I'm working with and they'll change laws. But that's so hollow to the fact that why do we have prosecutors that are just this rude, this disgusting? They want the whole freaking accountability, but they played us against each other. They didn't let each parent know what the other one. Karen literally told me, if I knew that she was unrecognizable, I wouldn't have agreed to it. And I said, well, why do you think they didn't want you to know? We all got played.
I'm so sorry, Steve. I'm so sorry. And I'm mostly just in shock that you did not receive all of these investigative documents before everybody else did. I'm so sorry.
You can tell people, dude, I want pressure on them, and eventually I want another family not to have to deal with this. And yeah, they're going to learn. You want to... Don't use my daughter's name anymore. Stop saying her name. If you're going to freaking treat me like you hate the media, but you treat the media the same as the victims. It's like, why do you hate the media? Because the media holds you accountable. You guys are you're pathetic. You're so pathetic.
Oh, gosh. Well, listen, can you please give Christy a big hug for me? And,
I will.
It doesn't do anything, but at least it's the very least I can do from so far away. And I'm sending you one virtually as well. I'm praying for some peace. I don't know if you feel any better that the monster got sent to the penitentiary last night. They didn't waste a minute. They processed him in and got him in there last night. Okay. Wow. That was unexpected.
All right. So now listen to that end there. Now, I have taken some shit from people I like for listening to Mr. Consalves. Not in the chat today. Oh, bossy Texas chick, I'm not talking about you. People have been mad at Little Towel just for listening to what Mr. Consalves had to say. Okay? Oh, no. You all heard it. You all heard every word of that. Every single word what Mr. Consalves had to say. Now you listen to what Mr. Consalves has to say and tell me that I should stop listening to him. Nope, not happening. Nope, never happening. Nope, I don't care. I'm not talking about you, bossy Texas chick. This is clearly I'm not talking about bossy Texas chick at all. I just want to be very clear. No. I heard what Mr. Consalves had to say there. I heard in his voice a quest for answers. I heard in his voice an explanation for why all of this has happened. It's not necessarily what Koberger was doing with who. It's who didn't do the right thing and maybe was a little like, let this happen. Not let it happen, but didn't intervene soon enough. You don't understand how many, so it had nothing to do with what was going on in the house. It was that people in positions of power knew this man was a little dangerous, and I don't know why, didn't do anything. You understand what I'm saying? Are we all on the same page? I agree with you. Listen, Nancy and JI5, I am on the same page with both of you. Two different comments, I'm on the same page. Do you know how upset I am? But also how proud I am of Mr. Consalves for standing up to this level of institutional power. I'm inspired. All right? That was hard to listen to. I literally had to get up at one point. I could not. It was so hard. I had to listen on my phone because I was going to start crying. But then it makes clear to you, and I'm sure Mr. Consalves is hardened to this, which is sad, because to say it, to be composed enough to say it without crying, you have to be hardened to it. But at the end, you hear why he wants to do this. You hear the drip of information. The cop going to work for the university. The university knowing that this guy, BK, was a risk. You hear it. You hear it, folks. How can anyone listen to that interview? I'm not talking about Ashley Banfield here. How can anyone listen to what Mr. Consalves had to say there? And not say, let that man say whatever he needs to say, give that man whatever answers he wants, and be forthright with him. How can you not say that? I mean, how can anyone say to him, to that man, to Mr. Consalves, or his family, or any family involved, Xana's family, Kaylee's family, Maddie's family, or Ethan's family? Maybe not all of them have the same questions. Maybe they were told different things. But how can anyone say they don't have a right to do what Mr. Consalves just did there? I don't understand. Not just a right. They should be put on every national network. They should be allowed no editing. Ashley didn't edit. She let him say what, but she clearly got a little uncomfortable when he started talking about the cop going to the university. All right. Put them on every national network. Let them say exactly what they want to say. Light is the best disinfectant. The monster is in jail. Okay. Now let's find out who did what in the lead up and who knew about what he was doing and how dangerous he was. And let's go from there. Let these families get their answers. They deserve it. I'll take that lightning rod. You blame me, hate Little Towel all you want for saying that this man, Mr. Consalves, is in the right. I don't care. Not you, any of you in chat. But say it all you want. I don't care. I do not care. Whatever the answers may be, let these families get their answers. Now, have you ever seen a victim's family talk like that? No. Why is Kaylee's father talking like that? I don't know. But I can hear the drip of information. He said it, Mr. Consalves said it directly. This is an institutional cover-up. It just doesn't have to necessarily do with the kids. It has to do with BK and the University of Idaho. You know who else went to the University of Idaho? Juror 11's father-in-law, the convicted spy. What do you got going on over there, University of Idaho, and what was this BK character to you? They deserve answers. I don't deserve answers. I'm a Little Towel. You just yell at me all you want. Just don't yell at the family. You yell at me all you want for platforming those questions. And those statements and those pieces of information. Yell at me all you want. I don't care. Not any of you in chat, but yell at me all you want. Call me autistic as an insult. Call me stupid. Say the worst things you can to me. I don't care. They deserve to ask their questions. And they will continue, at least on this platform. I'm not talking to any of you in chat, dear God. Especially not Bossy Texas Chickabella, who I love and are just being very protective, rightfully so, of how some other channels are approaching this. Very protective of, very sort of versed and protective in terms of how this is being covered. But that, folks, that is what needs to be on every network. Not me, Mr. Consalves. Every network. Every channel, once a week, multiple times a week, until they get their answers. Dateline, 2020. I don't watch a lot. Good Morning America. TMZ. I don't care. Send them on a circuit. Not because it's exploitative. I want to be clear. Mr. Consalves has said it himself. You can exploit the media as much as they exploit you. Not because it's exploitative. The media loves to be exploitative of tragedy. We know they're going to cover things that are tragic. No. For the opposite reason. To get answers. Okay, media, you want to platform tragedy? It's disturbing. It's disgusting. No one is happy that you're doing it. But get the families their answers. Put them on every single national network. Thank you, Colleen Henry. God bless you, my friend. You and Buck are amazing. See that towel memory? Hello, Buck. Now listen. I have said my piece. We're going to play towel trivia. JI5, no, I have not. Oh, yes, I have. He is talking about a leak from Koberger's phone that ties into the confirmation that he was looking up some weird stuff. And was doing, it might have been the Instagram profile, whatever. I've seen the screenshots. He was doing some weird stuff, Koberger. And Idaho didn't want to talk about it because I'm pretty sure we now know. Mr. Consalves is clearly so much closer to this than any of us. And he's basically being like, listen, and I now know what's between the lines here. I can kind of see it. It's not what the kids were doing in the house. It was that Koberger was a liability. Oh, there's good. Listen, talk about lawsuits. They might be doing a decoy with saying they don't want to do lawsuits. You got the university. Do you understand if the university knew this man was a threat? I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Do you understand the liability? The liability. Oh, my God. The liability is through the roof. Through the roof. If they knew he was a threat like that. They have to monitor this stuff. They absolutely, you cannot, listen. I know there's a lot of privacy acts, but you are mandated reporters. I don't know if Idaho has a mandated reporter law, but like the concept, by the way, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a towel, get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you want to prove unconditional love exists in a world defined by self-interest and greed. Now listen. It may be, yes, maybe so, truth over bias, but I don't even know what this would be. I don't even, if you have, it's different than wrongful death. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. If you have a statute, I don't know what the Idaho law is either. If you have a statutory obligation to report and you don't report, that's not wrong. I mean, it's more than wrongful death, but it's its own private right of action under the statute. I know. That's what I'm saying, Noel. I see, combined with the drips of information in the public documents, and what Mr. Consalves knows, which because of President Trump is probably like from the FBI forcing the prosecutors to disclose stuff. I'm telling you, like, it's not, yeah, and I don't think this has anything to do with the kids in the house, by the way, in terms of the cover-up. No. This is totally based on the totality of what I'm hearing now. Because this man was on the radar, BK, and for whatever reason, we don't know the reason. I don't know. You could hear it in that interview. No one knows the reason. Nothing was done about this man. I'm talking about in the lead up to all this. Nothing. And this man might have committed, like, there was a shovel he had with dirt on it from the Moscow area when his car was searched, I'm pretty sure. And you clearly heard Mr. Consalves say they think he might have been involved in some murders in Pennsylvania. We might have a serial killer here. You know what I'm saying? So they might be, the families might be doing some misdirection because we might have a serial killer here. And it's not just we have a serial killer. If all of this is adding up, and what Mr. Consalves just said about the Pennsylvania investigation potentially involving murders, okay, unrelated to Kaylee and Madison and Ethan and Xana being murdered. You had a serial killer. Do you understand what this would mean? You had a serial killer attending the University of Idaho, killing people, potentially stalking more victims, and then learning how to do it in class. That's all right. That's what's going on. The victims were chosen for whatever reason. It's irrelevant. In the sense that I do think it was sexual. Like he was like an Elliot Rodgers type. But I think they were random in the sense that he could have picked any group of women and maybe one man to take out. Like this man was an incel. He picked them for a reason, obviously. Whether they rejected him, whether he was stalking them, I don't know how he picked his targets. The families deserve to know that too. But let me tell you right now, from what I just heard, now I'm not in the position that Mr. Consalves is in, but I just heard over and over and over again, that this man was on the radar, he was a danger, BK, and he might have been involved in other murders, and he was potentially stalking these girls, and for months. And there were complaints about him at the university. This has got to lead to fundamental reform. My mom is the perfect person to talk about this. This has to lead to fundamental reform of the campus system. We need a way for people on campus to make sure men like this, or women, or I don't care what they are, men, women, or otherwise, are not just reported and then moved around. That's literally what the church did, but instead held accountable. Listen, we cannot keep running up to this Educational Records Act situation in a way that's what this is going to come down to. That they I don't know why they handled them this way, whether it was because they were like scared of him. Okay, that's human nature. If the officials at the school were afraid of him, I don't know if it's because they couldn't like prove it or they just wanted it to go away. It doesn't matter. Okay, the answers are important, but the motive, I mean, it could matter if they like wanted to cover stuff up, but we don't have any evidence that the University of Idaho knew he was killing people and was intentionally covering it up. It seems more like just like, let's make this go away. Very common institutional tactic. Guess who would have the most to lose then if it came out that he was a liability and they failed, their failure to act resulted indirectly in these 4 children dying. All right, now we're on to something. And why is Towel Mom very good to talk to about this? Because Towel Mom is an expert on campus sexual harassment and sexual assault disciplinary proceedings because she's the foremost Title IX expert in the entire country, arguably. She literally was involved in the subregulatory interpretation of the letter from the Obama DOJ in 2012 that reformed the campus disciplinary process. She is the subject matter expert on this. I promise you that that's what is going on here. I heard him. I heard Mr. Consalves say it. I heard it in his voice. You could hear it in his voice as well. JI5, and I'm thinking he may have studied more than just how to do this. He may have been doing this while in school. That's what you could hear it. I'm not, listen, this isn't me speculating. Mr. Consalves was giving us details. All right, we heard what we needed to hear. We heard how the families were manipulated. Some not told things. Some who wouldn't have went along with the plea agreement if they were told certain correct details. Come on. I know, Colleen, I got to talk to Towel Mom. She's wonderful. Towel loves Towel Mom. Her work is just incredible. Towel's a little protective of Towel Mom to a fault. Mess with Towel Mom, we got a problem. Juridically. Don't. Towel Mom and I don't always agree. We are two very, stubborn people. But you mess with Towel Mom, we got a problem. Towel's very protective. Towel Nana and Towel Mom. Even if Towel doesn't always agree with Towel Mom. Because Towel Mom goes out there and says ridiculous things sometimes. It's okay. She's Towel Mom. She can say whatever she wants. But you mess with Towel Mom, we have a serious problem. I don't care. It's a very interesting dynamic to this. And I don't... Listen, the reason why I wanted to listen to that is that it confirmed exactly what I was thinking but didn't know. I didn't know why. Why would the prosecutors care at all about this man? They have no reason to. She does, Colleen Henry. Towel Nana is a spruce chicken. I'm gonna tell Towel Nana tomorrow someone called her a spruce chicken. You didn't actually, Colleen. I'm gonna say she looks so young, and then I said you're a spruce chicken, and she's gonna laugh. I promise you, she loves those kind of jokes. Yes, Noel. So this, Noel, this is what Towel Mom will want to talk about. Let me tell you right now. This is what Towel Mom will want to talk about. Oh, yeah. Towel Mom will be, if they abuse that process, and girls, women in particular, women and girls were going to the administration of Idaho State, or University of Idaho, sorry. And they were saying to the officials there in his department, we're concerned, and all they did was try to move him around. Oh, yeah. You want Towel Mom. I'm telling you, you want Towel Mom. People will try to subvert this at every turn, but they better hope Towel Mom doesn't get involved. This is what Towel Mom does. Towel Mom is a force to be reckoned with. You don't understand. Never mess with Towel Mom. She's a woman on a mission. All right? I know, Noel. No, so she already said she would come on and talk about her lawsuit related to the Equal Rights Amendment. We can talk about that. Towel loves constitutional procedure. That's her main thing. She wants to talk about her lawsuit related to the ERA. We will talk about that. You know what else we can talk about? This. But the thing is, I'm telling you, it won't just be this interview. If I tell Towel Mom, you don't understand. If I tell her to listen to this interview, she doesn't need me to explain to her what Mr. Consalves just said. If she listens to that, she's going to know what happened. She's the expert. I'm telling you, Google Towel Mom, Wendy Murphy, Title IX. She is the expert. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what happened here. I can't confirm it. Mr. Consalves is the one who knows all these details. Oh, yeah. You got a good old, sad, but you got a good old move 'em around situation. I've seen this in a lot of institutions, the church, other institutions who shall remain nameless. It's horrifying, but that's what I did. It all makes sense. He just said it. Mr. Consalves said it. Towel Mom. Yep. Oh, yeah, Colleen Henry. You got it. Oh, JI5, trust me, Mr. Consalves can do a lot more than a FOIA request. He has a connect. Clearly, President Trump's involved in this. President Trump doesn't need a FOIA. He just directs the FBI to tell them stuff. That's how it works. Vicky, but listen, Vicky. I agree. Koberger is screwed But it's not that I was totally misreading it. There was just a lot of evidence that led to questions. What it really is, thank God Mr. Consalves said it. I'm very grateful to him. He came right out and said it. It was that this man was on the radar and he was potentially murdering people while he was attending the University of Idaho. He had complaints against him, and nothing was done until he openly murdered 4 people and only got caught because he left a knife sheath behind. That's horrifying. That's horrifying. Now, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but that's institutional liability of the highest order. That's so much institutional liability that, what are you going to do? The DOJ is going to come for you. They're all going to come for you. How are you going to hide from this? If you're the university. How? You can't. I know Towel Mom's a genius. Towel Mom is a towel genius. And the reason why this is also relevant to her, I didn't realize this until 10 minutes ago. The second I should have known it from those emails. The second you start talking about the internal campus disciplinary proceeding for women who are victims of sexual harassment or sexual violence, you will find that it's like cover-up central. I'm telling you, that's why Towel Mom writes about this all the time. A lot of people think about Title IX as access to sports for girls. It's not. That's one small part of Title IX. Title IX is actually equal access to educational opportunities, and guess what that means? You have to have on-campus sexual harassment and sexual violence officers assigned under Title IX to accept reports for sex-based discrimination, which includes sexual harassment, whether you're a man or a woman, or sexual violence, whether you're a man or a woman. That is a Title IX issue. You don't. I'm telling you, maybe it's not possible that I'm the only one who figured this out. I think Mr. Consalves probably sees it. I happen to have subject matter expertise because I know a lot about Title IX because I've been listening to my mom for the past 17 years talk about the implications of campus disciplinary proceedings. Okay. I know this stuff so well. I know the opposition groups to her and that don't like her reform, like FIRE, Foundation for Individual Rights in Education. I know this really well. And I'm telling you, it's cover-up central. Okay, that's what the campus disciplinary procedure unfortunately has become, especially when you're talking about, and here's why it's kind of a political issue for President Trump, and I understand why now. Oh my God, I understand why this is so nuanced. So President Trump, when he came into office, I want to say it was in 2017, rightfully so, he thought that the Obama DOJ, and I'm not putting thoughts in the president's head, I'm just telling you based on the enumerated history of these executive actions, how he went about this. I think the president thought that the liberal DOJ under Obama, when they went about implementing the campus Title IX reforms through a sub-regulatory guidance letter in 2011 or 2012, which you can Google, I think that President Trump thought they were a little bit too overboard on the amount of due process that was stripped. Because the key issue is okay, you have two kind of justice systems. You have the criminal and civil justice system under Article 3 courts, okay? Then you have the campus justice system, which is kind of administered by the Office of Civil Rights under the Department of Education. It might be the DOJ, okay? It might be the DOJ's OCR, okay, the Office of Civil Rights. Under that system, you are entitled as an accused person to as much due process as you are entitled to under the criminal system, okay, or civil system. And these proceedings run in parallel. You can be criminally charged or not, and then still and be subject to campus disciplinary proceedings. Now, the evidentiary standard was at issue in the 2011 or 2012 sub-regulatory guidance issue. And you have to understand, because if Koberger was subject to this, this plays into this, okay? The evidentiary standard was changed, and then also the Obama DOJ eradicated, in a way that a lot of victims advocates celebrated, a lot of due process protections for the accused in campus disciplinary proceedings related to sex-based harassment or violence, okay? When President Trump came into office in 2017, he thought, 2017, he thought that was a little bit, 2017, he thought that was a little overboard, all right? So he repealed that sub-regulatory guidance document. Now, I don't think President Trump's intent in doing that was to make it harder for victims on campus to report things. I just think he rightfully saw it as a legacy of the Obama DOJ that like was just liberal. Like he just was undoing it, and he was probably right. Like it was more liberal than it needed to be. My mom's not going to like that I said that, but like I'm sympathetic to why President Trump undid the order. You understand where I'm coming from? He didn't like. I don't know if he understood the unintended consequences, but I understood his political motivation. I'm not criticizing him for it. But you have to understand the context here of President Trump getting involved. President Trump gets a PDB, Presidential Daily Brief. Every president gets it. Everything President Trump wants to know, President Trump is allowed to know. He is the ultimate classification authority for everything. Everything that is classified in the United States is classified in the name of the President of the United States. I think it's EE 804402 or something. All right? That's the original one. Everything that's classified in the United States is classified in the name of the president, or confidential, or whatever, secret, whatever you want to call it. It's in his name. So if he wants to look at something about a case, he just gets it in his PDB. He says to his aide, tell the FBI to tell me about this in my PDB. If you don't, I'm just going to call the FBI. Like, he knows how to handle his staff. He's not going to, he dealt with it in the first term. He's not going to mess around with, like, the Office of Personnel Management or, like, whatever. He's going to say, in my PDB, I want an update on the case out of Idaho. And then he's going to get everything. Completely everything. He's going to get speculative information, all the evidence, all the 302s, all the reports. He's going to get a brief from the special agent in charge. What it probably would be a letter from the special agent in charge, a memo to the director of the FBI that then the director of the FBI, which is Kash Patel, presents to the president. I promise you that's exactly what happened. And the president likes, like, very easy, like, it's not that he doesn't like to read. He's a very well-read man. But from what I understand of reading about this man and talking to people who know about this stuff and know Mr. President, if you're going to give him a PDB, he wants, like, pages in a book, like images explaining what you're talking about, like give him a chart, like make it very, if he's going to take on something new to his already busy brain, you better do it in a very synthesized, like very like organized format. And so he expects like a flip book, like you flip from page to page and there's like images of the main players, and then he likes like an overview. So if you're going to teach him something new and fill that brain with something new, it better be very important. So if he's saying, give me information about the Idaho 4 case, I promise you he's getting it. Therefore, what do you think President Trump knows if Mr. Consalves was informed of information only after President Trump intervened? President Trump, Mr. President, probably figured out that what happened here was an institutional failure because the campus disciplinary process is broken. Now, what do you do if you're Mr. President? Well, you say, okay, like, screw this guy, BK, he's a terrible monster. Screw the university for getting involved in screwing with these victims' families, all right? And also, I have to remember from, if you're President Trump, you have to remember from 2017, okay, like, there's a little bit of dismantling of the sub-regulatory guidance document from the Obama DOJ. But listen, it's very easy, in my opinion, if you're President Trump, to be like, okay, so like we don't have to go overboard, but clearly if we have a system where this guy fell through the cracks, like bad men are bad men. Like it actually lines up really good with what President Trump is talking about with Larry Summers. We watched the press conference yesterday outside of Marine One on his way to Scotland. He's visiting Aberdeen. I believe that's his club there. And Mr. President was saying, you got to look into Larry Summers if you want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You got to look into Larry Summers. You got to look at the people who are at Harvard. Okay, and how do you think Jeffrey Epstein got away with all that? I bet he was using Harvard as a hunting ground. Come on. How do you think he got away with it? Because I bet even if he's institutionally affiliated with Harvard, he had an office, he's subject to Title IX. How much do you want to bet they use the Title IX process to cover up a lot of complaints about Epstein at Harvard? So it really ties in to what President Trump, I think, wants to do here, which is basically say these universities are running amok. Like, as president, I didn't realize that, like, it's not just that the disciplinary proceeding, like, should be like a cudgel with no due process, but it has to be overseen in a way by the OCR, the Office of Civil Rights within the DOJ, such as to remediate the potential for conflicts of interest, okay? Now, how do you do that? Okay, well, remediate as if it happens after the fact. No, it has to happen in real time. You have to remedy or ward off or eradicate conflicts of interest in the campus disciplinary process so this never happens again. Okay, how do you do that while balancing the due process rights of the person subject to the proceeding? That's what you need to give the president a brief on right now. If you're the president's people, or if I'm the president, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, this is a hot button political issue, and there's a really good opportunity here to get these liberal, like, elite universities that were using this system in a very manipulative way. Let's do it. Let's reform it, but let's not, like, just give the campuses more power. No. Bad idea. More Epstein cover-ups. Let's give the OCR, you want the DOJ OCR doing something? Have them monitoring campus sexual harassment and sexual violence enforcement, and tell Wendy Murphy, like, appoint Wendy Murphy to head that. Like, I don't know. She probably would. She likes the president. Appoint Wendy Murphy to head that commission, or whatever the hell that's called. Oh, yeah. Now you're talking. Like, not only this case, but I'm sure there's other cases out there where dangerous men in particular are at universities, in graduate programs or otherwise, and threats, but they're able to hide behind that process. And how many of them are just latent out there waiting to murder victims, only for us to throw up our hands and say, oh, you know, he's just crazy, you know. He was studying criminal psychology to learn how to kill better. No, yeah, he fooled us all. He fooled us. Oh, he was reported to us. Yeah, he had us fooled, you know. Oh, come on. Vicky, it totally has to do with the university. Mr. Consalves, and I'm not speculating, Mr. Consalves said it. I truly believe the reason the prosecutors kept information from the families was because the university knew about Koberger and knew about BK, knew he was a danger, and didn't do anything about it. Welcome to academia. It sucks. It's horrible. Could we play Towel Trivia? I'm sad thinking about this, but I'm happy Towel Mom's going to get involved. Let me not speak for Towel Mom. I'm going to go to Towel Mom and lobby her to get involved with this to help Mr. Consalves. She's a genius. You don't understand. Towel Mom's genius. Now, Towel Mom's very opinionated, but you don't understand how genius she is. Like, genius. All right? You don't mess with Towel Mom. I'm telling you, she will go in and she will figure out exactly how they covered this up, especially if the Title IX process was involved. And that's how these families get justice. My mom is the perfect person for this. And I'm not, listen, if there were another person out there who was like an expert in whatever we were talking about, I'd be like, oh, you got to go to this person. No. Towel Mom's your person. Abuse of the Title IX process, Towel Mom's your person. But let's play Towel Trivia. Let's do it. I'm going to get lunch after these few rounds. Now, Colleen Henry has asked if we can watch the Whitey Bulger documentary. Colleen, yes, with this caveat. I think it's okay to play because it's on a few YouTube channels, which normally means they will share the rights, all right? The list doesn't have it, but I'm going to double check they don't even have a good list of rights sharing. It's like a year old. But basically, if other channels are uploading, it depends what channels they are. Normally, that means it shares the rights. That's not always the case. You have to check into the rights management. But I'm going to do my best, and Colleen has requested we watch the Hank Brennan United States of America vs. Whitey documentary. To the best of my ability, we're going to do that after trivia. No promises, but that is what's on cue. We're not going to do Sherlock today. We are going to do that. Now, if that plan doesn't work, if it can't play, if it's only on a channel where it can't play or whatever, then we will do Sherlock. But our plan is United States of America versus Whitey Bulger. That is going to be our documentary of the day. All right, so let's get ready, little towels, and here we go. Oh, goodness. All right. Towel trivia. I'm ready. Who's ready for towel trivia? We like towel trivia. Now, should this be a double bonus category right off the bat? Should we just go into a double bonus category? I'm feeling it. We're doing it. All right, who's ready? I'm a little towel. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. It's going to be a double bonus category. It's going to be about wrestling. Let me update the... Hold on, let me update the text, because the only thing we have left today is towel trivia and potentially the United States of America versus Whitey Bulger. Hold on. Whitey Bulger documentary. Also, I am a towel. I can make my... It's like a news scroll and I can make it say, also, I am a towel. My mom is very smart. And you have said Towel Mom is beautiful. That's very nice of you. I'm sure she will appreciate that. Towel Mom's got a lot going on. She's fighting the government. You get him, Towel Mom. You get the government. Towel Mom wants government to treat men and women equal. Can you really blame her for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people criticize her for her other views. But can you blame her for wanting men and women to be equal? I think we all want men and women to be equal. Except for people like BK, who clearly hate women. And that guy out in California who he, like, worshipped, who also hated women. That was a little weird. Bossy Texas chick, you have arrived back for trivia. And hello, Bella. Noelle would like us to know she identifies as a towel. Well, Noelle, I am thrilled you are a towel. I am also a towel. Have you considered that there are virtues of being a towel? Have you ever extolled the virtues of being a towel, Noelle? You should try that sometime. You just go around saying to people or your dog or your pet or your anyone, I am a towel, and then that's extolling the virtue of being a towel. Steph, have you ever extolled the virtue of being a towel? I have. It's wonderful. Extolling things is wonderful. Let's extol more things. Also, Steph, I did an analysis Thursday. Yeah. And I was like, well, I didn't really appoint Steph Prime Minister as a form of interaction. I just thought it was hilarious. But okay, let's go with that. I am a towel, and so is Oscar Towel. Oscar Towel, hello. I would just like to say hello to Oscar Towel. You're adorable. I am a towel. Now, you may be saying to yourself, as a dog, I don't speak English, and the TV is talking to me. Well, I know. That's what's kind of funny about it. Now, the TV may also not be talking to you because it's very possible there's some lag. Don't worry, I'm on it. I'm on the towel lag. I'm on it. All right, let's play towel trivia. That is so sad, Vicky, and I wonder if she went there because she was scared because she heard something downstairs. Well, Steph, as you are the new Prime Minister of Canada, I really appreciate your vote of confidence. I will make sure to mention that in my next speech to Parliament, where I will say the Prime Minister has full confidence in me. I'm a towel. Oh, we have an Oscar with little towel Ange as well, and his name is Oz. Grant, did you see your Tater Bug coined a new phrase? When you're multitasking, you are multi-toweling. I love it. Did you see Tater Bug coined a new phrase? When you're multitasking, you are multi-toweling. Yep, I'm doing it. We're using it. I'm multi-toweling. Allie and Rue are eating lunch. Rue, listen. We have to have a conversation. You are not allowed to eat. You are allowed to eat anything you want, okay, that Towel Mom Allie says you can eat. But you cannot eat the Peep Bunny. You see this Peep Bunny, Rue? You do not eat him. He is a bunny. We love the bunny. You see me hugging the bunny, Rue? Okay, this is what we do with the bunnies. You don't eat the house bunny, and you don't eat the Peep Bunny. He's a little bunny. Now, do you have anything you would like to say, Mr. Bunny? He says, happy birthday to Tater Bug. We are playing Alley Towel. Give me 1 second. I'm talking about Mr. Peep Bunny. You do. I will let them know. All right, the Peep Bunny would like to let Allie and Rue know he thinks they're going to do really well, but he's feeling Noelle is going to take the crown today. Noelle, these are big expectations on you. I think you can do it. As a reminder, here are our scores, little towels. Here are our scores heading into the next round of Towel Trivia. Towel is winning because I'm a towel. That's how I'm winning. I just did okay today. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, Bunny Towel knew what was going on. Noelle Towel is in second place. Noelle Towel has 5.5 points. I have 6 points. I'm a towel. In third place, we have a two-way tie. Allie Rue Towel, they're eating lunch, but not the Peep Bunny. They have 3.5. Peggy Towel has 3.5. It's Tater Bug's birthday. They're in fourth place. She's in fourth place. Tater Bug has 7 quadrillion billion bonus points for Tater Bug's birthday. In fifth place, we have Cynthia Towel. Fourth place is a two-way tie, sorry. Fourth place, Cynthia Towel as well, 3 points. And in fifth place, we have a three-way tie position of honor. Steph Towel, Nancy Towel, Ange Towel, and all her Super Towel doggos. Because Ange is Super Towel. It is, Noelle, I will admit, I have never used the bunny as a body pillow. The bunny has sat on my giant bookshelf for like 4 years, because when I got it for Towel Mom, I either got it for her for Easter or Mother's Day one year, and she said, I would like you to put this like somewhere so I can save it. And then I put it on my giant bookshelf, and the Towel Bunny has sat there. And then the other day, Bunny Towel was here, and I said, all right, Bunny Towel, and I brought it out. So there you go, the story of the towel. But no, the towel has just hung out on the bookshelf, the bunny towel, and he is now sitting on my end table. And I do look at him in the morning sometimes, but he has not been in the towel bed. He cannot go in the towel bed. No bunny towel. You stay right on the end table. Is that like exfoliating? Extolling. Extolling is like celebrating or praising something. You extol the virtue of something. Just a nibble. No, Ange Towel. You may not eat the peep towel. Steph, don't worry. You're going to come forward. You're going to jump forward in this category. We are going to do WWF Attitude Era Wrestling. Steph loves this category. Steph's Canadian. She's a Canadian hero. WWF Attitude Era Wrestling. You don't understand. We are doing WWF Attitude Era Wrestling. Oh, that's wonderful. We are all hanging out. Here we go, little towels. This is a double bonus category. Steph is going to be extolling things all the time now. I'm thrilled for you, Steph. Let's try to do a category today involving the word extolling. Now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and the very first thing we are going to do is go over the rules. If I get the question right in Towel Trivia, and you get it right, you first in the chat, according to my phone, which is the scorekeeper, you get a full point. If I get the score wrong, if I get the question right and you get it right you get it right after the first person, you get half a point. If I get it wrong, however, and you're the first person to get it right, you get 2 points. If I get it wrong and you get it right after that, you get a point after the first person. Now, in a double bonus round, if I get it right, the scores are the same. But if I get it wrong, and you're the first person to get it right, 4 points. 4 points. If you get it right subsequent to that, 2 points. You can make up a lot of ground in bonus rounds. Let's do it. WWF Attitude Era Wrestling. Here we go. First question, ladies and gentlemen. First question. Which wrestler was known for the catchphrase Stone Cold 316? Was it Triple H? Was it Kurt Angle? Was it The Rock? Or was it Steve Austin? Was it Triple H, Kurt Angle, The Rock, or Stone Cold Steve Austin? It was Steve Austin. None of you stand a chance. Me and Steph are going to run this category. Maybe Noel, too. Noel, are you a Super Towel? Who got it? Noel Towel got it, but Steph was first. Ladies and gentlemen, according to my chat, Steph Towel picks up a full point. Who else gets a full point? Good job. Steph Towel, you got a full point. Bunny Towel, is your son going to kick some butt in this category? I don't doubt it at all. Noel Towel got it right. Noel Towel continues to pick up points. Noel Towel, you see the strategy here? You just got to pick up half points as many times as you can, and you'll win once you're in the lead. You got to follow Allie and Rue's strategy. The Allie and Rue strategy, I call it. Allie calls it cheating. I call it being tactical. Claudia Towel got half a point. Aren't I hilarious? I am hilarious. Nancy Towel and Bossy Texas Chickabella both picked up half a point. Bossy Texas Chickabella are bosses. They are from Texas. They are chicks. That's not pejorative. It's in her username. Nancy Towel is now up to 3 points. All right. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. I was too, Noel. He was a big part of my childhood. You are to blame, Ange. You are to blame for the downfall of Canada. Ange, you're not Canadian. We're making you Canadian for the purposes of blaming the Canadians. Don't tell Steph. Next question. Who often used the phrase, if you smell what The Rock is cooking? What? Who often used the phrase, if you smell what The Rock is cooking? Was it Dwayne Johnson, Mick Foley, Chris Jericho, or Shawn Michaels? Well, it was clearly The Rock, but that's not an answer. Oh, no, what are we going to do? It was Dwayne Johnson. Towel got it because I know The Rock's real name. He played football at Miami. Steph jumps in there, grabs another full point. Steph's a wrestling expert. You don't understand. Bunny Towel and the Bunny Towel family got half a point. I know Bunny Towel is a wrestling expert. I'm joking. Noel Towel grabbed another half point. Allie and Bro grabbed another half point. Claudia and Colleen Henry's playing. Colleen Henry, you are a Super Towel. I can't wait to watch this documentary. Colleen Henry got a half a point. Claudia got half a point. Nancy and Ruth both get half a point. Look at me. Look at how efficient I am. Where's Ruth Towel? I saw Ruth Towel. Is Ruth Towel on my list? Yes. Are you sure you're not on my list? There you are, Ruth Towel. I have added you to my list. If you weren't on my list before, you're on my list now. And Bossy Texas Chickabella get a point, half a point. Thank you, Colleen. I'm hilarious. Ange's thumb slip. Don't worry, Ange. We know that you are learning your wrestling. You will be an expert at any moment. Next question. Who formed the corporation faction during the Attitude Era? Was it Mr. McMahon, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, or The Undertaker? Who formed the corporation faction during the Attitude Era? Was it Mr. McMahon, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, or The Undertaker? Now, The Undertaker was in it, but it was Mr. McMahon who formed it. Damn right. It became the corporate ministry at a certain point. Towel got another one. I'm a little towel. Ooh, everybody got this wrong. I'm excited too, Colleen Henry. Everyone got this wrong. Except for Bossy Texas Chickabella and Towel. And Colleen Henry. Colleen Henry is Super Towel. Nobody got that right. Nobody. Everyone thought it was the hot break kid, Shawn Michaels. It wasn't. JI5 Towel, you got one? All right. I'm sorry I missed your point. JI5 Towel got half a point and I missed it. You got it, JI5. Don't worry. I got it. Don't worry, JI5 Towel. I saw your message. You got half a point. Steph Towel, you got to know it was Mr. McMahon, my dear friend. No. Oh, no, so I'm not sure. Oh, don't worry, J5 Towel. Then I deleted your half point. Thank you for being honest. Don't worry. I don't know if it shouldn't be lagging. I'm not seeing any drop frames. But if you are a little bit lagged, there is a time where the answer is not up on the screen. All right, there's about 10 to 15 seconds. You can guess after you get I guess the correct answer, but I wait till the very bottom of the timer. So I was a sheep and got it wrong. Don't worry, Ruth. You'll get it right soon. Next question. Steph's the wrestling expert. Which tag team used the finisher move called the 3D in the Attitude Era? Was it Edge and Christian, the Dudley Boys, the New Age Outlaws, or the Hardy Boys? Well, Edge and Christian, they used chairs, and the New Age Outlaws didn't really have they didn't do that. The Hardy Boys, they jumped off ladders. It's the Dudley Boys. They put people through tables with the 3D. They came over from ECW and dominated. Who got it? JI5 Towel gets the full point. People thought it was the Hardy Boys. No, they were high flyers. Bunny Towel knew it. I told you Bunny Towel's a sleeper. Bunny Towel's a sleeper agent, jumping right to the top. Who else got it? Ange and Claudia Towel. Ange Towel knows everything. Ange Towel's a wrestling expert. Good job. Claudia Towel, half point. Ruth, Nancy, and Ellie picked up half point. Ruth, Nancy, and Ellie picked up half a point. So Ruth, Nancy, and where's Ruth? There's Ruth Towel. Good guess, Bunny Towel. I loved watching people go through the tables. Damn right. The Dudley Boys. The Brothers of Destruction from Dudleyville. Next question. Which faction did X-Pac join after leaving D-Generation X during the Attitude Era? Was it the NWO, the Brood, the Ministry of Darkness, or the Corporate Ministry? Fuck. Did he really go? Did he go to WCW after that? I think he did, bro. I think he went over to WCW. NWO is the answer. Yep. Wow. Interfederation question? Bro, that's hard. The NWO, so X-Pac left the WWF in the late 90s and went to WCW, where he joined Hulk Hogan in the NWO and Scott Nash and Kevin Hall. So Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. So that's a really hard piece of trivia, though. Who got it? Colleen Henry was the end. Buck's a wrestling fan, as is Colleen Henry. Gets the full point. Ruth Towel, can you tell I know a lot about wrestling? Ruth Towel picks up half a point. Claudia and Allie Towel, you're not getting any double points, but they both get half a point. Nobody's getting any double points from Towel out of this round. And just like, I need a mercy rule. Well done. Steph's like, I always just guess 4. All right, Steph. 4 is Steph's lucky number. Some days you win, some days you lose. Next question. Here we go. Little towels. Which wrestler entered the ring with a signature move called the Stunner? Was it Stone Cold Steve Austin, Kane, The Rock, or Triple H? Now, let me tell you, Triple H used the pedigree. All right, that's not a stunner. The Rock used the rock bottom and the people's elbow. Kane used the choke slam and the tombstone from hell. The answer is Stone Cold Steve Austin. You should have known that because one of the earlier questions was about the Stone Cold Stunner. Nobody got it. Oh, who's going to be the first one to get it? Who's going to be the first one to get it? Colleen Henry, ladies and gentlemen, knows her wrestling, picks up a full point. Good job, Buck. Brody Towel picks up another half point. Who else knew it was Stone Cold? Ruth Lang knew it was Stone Cold. We got a lot of wrestling experts. Ellie Towel Pro pick up half point. Ange Towel, number 7 is not an answer, but I like your chutzpah. Ange is like, I give up. Mercy rule. I'm going to pull a Harvard Yard Towel and just guess numbers that aren't on the board. Listen, Colleen Henry, you and I ran the table on that one. We should go to Vegas. We got the luck. We got the luck of the towel. I'm multi-toweling. All right, we're playing 3 more rounds before the documentary, and then we'll play some after. We'll just stream all day. Why not? We can do an afternoon stream. Little towels. I'm excited. I'm a little towel. Colleen Henry likes wrestling. All right, let's vote on the next category. Let's vote on it while I add up your scores. All right. Steph, probably not, because they are starting to go up on YouTube, but it's like they just did this deal where they sold the rights, and unless they explicitly, so there are rules where you can like comment on certain things, but unless they explicitly license it for commentary, which some things are, like surprisingly, some companies license it for that. Unless they do that, probably not. But maybe they will, because some channels comment on old wrestling, and the WWF will say, okay, you can use like the Memphis footage from the 80s, or you can use like the WCW footage from the 90s. I've seen them do that with channels, but I'm not like a wrestling channel, so I don't know the intricacies of it, but I do know it is possible. But I can't... No, it's not that you could watch it before and can't watch it now. They're more lenient now. However, they're still, like, unless you're talking like the 60s or 70s, they're pretty strict. You're talking like territorial stuff in the 70s. Like, if you want to, like, as a historian, archive like Memphis wrestling, technically WWF owns the rights, but if you have the tapes from like Jimmy Cornette or you traded for them, they'll let you put them up. The Memphis stuff they'll let you put up, which means we can watch it. I know people can put it up because I know channels that are allowed to put it up. Anything after like 83, like once Vince McMahon kind of bought Georgia and like that really happened, after that we can't watch a lot of wrestling. It's because the way the rights work changed. Now, they might release those rights because we're getting up on like 50 years since that time. But they haven't yet. Now, I could write them. Now, the way it works is if I want something, I'm allowed to play anything if I get the permission. If I send WWF, it's actually a parent company called TKO. They have a division that handles this, like content creators who want to historically analyze old footage. I am allowed to email them and say, I would like permission to watch like a series. I could either say like these pay-per-views from like the 80s or 90s, or like these Raw episodes, and I can say I would like your permission to comment on them, and they are allowed to say to me, yes, for historical archive purposes we will license you our content. That's different than something like from the 60s and 70s, which we can just watch because it's in the public domain. Other stuff we sometimes can watch, like documentaries, Sherlock, it's because those rights get kind of passed around, and then other people are allowed to upload them, which leads to a license on YouTube, which means you can watch them. Not everything is like that. I'm also not an expert. This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. It's just I'm trying to learn about this. And I do know that the WWF, through their parent company, is allowed to give me permission, especially for historical archive purposes, to review their old footage. I have to write them an email, but maybe I'll do that. How fun would that be if we were an authorized WWF channel to play like certain pieces of content? Now, I'm not one of them, but you were allowed to write them. I'm a small channel, but like I'm sure if I were like, listen, I really like territorial wrestling. I would like to, on my once a week on my watch-alongs, watch like an episode of Memphis or like something from the 90s. Would you let me do it? They might not give me everything I want, but I bet they would let me play the Memphis stuff. They own the rights to it, I'm pretty sure, and they own Smoky Mountains rights. They own a lot of the tape libraries. And it would be fun to watch like Hulk Hogan's old days, especially on a day like today, where he has just passed. Such a sad, rapid end to his life as well. Let me put up a towel poll. What categories would you like to see? The only one we didn't do yesterday was seafood dishes. So you have 3 categories you can propose, all right? First 3 categories proposed in the chat, along with seafood. Bossy Texas chick does not like wrestling. Seafood dishes. All right. What are going to be the next? Yep, seafood dishes is the first one. We need 3 more suggestions. First 3 suggestions to come in the garden. Oh, I missed Murder by Mainstream. Next one. We got 2 more. We always get some good ones. Noel Towel always has hilarious. Noel Towel picked a great category yesterday. It doesn't matter, okay? I don't know if that's literally a category we can do, but okay. And Hulk Hogan. Okay, there you go. Vote away. You have 4 categories. Vote away. Well, Steph. Oh, sorry, Bunny Towel. Dogs will be the next one of the next votes. We're going to play 3 more rounds before we do the documentary. I'm going to get lunch during the documentary. All right. Steph, you ended up getting Hulk Hogan as a category. All right. So, seafood dishes is winning. Don't have it doesn't matter win, then I'll go with seafood dishes. Hulk Hogan's fighting strong. The Garden is fighting strong. Steph's like, I'm voting Hulk Hogan no matter what. All right, seafood dishes looks like it's going to win. We only have 2 more votes before I declare a quorum. I'm going to declare a quorum. You're funny, Steph. All right, I'm declaring a quorum early. Declaring a quorum early, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is seafood dishes. Good job, Allie. You win. Now, let's do the scores before we move on to the next round. The scores are as follows. All right. Hold on, I got to sort some people. Who moved up, who moved down. Everybody stayed somewhat in order. All right. Hold on a second. Colleen jumped up. Colleen's a super towel. Hold on. I'm going to have your scores for you in a second. Ruth Towel kicking butt on that wrestling category. All right, here we go. Your scores are as follows. And I'm a little towel. All right, here we go. Scores, please. Thank you. Dogs is going to be on the next category list. We have, in first place, ladies and gentlemen, you know him as Little Towel. He knows a lot about wrestling. He got 12 points. He's in first place. I'm Little Towel. Lady, that would have been funny, Steph. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, Noel Towel. I told you she was going to get a podium finish. You don't understand. Noel Towel. Bunny Towel is looking at me right now. Bunny Towel, do you have any words of encouragement for Noel Towel? She's in second place. Is there anything you, Bunny Towel, you would like to say? I already let him. I let him know. He would like to say that he does not want to be eaten by Rue. All right? His primary concern is that Rue is going to nibble on him, and I'm telling Bunny Peep Towel that's not going to happen. Okay. And do you want to say anything to Noelle? She's not going to eat you. She knows you're a Bunny Towel. Yep. She does inspire confidence. That's true. Mm-hmm. All right, Bunny Towel, thank you very much for your interview. I appreciate you. Noel Towel, Bunny Peep Towel would like to let you know. No, Bunny Towel's here. Oh, wait, hold on. First of all, Noel Towel, Bunny Towel would like to let you know that you inspire confidence in him, and he feels like he can go out into the world without being eaten by a hawk because of your excellent score. So, congratulations. Bunny Towel, I forgot to let you know Bunny Towel is here. Oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Well, yeah, I will let her know. Mm-hmm. The wrestling category. Yep. All right, thanks, Bunny Towel. This is my new sidekick. His name is Bunny Towel. This is Bunny People. No, Noel. No biting, Bunny Towel. Or Bunny Peep Towel. Now, listen. I would also like to let you know that Bunny Peep Towel would like to say to Bunny Towel that he thought she did very well in the wrestling category, and he identifies with her because he is a bunny. And he's thrilled that she is Bunny Towel. And then he also said that he extols her virtue as a bunny. That was apparently a pun on what I was saying earlier. He found it funny. So there you go. Oh, no, Allie's bunny is hiding. Hello, Toffee Towel. You come out and say hi. We have a bunny towel for you. All right, so in short, Bunny Towel is inspired by Noelle's 6.5 points in second place. Hold on. Now, listen, I have one concerning piece of information to relay to you, Bunny Peep Towel, before we move on. He seems concerned. So there's a cat. He's running away. All right, there's a cat. Her name is Bella. She does not eat bunnies. No. Now, would you like to say hello? He's very cautious right now. He's very timid. He's a little worried that Bella Towel is going to eat him. Okay? He will say hello to Oh, you were traumatized by a cat in the past. Yep. That's understandable. I mean, you realize cats are natural predators. I'm not sure if they eat bunnies, but... Well, I am very proud of you. I should let her know. Yeah. All right. I spoke to the bunny. He has decided that Bella Towel is allowed to be near him. I have said she will not eat him. He trusts my judgment, and he trusts you, Bossy Texas Chick. And yes, we have a mascot that is a Peep Bunny Towel, and I talked to it. There's nothing you can do. Everything is okay. We have spoken to Bella. We've spoken to Peep Towel. Bella's not going to eat Peep Towel. Everything is okay. In short, Noelle Towel is in second place with 6.5. In third place, Bunny Towel for president. They would like you to be president. He would like to nap right now, but he appreciates your vote of confidence. He also isn't sure he can run. He's a natural born citizen, but he's not technically a human, so, I'm not sure that's legal. A dog did run for mayor once, I suppose. Let's watch that as an intermission. Alley Towel. Hold on, I have to write a note. Dog who ran for mayor. All right, our next category is going to be dogs. By the way, no, it's going to be what one? I forgot what one. It was the one that. Hold on. What is the next category? We did seafood dishes, and then we're going to do dogs after that. All right, now listen. In third place, it's Allie and Rue Towel. Now, Rue is a dog. Now, Rue, listen. We are going to watch a video. Oh, good job, Bella. Listen, I'm thrilled that you're too lazy to chase the bunny. Now, listen. We are about to announce that Allie and Rue Towel rounded off the podium. They have 6 points. Rue Towel is a dog. Now, Rue, we're going to watch a video in a second. Allie Towel is going to be a little concerned because it may mean that Rue Towel is going to become mayor. But, Rue Towel, I am thinking of you, and you're a dog. In fourth place, serendipitously enough, ladies and gentlemen, you know her as the Prime Minister of Canada in Towel Universe. You know her as half Canadian, half British, and also half German. And then also as the Towel, Prime Minister of Canada, who had an existential crisis when she realized that because she is Canadian, she's also British. Steph Towel, 4.5 points. Yes, seafood is next. In fifth place, it's Nancy Towel. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. I don't have any hilarious puns about you being Canadian, but if you want to be Canadian or an honorary Canadian, that's fine. In sixth place, it is Peggy Towel, ladies and gentlemen, with 3.5 points. Excellent job, Peggy Towel. In seventh place, it's a three-way tie. Now, Tater Bug's up at the top because she has 7 billion bonus points for it being Tater Bug's birthday. But we also have Colleen Towel and Cynthia Towel, 3 points apiece. Hello, Buck Towel. I'm a towel. You're going to enjoy this video too, Buck. In eighth place, we have Ange Towel, 2.5 points, ladies and gentlemen. Ange Towel is the best wrestling expert we have. You don't understand. Ange actually wrestled Hulk Hogan in the 1980s. Ange won. It was like Andy Kaufman versus the women in Memphis, except Ange beat Hulk Hogan. That's just an apocryphal story. I can't confirm its validity, but Ange's legend in the wrestling world is huge, ladies and gentlemen. Ange Towel. Congratulations. And that was, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was 8. In ninth place, we have a 4-way tie. Bunny Towel, who is obviously a bunny towel. Hello, Bunny Towel, 2 points. Claudia Towel, 2 points. Ruth Towel, 2 points. And Bossy Texas Chicken Bella, the non-bunny eating cat, 2 points. And in 10th place, rounding out the list in the positions of honor. Oh, wait a minute. We have an update. Ange has a half a point hiding. Ange is actually in a tie for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ange is in a tie for 7th. She has 3 points. Bunny Towel, Claudia Ruth Towel, and Bossy Texas Chick are in 8th with 2. And JI5 Towel is in the position of honor, 9th with half a point. We love the position of honor. Now, so JI5, you told me you won one and got a point, and then told me you didn't get the point, and then you won a half a point later. If you actually have a full point, that's also okay. It doesn't boost you out of the position of honor, but we'll leave you with a full point. Now, we have to watch a video. Now, you may be saying to yourself, Grant, I know exactly what this video is going to be. You want a dog to be mayor. Yep. Dog who won mayoral election. We are watching a slight intermission. Now, listen. Now, I am very excited for this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited for this video that I'm going to show you. All dogs, all towel dogs everywhere, all towel dog moms, dads, all towels who love dogs are going to love this video. If you're asking me, Grant, did the dog actually win the mayoral election? Yes, it did. Yes, it did, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that towel doggo. He won the mayoral election.
In today's handoff to Joe and Erica, a town in Minnesota has a new mayor.
Hold on a second. You may be saying to yourself, I didn't know it was legal for dogs to run for mayor. Well, first of all, it is obviously legal. Like, who are you to tell a dog he can't run for mayor? Second of all, Ruth Towel, we need to have a discussion. I would like to be your campaign manager. Have you ever thought about running for mayor? Take a look at your fellow dog here. Look at what this dog did. This is incredible. It's an inspiration to doggy kind. Let's watch.
In today's handoff to Joe and Erica, a town in Minnesota has a new mayor.
Her name is Khaleesi, and she is a Great Pyrenees. It's become a tradition to have a dog mayor in the small town of Cormorant, that's east of Fargo. But this year's canine candidate had some stiff competition. A human man named Ken Matthews.
Yeah, it was me and 3 dogs were up for election this year.
Ken is a YouTuber who gets up to some shenanigans with his friends online. He gets millions of views. But it seems he did not do enough to impress the voters. Better luck next time, Ken. The new dog mayor will be inaugurated in what I'm sure is an adorable ceremony this Saturday.
The new mayor had a great ground game.
That's so good.
It's knocked on a lot of doors.
Yeah. He looks trustworthy. I would vote for it.
Hit a lot of lawns.
I told you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Noel Towel, I'll manage Oscar's campaign as well. Have we considered we should just run dogs for political offices throughout the United States? That's freaking hilarious. They make better politicians than some of our politicians. Just put the doggos up there. Imagine if Rue was the mayor, Allie. It would be great. Rue would be like, I'm a little bit hungry right now. Well, okay, Mr. Mayor, is there anything we can do to help you? Well, no, I'm just hungry. Well, okay. Now, that wasn't, you know what I'm saying? That's just one example of how great it would be to have Rue as the mayor. Oscar for mayor. Yep, there you go. We are running Bella, Rue, and Oscar. We're going to call it the towel ticket. I've decided we're not going to have a real political party. We're just going to run animals on the towel ticket and just, they'll win. We'll just imagine if Bella was the governor of Texas. Listen. If the news just had to follow Bella around, first of all, Bossy Texas Chick wouldn't have to do as much filming. Second of all, Bella could just go around being like, I'm the governor of Texas. It would be great. I agree, Bunny. Listen, Rue would be we'll make Rue the mayor. We'll make Oscar the president. And, I don't know about giving Oscar the nuclear codes. Maybe we can go for, like, vice president. All right? Oscar gets up in the morning and asks if the president's still doing okay. And then Bella will be the governor of Texas. I'm seeing it. We're going to have a national ticket. I'm telling you, the towel party is on the way. All right. Now, Bunny Towel, are you comfortable voting for Oscar Towel for president? They don't need wigs like Chloe. That's right. We'll dress them up in doggy wigs. Oh, Noel Towel, you are the campaign manager. All right? We're dressing the dogs up in towel wigs, and we are just doing this. There's no negotiation. I'm starting a political party. We're running animals for office, and Bella is going to be the governor of Texas. All right. Now that all right, well, listen, Rue is going to have a great time as the mayor. All right? Just don't pave over any streets, Rue. You'll start a conflagration. All right. With that said, let's move on to our next round. Our next round is seafood dishes. Rue, don't get overexcitable. There's actually no food. You're just the mayor. All right, here we go. Who's ready? I'm a little towel. I'm ready. Like SpongeBob towel. I'm ready. Let's do it. That's okay. That's better than what's being done generally. Which Italian dish is made with clams and white wine sauce? Is it risotto, carbonara, spaghetti alle vongole, or tiramisu? Well, it's clearly tiramisu. You know what I'm saying? I like clams in my tiramisu. Show me carbona. I have no idea what that is. Damn it, it's spaghetti alle vongole. Allie, your name is technically in that answer. You better get this right. Ruth, oh, everybody's getting right. I'm just a moron. Oh, no, it's food. I hate food. Ruth got 2 points. Nancy got a point. Everyone is smarter than me. Steph got a point. You all know your Italian dishes. I'm screwed. Noelle got a full point. Listen, I'm screwed 6 ways from Sunday. I'm screwed. I don't know how to cook. Nobody tell anyone. I am embarrassed. Ange Towel, Noelle Towel got them. Allie Towel, Bo. Is anyone going to get it wrong to make me feel better about myself? Nope. I'm just a moron. Oh, wait. Allie Towel and Rue got it wrong, actually. Okay, Allie, we can be dumb together. Colleen and Bunny Towel both got it right. All right, so everyone knows except for me and Allie Towel. Allie Towel, high five. I am Italian. I feel even worse about myself. Thanks, Allie. Bro, is this what you deal with all day, Rue? No, Rue's the one who's in control. Next question. Which Japanese dish consists of raw fish on vine-garred rice? I don't know what the hell that is. Is it udon, sushi, ramen, tempura? I have no idea. How would I know that? What the hell is vine-garred rice? I don't know. Oh, I'm so overwhelmed. Show me tempura. Damn it, it's sushi. I don't eat sushi. Oh, I'm a moron. All right, who got it? Steph got it first, ladies and gentlemen. Steph gets another 2. Steph is a sushi expert? Oh, no. Ruth and Ange are both sushi experts. You understand how many points I'm going to lose in this round? I am not a food person. Noelle and Bunny Towel both get a point. Did even Allie get this one right? I'm way out of my league. Allie, Colleen, Henry, and Bossy Texas Chick all got a point. Sorry for burping. And where's Colleen Towel? There's Colleen Henry Towel. I am just not a food man, all right? I don't like food. Next question. Which Cambodian soup, oh no, features a sour broth and fish? Oh, I'm screwed. Sambor Maku Tray, Tom Yum, Pho, or Bulibasi? Oh no, I've never eaten any of these. Oh, I'm so screwed. All right, I've heard of Pho. Show me Pho. Damn it. All right, if any of you get this, I'm throwing you out a window, metaphorically. I'm going to defenestrate you. Who's getting defenestrated metaphorically? None of you would know that. I don't believe any of you have been to Cambodia. Nancy, what were you doing in Cambodia? Nancy, I demand to know all about it. I will save you from being defenestrated. You as well, Colleen. Tell me more about Cambodia. I demand to know how you all learned about Cambodian soups. I'm very proud of both of you, but I have no idea how you learned about Cambodian soups. The screen is fuzzy. Well, Allie Towel, that may actually be your buffer on your resolution. My screen, hold on one second. My screen is fine. It may just be that your phone adjusted to lower quality, and you can just go into your settings, select high quality, and it'll auto buffer to high. But I can see it clearly on my screen. That was, yep, we had a lot of debates about that one. All right, so I just wanted to make sure I could see the questions. Next question. Hold on one second. I might be able to make the questions a little bit more clear for you, Allie Towel. No promises. Then I have to be tactical here. All right, that's about as large as we can go. All right, there we go. Oh, cuts the chat off a little bit, but that's all right. All right, here we go. Next question. Which Portuguese dish consists of salted cod baked with cream and potatoes? Bacalhau à brás, sushi, paella, caldo verde. Which Portuguese dish consists of a salted cod baked with cream and potatoes? Bacalhau à brás, sushi, paella, caldo verde. Show me bacalhau à brás. I love that language. I don't even know what that means, but I just love it. Ruth is clearly a Brazilian towel. Ruth just knows about Brazil. Gets a full point. Noelle, Nancy, and Colleen Henry all get half a point. Colleen's an expert. Colleen and Buck are experts, clearly. Who else is an expert? Sorry, Bella, no Portuguese food for you. Rue, you may get Portuguese food for dinner. Good guess, Bunny Towel. I almost lean paella. Next question. Towel doesn't know a lot about food, clearly. Next question. Which Southeast Asian dish is traditionally made with shrimp paste and served with pineapple? Laksa, adobo, royak, tom yum. Which Southeast Asian dish is traditionally made with shrimp paste and served with pineapple? Laksa, adobo, rojak, tom yum. Laksa. No, it's royak. I have no idea what that is. Who knew? Who knew? Ruth, oh my goodness, you are a well-traveled towel, my dear friend. 2 points for you. Yes, soup for you. And yes, soup for Ange. Ange gets a full point. How did you know that? Do you all just eat a lot of seafood dishes? You got it, Colleen. Allie and Brew and Bunny Towel all got it right. Not my favorite category, but it's kind of fun. That does not sound appealing. I agree, Noelle. My appetite is not exactly raging right now. All right, next question. Yeah, I don't either. Ruth, good educated guess. Next question. Which Caribbean dish combines salted cod with ackee fruit? Is it frittata, eshebe, ceviche, ackee, and saltfish? I hope you all get this right. It's clearly ackee and saltfish. I got it right. Hey, I know how to read. All right, who else knows how to read? Steph got it first. Steph, super fast internet, got her a full point. Ruth, Nancy, and Noelle all get half a point. And where's Noelle? Where's Ruth Towel? Ruth got half a point. Colleen, Ange, and Allie Towel all got half a point. Where's Allie Towel? There's Allie Towel. And where's Bunny Towel? Got half a point as well. Bunny Towel. Good job, Bunny Towel. Thank God that's the end of that category. Listen, it's not that I hated it, but I'm just not that smart. I don't like food. All right? Now, I realize some of you are like, Grant, some of the categories you do, we have no idea what the hell is going on. All right? Then that was my punishment. I have, every time we do food, that's Towel's Achilles towel. That's my Achilles towel heel. All right, here we go. I got scores. I got score updates. Here we go. I'm a Towel. I'm from Boston. Where are we now? Come on now. Where is it now? Oh, no. What do you mean I deleted it? I didn't mean to delete it. I just wanted to hide it. This is outrageous. How dare you? I have to bring back the scores? All right. Dog who ran for mayor. All right, 1 second. Here we go. Got it back. Here are your tile scores. Don't look at yesterday. Well, not that it matters, but yesterday is not accurate. Why? Because we're playing today. All right, here we go. Your current scores are as follows. That was a tough round for Towel. Towel got humiliated because I don't know anything about food. Your current Towel scores are coming up. Let me just shrink this. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, you know him as Little Towel, and we got 1 or 2 rounds left. I think we'll do one more round before the documentary. You know him as Little Towel. He has 14 points, ladies and gentlemen. He's Little Towel. He's in first. In second place, we have a tie. Noelle Towel is holding on. She knows how to play the game. She knows how to take those points. Noelle Towel has 9.5 points. Noelle Towel, first time, and Noelle Towel is going to hold the podium. I know it. The bunny believes in you, Noelle Towel. Noelle Towel is tied for second place, ladies and gentlemen, with Allie Towel. Allie Towel has 9.5 as well, along with Rue Towel. In third place, also on the podium, we have a 2-way tie. Steph Towel and Rue Towel, 8.5 points each. Excellent job, Super Towels, fighting hard. Look at how tight those scores are for second and third. 4 people on the podium, 5 people on the podium, because we have 2-way ties. Great job, Prime Minister of Canada. Great job, Rue Towel, the expert in food. In fourth place, we have a 2-way tie, ladies and gentlemen, right outside the podium. Nancy Towel, Colleen Henry Towel, and Buck tied with 8 points apiece. Great job, Nancy and Colleen. In fifth place, she had a great round. She is a Super Towel. She met Hulk Hogan once and beat him in a wrestling match. Her name is, in Towel Universe, her name is Ange Towel. 6 points. Excellent job. 6 points in fifth. In sixth place, we have Brody Towel. Bunny Towel is the support of Peep Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel is the support of Bunny Family. Bunny Towel has 5.5 points. In seventh place, excellent job, Peggy Towel. Peggy Towel holding on, 3.5 points. Doing a good job today, my friend. Congratulations, 3.5 in seventh place. In eighth place, she's on the road. She's going to work. She's driving. She's a Tater Bug. She's loved universally. She doesn't like the commies. We all don't like the commies. She's a Tater Bug. She has 3 points, but she has 7 bazillion bonus points for it being Tater Bug's birthday. Tater Bug has 3. Also in seventh place, we have Cynthia Towel. Hello, Cynthia Towel, with 3 points. Great job so far, my friend. And also tied in the position of Tater Bug birthday honor, it is Bossy Texas Chicken Bella, and Bella will never eat. Bella is the governor of Texas, clearly, and Bella will never eat Peep Towel. So Bella, Bossy Texas Chick, doing great. Seventh place, 3 points. In eighth place, Claudia Towel holding on, ladies and gentlemen, 2 points. Great job so far, Claudia Towel. And in ninth place, it is J.I. 5 Towel with a point. Excellent job in the position of honor, J.I. 5 Towel. You had to have the disclaimer. I got excited about Ange meeting Hulk. Yeah, no, she did not meet Hulk Hogan and beat him, but it's funny. Let's just say she did. All right. If we just say Ange beat Hulk Hogan in a wrestling match, it'll become true eventually. Hulk Hogan would approve. All right, we're doing one more category, and then we're putting on the documentary, and I'm going to order towel lunch. All right, here we go. The last category is going to be the daily challenge. Now, I know we're all going to kick people's butt when we play trivia. All right, here we go. Daily challenge. Last category before we watch the documentary, if we can watch it. Here we go. Daily challenge. Let's do it. First question. Which of these was the subtitle of the Dirty Dancing prequel film released in 2004? Which of these was the subtitle of the Dirty Dancing prequel film released in 2004? Havana Nights, Cuban Fury, Buena Vista Social Club, The Latin Dream. Havana Nights, Cuban Fury, Buena Vista Social Club, The Latin Dream. I'm pretty sure it was Havana Nights. Got it. Not going to mess with Towel today, folks. Towel's on a game. Steph was the first one to get the full point. Nancy and Noelle. Noelle's the first one in double digits other than Towel. Nancy and Noelle both get half a point. Colleen and Bunny both get half a point. And Buck. Allie, Ruth, and all get half a point. Allie's also in the double digits. Where's Ruth? There's Ruth Towel. Where's Ange Towel? There's Ange Towel. Who else? All right, there we go. Next question. It is a fun game. Next question. Which ubiquitous electronic device was it illegal for ordinary Cubans to own until the ban was lifted in 2008? Which ubiquitous electronic device was it illegal for ordinary Cubans to own until the ban was lifted in 2008? Mobile phone, laptop computer, television, video game console. Mobile phone, laptop computer, television, video game console. Show me mobile phone. It's mobile phone. Ooh, a lot of guesses all over the map. Noel Towel picks up the full point. You took a risk, Noel Towel, and it paid off. Full point. Colleen Henry gets half a point. Good job, Colleen Henry and Buck. Who else? Yeah, I know. Noel's a super towel. Allie and Bo get half a point. Bunny Towel gets half a point. I know. Well, damn, they're commies, Ruth. They're literally commies. No. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that damn commies wouldn't give their people cell phones till 2008. Goddamn commies. Sorry, I didn't mean to use the Lord's name in vain, but they're godless commies. All right, enough of me yelling about the damn commies. Commies won't give their people cell phones. Commies. Damn commies. See, we need Tater Bug here so we can yell about the damn commies. Next question. What son of Cuban immigrants elected in 2010 as a senator from Florida is wed to a former cheerleader for the Miami Dolphins? Which son of Cuban immigrants elected in 2010 as a senator from Florida is wed to a former cheerleader for the Dolphins? Alex Padilla, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, Bob Menendez. Alex Padilla, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, Bob Menendez. It's Rubio. Cruz is from Texas. Menendez is from New Jersey. Padilla is from California. Towel got it right. Everyone got it right. Everyone knows their politics here. Nancy Towel is the first one on my board. Gets a full point. Who gets half a point? Noel Towel. So close there. You had it, my friend, but you came in right behind Nancy Towel. Steph Towel also gets half a point. Ange and Colleen Henry both get half a point. Ruth and Bunny and Allie and Rue all get half a point. So where's Ruth? There's Ruth. And where's Bunny Towel? There's Bunny Towel. Half a point. Good job, folks. Good job, folks. Next question. Which of these is a giant rat-like rodent native to the Caribbean island nation of Cuba? Which of these is a giant rat-like rodent native to the Caribbean island nation of Cuba? Husha, sugar glider, jerboa, tyra. Husha, sugar glider, jerboa, tyra. Show me tyra. It's Husha. I have no... I don't even know what that means. Noel Towel gets 2 points. Colleen Henry right behind grabs a point. Nancy grabs a full point. Had to take a guess there, some of you. Noel Towel dominated there. Allie Towel gets another full point. Good guess, Bunny Towel. I would have thought the sugar glider at first. I just guessed Tigra. I know, sugar glider is just a very cute name. I support guessing it for that reason. We learned something, Ange. That's half the battle. Next question. Who raised the flag above the U.S. Embassy in Cuba as it reopened for the first time in 54 years? Was it Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, Barack Obama, or Joe Biden? Who raised the flag above the U.S. Embassy in Cuba as it reopened for the first time? Clinton, Kerry, Obama, or Biden? I think Clinton was Secretary of State at the time. Wow, it was Kerry. I know they were both Secretary of State, but I thought it was Clinton at the time. She would go to the damn commie land, too. Who got it? Steph. 2 full points. Great job. Ange Towel got it. Full point. Very well done. Very well done. Who else is going to get this one? That was not easy. Good job, Steph Towel. Who else is going to come in? Allie and Bro pick up a point. I guessed Hillary Clinton just because I wanted to call her a commie. Damn right, Bunny Towel. We just wanted to call her a commie, I bet. Bunny Towel did get 8 points. She just guessed Hillary Clinton with me just so we could call her a commie, right, Bunny Towel? We knew the answer. All right, next question. That was a good one. Good job, Steph Towel. Steph Towel knew her commie loving. Steph Towel's a commie hunter, so you go to commie country, Steph Towel's going to know it's you. She's the Prime Minister of Canada in Towel Universe for a reason. She protects Canada from the commies. Damn right, she's not Steph. Hillary Clinton is a commie. Steph is the opposite of a commie. Next question. For which 2014 book did Marius Hovasa photograph Cuba from a plane? Viva Cuba, Cuba Exposed, Unseen Cuba, Hidden Cuba. For which 2014 book did Marius Hovasa photograph Cuba from a plane? Viva Cuba, Cuba Exposed, Unseen Cuba, Hidden Cuba. I'm not picking an answer that says Viva Cuba. I don't even care if that's right. Hidden Cuba. Unseen Cuba. I'm not picking the Viva Cuba answer even if it's right. I'm not doing it. Who got it? Who got number? Nobody so far. Everyone wanted Cuba to be exposed. Damn commies. Who's going to pick up the 2 points? 2 points on the board. Here come Allie and Rue. Watch this. Here they come. Who's going to get the points? Allie and Rue. That was big. 2 points left on the board. Can't leave 2 points on the board. Bunny Towel, 23 is not an answer. You're going to have to clarify. I mean, I like Michael Jordan, but 23 is not an answer. You're going to have to clarify. So, Bunny Towel, you can pick 2 or 3. I mean, you should probably go with 3, but I'm not going to force you to. Damn Cubans. Commies. Bastards. Noel Towel, I have bad news. The damn commies cost you second place for now. At least until the end of the documentary. We have to blame the commies. Damn commies. Bunny Towel, we are going to need a correction. I would love for 23 to be an answer, but Michael Jordan is not one of the answers, so I don't know how to interpret your code. It's all right. It's all right. I'm going to wait for an answer. Bunny Towel, you just put in whatever answer you meant to say. It's an honor system. Bunny Towel meant 3. Very good, Bunny Towel. You get a point. Damn commies. Exactly. The damn commies costing Noel second place. Allie, I know it's not your fault that they're commies, but I just want to let you know the damn commies, all right? Damn commies. Hillary Clinton commies. There's nothing worse than a Hillary. Imagine, it's bad enough to be a communist. Imagine being a Hillary Clinton communist. That's the worst kind of communist. Oh, my God. That's just, imagine the horror, ladies and gentlemen. A Hillary Clinton communist. I wouldn't be able to, I don't know what I would do. I'd be like, I need to leave right now. I don't even want to be around Hillary Clinton communists, all right? Like, just think of the worst thing possible, communism, and then add Hillary Clinton to it. God help us all. All right. I know, Steph. Clearly that one was about Cuba. All right. Here's the updated standings. It's a fierce competition. Remember, our next round of Towel Trivia will not be until the end of the documentary we're about to watch. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, he is Little Towel. He has 17 points. I'm a Little Towel. In second place, you know them as the crime-fighting superheroes. You know them as Allie and Rue. I just made that up. But you're now crime-fighting superheroes. Allie and Rue, the future mayor of Towelville. Congratulations. Second place, 15 points. Communist Commie Clinton's good too, Allie. You know what I'm saying? Second place, Allie and Rue Towel. Third place, ladies and gentlemen. Third place on the podium. The commies took her out. It's okay. But third place, she's still on the podium. They took her out of second place, but she's on the podium. Noel Towel, I told you, with Bunny Towel behind you. Not that Bunny Towel, Peep Bunny Towel. He's still here supporting you, Noel. Is she going to do it? She can do it. I know she can do it. Do you have any advice? Well, come on. I see. Well, we can't rig it by letting her pick the category. You want me to rig it by letting her pick the category after the documentary's over? It's not really rigging it if she knows the answers. I see. I will take your counsel very seriously, Peep Bunny Towel. Okay? Is there anything else? Anything else? You put me in an ethical quandary, you know that? All right. All right. Well, thanks for that, I suppose. All right. Noel Towel, I've conferred with Bunny Towel, Bunny Peep Towel, and he has let me know that you are to be allowed to pick the category after the documentary ends. I asked him if it was rigging the round, and he said no, because you still have to get the answers right. And I said that was true. So there you go. Bunny Towel needs a wig. I agree. There you go, Noel Towel. Not only are you in third place, but you get to pick the next round category after we get back from the documentary. No, Allie Towel, we can vote on the category after the first round, after the break. But I've spoken to my counsel. I have a very erudite and learned counsel that is not edible. And my counsel has informed me that Noel Towel is to pick the next category. So I can't, listen, Allie, you're going to have to appeal it to the Bunny Council. You're going to have to find your house bunny and get him to, bring about some kind of emergency motion. For now, the bunny has spoken. And I just want to reaffirm, you want Noel to pick the next category. Do you hear Allie Towel's objection? And you overrule the objection? Yes. I understand. You are a fair and impartial Peep Bunny jurist. I don't think she's going to find that funny. Okay. All right. See you later, Mr. Bunny. All right. He's made his ruling. I'm sorry. Noel Towel gets to pick the category. Bunny Towel, she says it's not a problem. She'll vote on the category after. She's very gracious. Allie Towel. Yeah. All right. He's pleased. He's just pleased all around. You are not Toffee Towel is going to come out of hiding during the documentary. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, Noel Towel, 13.5, and Noel Towel has the momentum, the big mo. In fourth place, we have a two-way tie right outside the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Bunny Towel has let me know that they stand a very good chance as well. He's just napping right now. It is Nancy Towel and Colleen Towel and Buck, 10.5 points each. Ferociously fought battle. Wait a minute. Pause. I'm so sorry. We have a last-minute adjustment to the standings. In fourth place, I missed her because it started with a 1. In fourth place, it's Steph Towel, 12 points. I'm so sorry, Nancy and Colleen. Hold on. And Buck. Steph Towel, she's the Prime Minister of Canada in Towel Universe. It's Steph Towel, 12 points. Yeah, well, I'm talking to the Peep Bunny. I don't know what to tell you. Peep Bunny Towel is very talkative today. Exactly. Colleen, I don't know what to tell you. The Peep Bunny, he's just, he's on one. He would like to let me know he's not on one. He's just feeling talkative. Okay, I understand. This is funny. I love Peep Bunny Towel. He's the mascot. He's one of many mascots of this channel. All right. Oh, sorry, Steph. We had another conversation with Peep Bunny Towel, and he decided Noel could pick the next category. In fourth place, Steph Towel, 12 points. In fifth place, two-way tie, Nancy, Colleen Henry, and Buck Towel tied 10.5 points each. Great job, Nancy, Colleen, and Buck. Colleen wants me to pull it back together. Don't make me break out the Peep Bunny Towel. In sixth place, it's Ruth Towel with 9.5. It's glorious to witness. I think it's wonderful. In sixth place, Ruth Towel, 9.5. In seventh place, we have a two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. It is the woman who beat Hulk Hogan in a wrestling match, Ange Towel, and Bunny Towel, who is the official bunny, non-Peep Bunny, the official bunny of Towel Channel. Okay, we only have one bunny. We have a Peep Bunny and then a Bunny Towel. Tied with 8 points apiece. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In eighth place, Peggy Towel, 3.5 points. Great job, Peggy Towel. In ninth place, it's a three-way tie. It's birthday Tater Bug. She's Ladybug. She has 7 billion bonus points for being a Tater Bug. Birthday Tater Bug. Tater Bug, Cynthia, and Bossy's Texas Chickabella have 3 points each. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10, it is Claudia Towel, 2 points. Great job, Claudia Towel. And in the position of honor, it is JI5 Towel. They got all of their points added correctly. JI5 Towel with a point in the position of honor, number 11. It is apparently hilarious when I talk to Bunny Towel. Not bunny towel. Well, peep bunny towel. We have to distinguish. We have bunny towel and peep bunny towel. And no one is to eat. Even Rue is not allowed to eat peep bunny towel. We had a discussion. Rue is very powerful. You don't understand. He's a mayor. And Rue will not eat peep bunny towel. Rue's not going to eat toffee towel either, or Bella, or bunny towel. Rue is to eat none of the people involved in Towel Channel. Rue, you eat your food from Towel Mom Allie. That's it. No eating bunnies. I almost went full ventriloquist with the bunny. Me and the bunny were having a good time. The Mandela effect is my category of choice. You got it, Noel Towel. When so here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch this documentary, as far as I understand, so it's up on a few channels. Not just because it's up on a few channels does not mean that we're going to be able to watch it. So I'm going to start it. I think because it's on these commentary channels, we can watch it, and I will comment on it, and I'm going to eat lunch. All right, so the U.S. versus Whitey Bulger YouTube. I have it on at least 2 channels. Colleen is not official until Peep starts talking to us. Right, until the bunny actually talks, it's not actually official. All right, so let me see if I can get the U.S. of America versus Whitey Bulger. All right. No, we can't do that one. Unfortunately, it doesn't oh, wait a minute. Yep, we might be able to watch it. Hold on, I found it. It might be in a foreign language. No, it's not. It's just that it was allowed to be uploaded. Okay, I found it. All right, here we go. Get your popcorn. This is a special request of Colleen Henry. I was able to find it. You can't watch the YouTube movies version, but if other channels have it, we're able to do it. And so this is from Andres Gronson, Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Kal, who is the channel author. So we are going to comment on this, and I have managed to find a version that is on YouTube. Okay, so it is on YouTube, and it is not the YouTube. We can't watch the YouTube movies version, but we can watch this version. At least it should be okay. Now, again, the list is not great. All right, so just because this is like on this channel doesn't mean it's going to be all right. But as far as I know, it should be okay. And I'm also going to comment on it. So let us begin. All right, so this is the Whitey Bulger documentary, and we will have Towel Trivia up next. Okay, so 1 second. Let me just update this. I like my scroll bar. Now, up next, Towel Trivia. Also, I am a towel. 1 second. All right, here we go. Let us begin. Ready your popcorn, ready your snacks. I've turned on closed captioning. Let us begin.
Ago, my wife and I purchased a liquor license. Then we had the liquor store
I
up
believe
and
so,
running
Allie.
by Christmas.
Oh, okay. So just to double check, this was produced for news reporting purposes by CNN. I didn't realize that. So this was not just a documentary. This was also produced for news reporting purposes by CNN, and their logo just flashed. Now I understand. So that's why we're able to watch this. All right, let's go.
Put our heart and soul in it. And then lo and behold, I get to knock on my door one night. I'm at the house. My wife's down at the liquor store working, and it was Kevin Weeks and Whitey Bulger at the door, and I didn't know what the hell do they want. You got a problem? I said, I don't. What problem? He's listen. We were hired to kill you. I'm like, what? You got to understand. The other liquor stores they hired us to kill you. I just couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to even think. I was dumbfounded. Actually, I froze. What we're gonna do instead of that, we're gonna become your partners. I said, no, you're not becoming my partners. And then bulges right to the, and he's just staring at me and just grinding his teeth like, you don't understand. We're taking the fucking liquor store. I was like, it's not for sale. He said, I'll fucking kill you. I'll stab you and then I'll kill you. I'm like, holy Jesus. And then they pulled out a gun. I was like, oh, fuck. They picked up my kid, daughter's year. He said it would be terrible for this kid to grow up without a father. I was like, and I melted. Nothing you can do. Ever since that day, I've never been the same. I couldn't protect my own children. As a man that just took me away. And I'm not over it yet. I won't be over, and maybe I'll never get over it, but I surely can't wait to get in front of that court on that stand and testify against that. 30 years ago, he scared me to death. He don't scare me to death no more.
After 16 years, the FBI finally has its man. Boston mob boss James Whitey Bulger was captured in Southern California,
along with his longtime girlfriend, Catherine Elizabeth Gregg.
The 83-year-old is accused of drug trafficking, extortion, and murder, all while working as an FBI informant. He was on the lam for 16 years.
I never committed a crime in 16 years. I was with Catherine. My whole life changed when I was with her. I turned and become very, very human, I guess you'd say it. And I loved the woman intensely. When I was captured, I told them, a few people, I says, well, let Catherine go. I'll plead guilty to all crimes, any crime. I says, innocent or guilty. You can execute me, you can give me life sentence, you can do whatever you want. But I want her to be free. And I meant it. And I mean it today. If they'd said me plead guilty and we'll let her go free and shut your mouth, I would do it.
After 16 years on the lam and 2 years in custody, the criminal trial of James Whitey Bulger began today at the John J. Moakley Courthouse in South Boston, just blocks away from Whitey's former home turf.
This is what it looked. So I just want to point out, hold on. I just want to point out, I was there the other day. Okay, just look what it was like. He was brought in from prison. Okay, they didn't hide him. Okay, I was there. Sorry, I paused my camera to save resources. I was there at the Moakley Courthouse. They don't just bring people out like that grand juror was brought out. Look at what happened with Whitey. All right. Now this is a great documentary. I can already tell why CNN used it for their purposes, for not just the documentary, but for news reporting. This is incredible. Thank you, Colleen. Whitey actually calls in. But this is the courthouse. I was there.
Like here at the courthouse earlier this morning,
a police escort and several black SUVs roll up to federal court. Behind the tinted windows, James Whitey Bulger, who is back in Boston to face 19 charges of murder in the same city he's accused of terrorizing as a gang boss.
Some of the victims' families also arriving today, hoping to see justice done after waiting almost 30 years.
I'm happy that this is about to stop. It's been a long waited, really, really long waiting time, so I'll see you when I get out.
How are you going to feel being in there?
I don't know. I'm sick to my stomach now. I can only imagine when I get in there.
That's exactly where I was standing. Literally right there.
Prosecutors described James Whitey Bulger,
Obviously not in 2014, I mean the other day,
as the center of mayhem and murder in Boston for 30 years, as the boss of Boston's notorious Winter Hill Gang, a man so dangerous that he joined Osama bin Laden at the top of the FBI's most wanted list.
It was the gang that ran amok. You have people who were being extorted, who talked about having shotgun barrels stuck in their mouths, of machine guns pointed at their groin.
Body bags showing them before Bulger shakes them down.
It was absolute terror.
Back then, 70s, 80s, people were missing every day. Man, he didn't come home. He's a dead man. They're never gonna find him. Brian Halloran, dead. Michael Donnie, dead. Bodies were being left and right, and they're all involved in this circle of shit in South Boston.
You have a fascination with
Whitey Bulger as a Robin Hood figure, this elusive Houdini-like crime boss whose younger brother, Bill Bulger, was Senate president, the most powerful politician in Massachusetts. All this stuff that was sort of magical about him that made him seem beyond the reach of law enforcement.
There were over 25 years where James Bulger ruled the organized crime world. He was never charged with even a misdemeanor. The Department of Justice did nothing to prosecute him.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Colleen Henry. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Hank. Oh my God, it's Hank. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone calm down. Everyone compose themselves. It's Hank. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. It's Hank. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hank. You don't understand, it's Hank. Hold on, I literally am getting the Call Me Hank clip. It's Hank. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hank. What? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's Hank. Oh my goodness. You don't understand, we love Hank on this channel. Okay, we are big Hank Brennan fans. If you're new to this channel, it's not even funny. We love Hank Brennan, and Hank Brennan's like, I could call him Hank. We love Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen. We love Hank Brennan. You don't understand, we love Hank Brennan. Colleen Henry and Bug love Hank Brennan so much every time they're here, we play the Call Me Hank clip. Have you not seen the Call Me Hank clip? Well, I have shirts you can buy on toweltribute.com/store because I took the picture of Hank when he said Call Me Hank, and then people wanted shirts. There are people in this chat who have their shirts. They're apparently very nice shirts. You don't understand. We love Hank Brennan. Look at this video. He says I could call him Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You don't understand my glee. You don't understand. I know Colleen Henry understands. Maybe some of you understand. He's like, I could call him Hank, and then he popped up on the screen. Oh, you don't understand. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was Hank. We call him Hank. He said I could call him Hank. He's in the documentary. I am so glad we watched this, and I'm going to get lunch while we watch. Let's continue.
Whitey was the guy that got away.
Hold on, play.
Was Senate president, the most powerful politician in Massachusetts. All this stuff that was sort of magical about him that made him seem beyond the reach of law enforcement.
There were over 25 years where James Bulger ruled the organized crime world. He was never charged with even a misdemeanor. The Department of Justice did nothing to prosecute him.
Whitey was the guy that got away. Whitey was the guy out in the wind, thumbing his nose, ha ha, I won, for years. So today is huge. I mean, I think that, you know what, there's so many people.
Wait a minute. I know her. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Who is this? I think I know her. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I know her. That's her. She is a genius. Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that I was in the courtroom with that grand juror the other day for that hearing with Shelley Murphy, that woman right there, with John Hall and with Abby Packin. Abby Packin was like one of the best Karen Reed and John O'Keefe writers that we have on the beat. John Hall, who's probably one of the best TV men that we have on the beat. Are you kidding me? I was in the court. I talked to her. I didn't know. I knew she was a legend because she was like saying. But anyway, she had written for the Herald or something many years ago, and my mom knows her. I didn't know she co-wrote a book about Whitey. Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, if I had known I was going to meet Shelley Murphy, I guess I would have done my background research. I didn't know. I just walked up to the courthouse and I had to go to the hearing. That's Shelley Murphy. This is incredible. Colleen Henry, you don't understand. It was me, Shelley Murphy, John Hall, and Abby Packin, at the hearing the other day, we were the only 4 news reporters allowed in the courtroom because it filled up quickly and it was a small courtroom. I didn't realize I was in the presence of greatness in history. The next time I see her, I can't, fan towel, but I have to just be like, you're a super towel. I won't call her a towel. I'll just be like, well, thank you for all of your service to American journalism. I'll be a professional little towel. I didn't realize this. Oh, my goodness. I need to be more of an erudite, informed, and coach at Little Towel.
Whitey was the guy that got away.
Yes, Colleen. I would, so I'm a member of the journalistic corps in Boston, and so I go to the different things, and I cover the State House a little bit. I cover the regulatory agencies. I cover criminal court, civil court, whatever it may be. And, I just show up places, and then there's only a few of us that go to all the places, and so you're just part of this traveling band of cats that gets herded around by various government officials when you try to ask them questions. So oh my goodness, it's Sheffield Towel. You are such a wonderful human, H Towel. Hello, Sheffield Flannel. It is great to see you. But I will say, yes, I was in the courtroom. It was only 4 of us. It was me, Shelley Murphy, John Hall, and Abby Patkin. I didn't realize, I knew she was a legend. I didn't know she was that much of a legend. I feel like I should have been far more, oh my goodness, thank you for your service to American journalism. You see, I become an excitable little towel when I learn things like this. That's incredible. God bless her. She was. Yes, H Towel, damn straight. Listen, I'm not comfortable with that damn law. I don't want to get in trouble with the British government, but let me just tell you, I think that leak from the T app, all right, was on purpose to send a message to the British government that you can't have third-party apps collecting user ID data. They're going to store it in plain text folders that can be accessed with a script and then downloaded and used to leak the information of hundreds of thousands of vulnerable women. Therefore, you should repeal that stupid law. That's the stupidest law I've ever seen. The fact that it was used to censor the protests in Leeds last night makes me even more angry. You don't understand. I don't mean to get Sheffield Flannel up in arms, but I'm up in arms about what's going on in the UK. I don't like that damn law. I can't represent the interests of any government, but I will personally, as an American, just an American citizen, be like, that's a bad law. How dare you, British government? How dare you? You have upset Sheffield Flannel. You don't upset Sheffield Flannel without drawing Little Towel's ire. We're also going to go back to this documentary. Clearly, I have a lot of things on my mind. Goddamn commies. Sheffield Flannel, they're commies. I tell you, they're damn commies. We're going to have to rid the UK of the damn commies. That's the only option. Somebody go to Bletchley Park. We'll find the commies there, or at Cambridge, or in Oxbridge, or at Eton. Damn commies. We got to save Sheffield Flannel. Now, to those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, you should look into this T-app leak. I hope you weren't using the T-app because it probably means all of your personal information has been leaked across the internet. But yesterday a law came into effect in the UK where you have to upload your ID to go to certain websites, and including Twitter, let's just say that it has caused a revolution, and also they used it to censor protests in Leeds last night, and I couldn't even watch live video of what was going on, and they were arresting people because they were censoring it. The government in the UK is out of control. We stand with Sheffield Flannel.
About him that made him seem beyond the reach of law enforcement.
There were over 25 years where James Bulger ruled the organized crime world. He was never charged with even a misdemeanor. The Department of Justice did nothing to prosecute him.
Whitey was the guy that got away. Whitey was the guy out in the wind, thumbing his nose, ha, I won for years. So today is huge. I mean, I think that, there's so many people who never thought this day would ever happen.
James Whitey Bulger fled Boston in late 1994 as federal agents were about to arrest him in connection with 19 killings, racketeering, and other crimes that spanned the early 1970s to mid-1980s.
He fled after being tipped off by an FBI agent. He was about to be indicted.
Bulger's role as an FBI informant is central to this trial.
Now he'll face justice in the same city. Many say he ran with an iron fist.
be honest with you. I have today's date, June 12th, but lately I couldn't, past few days, I couldn't tell you what, and it's to God's truth, I couldn't tell you if it was Sunday, Monday, Friday. How come? My head's been so twisted over all this, you know, it's like surreal. You know, it's happening. Whitey killed my sister. She was looked upon as a good person. She'd come in a room and she'd light it up. Hey, you know, everybody, you know, he had no right to take her life. And they took her teeth out and her hands and
Mike was killed 30 years ago. But you know, I think when you lose somebody, there's no time. Sometimes it just seems like yesterday. I don't think he should have died when he died. He had too much to live for. You know, the day he was killed, he was looking for my son Michael to take him with him. But he was down the park and he couldn't find him. So I said, just go without him. Thank God, you know. I guess there's a reason for everything, you know.
Did you get a haircut? Get over here, I want to introduce you.
Look at it, I didn't know I was supposed to get all dressed up.
Just got a shirt.
Jesus Christ. Today, I feel fantastic. Well, 30 years ago, they tormented me, and it's been a 30 years of torment, and now it's coming to an end. Thank God he's behind bars. My father always told me that good will always triumph over evil, even if it takes a long time. And that's just what I'm here for.
We don't forget.
No.
You know what I mean? I'm telling you,
every night.
The only kind of comfort I get through this is talking with him. I thought, you know, me and Steve meet every morning, just about every morning for coffee.
That's why Steve and I have something in common, this psychotic individual. We're gonna bring justice. It has to be done. Finally, payback. As nervous I am, exciting, the adrenaline's pumping. I can't believe I'm finally here. I finally get this talk. I'll have my day and my time.
Can I ask you just to say a few words as you're going in, what your thoughts are?
Quite anxious. Days come.
What are you going to be thinking as you look at him in that courtroom today?
Well, you know, 30 years ago, I'd never look at him. Now I can't wait to look him right in the eyes.
It's day one of one of the most anticipated trials in decades.
Cameras should have been allowed in the courtroom. Obviously, in federal court, they are not allowed.
For the people of Boston, this case is about justice, it is about redemption, it is about retribution. Opening statements in the trial of James Whitey Bulger.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Brian Kelly telling jurors
he did the dirty work himself because he was a hands-on killer who ran amok in the city of Boston for almost 30 years. Bulger was deeply involved in the distribution of drugs in the South Boston area. Bulger was one of the biggest informants in Boston. Bulger routinely met with FBI agent John Connolly and gave him information to protect himself or get the competitive edge that he wanted.
he then showed the jury pictures of each of the 19 people investigators say Bulger killed.
They described victims, former friends, associates, girlfriends, all killed and buried in secret graves. Some relatives in court listening choked up when they heard that.
The government ending its opening statements by slowly, dramatically reading off the names of the 19 alleged murder victims.
Bucky Barrett, Roger Wheeler, Brian Halloran, Michael Donahue, John Callahan, Deborah Davis, and Deborah Hussey.
This is not a traditional murder case. It's a racketeering charge, and within the racketeering charge, there are multiple predicate crimes that we have to prove. We have to prove at least 2 of them, and Bulger is charged with 33 separate predicate crimes, 19 separate murders, multiple extortions, drug dealing, gambling, and of those we have to prove at least 2 beyond a reasonable doubt, and we have to prove that Bulger was part of this criminal enterprise that was committing all these crimes for 30 years.
Defense attorney J.W. Carney stunned the courtroom, admitting for the first time that Bulger was involved in drug trafficking.
James Bulger was involved in drug dealing. He was involved in bookmaking, loan sharking.
These crimes are what he did.
But he poked holes in government witnesses.
Carney tried to paint a picture of Bulger associates turned government witnesses, John Martirano, Kevin Weeks, and Stephen Flemmi as the real murderers who just pinned their crimes on his client.
The defense said all those three witnesses' testimony was purchased. They were murderous thugs whose testimony was purchased by sparing them the death penalty, cutting their prison sentence, and offering them all sorts of incentives.
Given these three individuals, given their backgrounds, given their character, would you believe them beyond a reasonable doubt?
Carney denied that Bulger was an informant.
The evidence will show that he was never an informant for John Conley and the FBI. You'll learn the depth of corruption in federal law enforcement that existed during this period. This was how James Bulger was able to never, ever be charged.
What makes this trial extraordinary and really crazy, the defense is defending him from an assertion that he was an informant, even though it's not a charge. And so what seems crazy is the government has gotten sucked into this as well. They're trying to prove that he is, even though it's totally irrelevant to his guilt or innocence. So it's not about guilt or innocence in this trial. It's about his legacy of wanting to establish he wasn't a tout, a rat, an informant, whatever you want to call it.
I was as surprised as anyone when James Whitey Bulger was captured. Is the government excited about having Bulger come back? Some people certainly are. But there are others, I think, who have many sleepless nights about what James Bulger is going to testify to. I believe the reason that they are giving so much protection to Bulger, transported from the jail to the courthouse, is they're worried about someone with a sniper rifle taking him out on the way to court so that he can't testify. That's how explosive his testimony will be.
This is Whitey's world. If you go from Squantum, where he lived with Kathy, it's basically 6 miles if you drive it up to Castle Island over there. That's Southie, where he did most of his crime. He murdered people there, he buried people there, and he went to sleep there. So that's his world.
I spent much of my childhood in South Boston, and even as a kid, I knew Whitey Bulger ran the show here. But Whitey was very lucky. In the 1960s, there was an Irish gang war, and over 60 people were killed. But Whitey was in prison, so he missed all that. He would have had a high chance of being a victim of that violence. When he got out of prison, Whitey went to Howie Winter, who was the leader of the Winter Hill Gang, the preeminent non-mafia gang in this region. And he said to Howie, "We got to stop the war in Southie. Too many people are dying. We're losing money." Howie was very impressed by Whitey. And one of the things that impressed him most was that Whitey had done time in Alcatraz. Now, for you and me, we'd like to hand in our resume and say, see, I went to Stanford, I got my MBA at Wharton. But in that milieu, if you're a wise guy, you say, oh, you went to Alcatraz. And Howie said that Whitey came across as a guy that could be a leader. So Howie mediates the end of the war with a rival gang in South Boston called the Mullins, in which the Mullins actually were about to prevail. And the Mullins guys think, they're about to get the lion's share of everything. And Howie threw them for a loop when he announced that Jimmy Bulger, he's gonna front money for them. They can put money on the street, loan shark, they can do a gambling operation, but Whitey's gonna be in charge. And the Mullins guys were going, what, are you kidding me? We were winning. And Tommy King, who was a member of the Mullins, said, we should have killed Whitey when we had a chance, because this is gonna come back to bite us.
Southie was great growing up. Everybody knew everyone. Everyone watched out for everybody. It was great. We didn't have a lot, but we had a lot of fun with what we had. My brothers both went to college. They went to Harvard, so I was the only male at home. I knew how to fight, and that was kind of handy, so I started working different bars bouncing, and I ended up at Triple O's. It's a neighborhood bar. It was kind of a rough bar, and that's where I met Jim Bulger and Steve Flemmi. I was 18 at the time. Jim was like an older brother. He was guiding me through the minefield and stuff. and teaching me a lot as I went. When I first started working with them, I started out small, and just, beating people up, and little by little take baby steps, from gambling, loan sharking, to extortions and stuff, and doing extortions with Jim Bulger and stuff, and I just make a lot of money. But the moment that everything changed for me, the moment my life changed is when I was involved in the first murder. It was a double homicide. So then I knew there was, I was in, there was no getting out. So I decided, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to be the best at it that I can.
It was tense in court Tuesday between James Whitey Bulger and the man who was once like a son to him, his former right-hand man turned cooperating government witness, Kevin Weeks.
Weeks was one of the government's star eyewitnesses. As Bulger's mob enforcer, Kevin Weeks says he buried the bodies, moved the guns, and collected the cash, which bookmakers and businessmen paid to stay in business.
Weeks calmly and coldly testified he watched James Bulger brutally murder Deborah Hussey, John McIntyre, and Arthur Bucky Barrett.
Jim Bulger stepped out with a machine gun, was put in a chair, tied with chains. As he walked down the stairs, Jim Bulger shot him in the back of the head. He was strangled. He was just gagging, vomiting. Jim Bulger asked if he wanted one in the head, and the kid said, yes, please, and shot him in the head. There, Jim had her, strangled him around the neck. He's got his legs wrapped around her, her lips turned blue, face, the eyes rolled up in the head and everything. Stevie Fleming says she's not dead. He wraps a cord around her neck, puts a stick in it, starts twisting. Teeth were pulled, and she's buried in the basement floor.
As the defense began cross-examining the former Bulger protege, Weeks looked annoyed.
So when you told me a moment ago that you never lied to the investigators, that was a lie.
I've been lying my whole life. I'm a criminal.
The tension reached a boiling point when defense attorney Jay Carney asked Weeks...
You were concerned that you would be viewed as a rat. No one calls you a rat?
No one says to my face. No one's ever said to me, I said, maybe behind my back.
What would you do if they said it to you?
We'll go outside, just the two of us. You say it to my face and see what I do to you. And he looked at me, he goes, physical? And I said, yeah, I'll hurt you. He asked a question. I gave him an honest answer.
But the best was yet to come as Carney asked how the killings bother Weeks. The court transcript reads, because we killed people that were rats, and I had the biggest rat right next to me. Bulger then said, you suck. Weeks fired back, expletive you, okay? Bulger gets in the last shot, expletive you too.
This is where Whitey used to take his walks, and he would meet with people. They stayed on the street for quite a while, and that never should have happened. It's just, it's crazy. It's crazy. I worked organized crime most of my career, so I saw Bulger going up the chain with the Winter Hill Gang. Bulger and Flemmy moved up in control. Then in 1980, a young trooper working for me was assigned to go down and check out this garage down in the north end to see about a possible stolen car ring. And when we went by, he noticed a lot of organized crime figures there. He called me. I went down, observed for myself, and that's when we started this investigation. The garage was right up here, just a little after the truck here. We commandeered an apartment across the street, and we monitored it for about 4 months, every day. And there we saw James Bulger and Stephen Fleming. Anybody who was anybody in organized crime in New England came here to this garage. People who were paying rent, protection money, people who were in the shit, let's say. And they were meeting daily with the leaders of the New England Mafia, the Angulo crime family, patriarchal crime family. And it was unprecedented to see that. It was absolutely shocking to see that they were actually working together. That was like striking gold. What surprised me, I say, where's the Boston police? Where's the FBI? Why isn't anybody else doing this? They're right here. They were operating so openly. It just was shocking. And we monitored that and documented, and we've got enough probable cause to go to a judge and issue a warrant so that we can place listening devices inside. Planted the bug, it worked great, everything was fine. Next morning, one of the first conversations we picked up was, what a great job the state police and the Mass Turnpike do. So we knew the gig was up right then and there. Somebody was protecting them. We knew we were had, and we just couldn't figure out how. Then one night, John Morris of the FBI met a Boston detective at a bachelor party. And he was in a drunken state and told the Boston detective that I know you guys are working with the state on the wire, on a bug down on Lancaster Street, and the bad guys know about it. I couldn't believe it. How does anybody know outside of our group? It didn't make sense.
James Whitey Bulger's relationship with the FBI will be the focus of testimony this morning. Former FBI Supervisor John Morris is expected to take the stand. He was head of the FBI's organized crime squad during the 70s and 80s, overseeing former agent John Connolly.
Morris claims that he and John Connolly shielded James Bulger from prosecution. In addition to hearing Morris on the stand today, federal prosecutors plan to discuss James Bulger's alleged 700-page FBI informant file.
To understand the Bulger story, you really have to understand how the FBI top echelon informant program came into being to destroy the Italian mafia. It really begins before the program even existed, when Joe Valachi testified before a congressional committee in 1963, and this testimony was engineered by Robert Kennedy, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, and it was really explosive. Valachi came forward and he described the hierarchy of the 5 families in New York, and he described the initiation ceremony.
What is the name of this organization? Cosa Nostra in Italian. Cosa Nostra in Italian. Our thing and our family in English.
The first time one of these mafia guys was talking into a television camera, and it was a big deal, and it stole Hoover's thunder, because Hoover had for decades now been denying that there was a mafia. Now Hoover had a problem. He needed to make up for lost time, and he needed to go out and get informants as dramatic and as explosive as Joe Valachi.
We should all be concerned with but one goal, the eradication of crime. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is as close to you as your nearest telephone. It seeks to be your protector in all matters within its jurisdiction. It belongs to you.
The top echelon informant program also was what gave power to guys like John Connolly, because how are you going to get guys like Valachi? Well, you're going to need FBI guys who walk the walk and talk the talk, who can go out into that underworld and sort of make deals with these guys. So the power and influence of the swaggering agent within the hierarchy went way up.
The general topic of our discussion today is informant handling. And with me today is John Connolly, a 15-year veteran of the FBI. How do you go about developing individuals for recruitment or targeting as an informant for the Bureau?
In the case of organized crime type people, you probably wouldn't want to target a boss, for instance. You'd want someone perhaps close to the level of criminal activity, but not necessarily involved.
When John Connolly was a boy, he lived in Southie in the same housing project with the Bulgers. And he was in awe of Whitey, who was a teenage thug with the platinum striking hair and the amazing Hollywood good looks. So John Connolly, given his history as a son of Southie, his connection to the Bulger family, he succeeded in forging what has since been called an unholy alliance with Whitey Bulger.
Remember, these are our most important assets that we have, informants. I mean, they're the name of the game. You're going to get friendly with them and you're going to like them, but you never can forget who you work for.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Bulger's on the phone.
All right, please put him through.
Sure.
Thanks for calling. There are a couple of things I wanted to ask you about.
Sure.
The first is that you've told me since the very first day I met you that you've never been an informant.
That's correct.
Does that mean you've never been an informant in your entire life?
Never. As a teenager, I took many a beating at the police stations, and I never cracked. As a bank robber, I was captured I pled guilty to free the girlfriend that I was with, and I got a 20-year prison sentence, first offender. In prison, I was part of an escape plot. The plot fell apart. One of the guys gave my name. I told him, I don't know what you're talking about. I spent months in the hole, naked, and the whole thing. I went through a lot there. And after 4 months for punishment, they sent me to Alcatraz. And that was it. I never cracked. In the Boston FBI, no way. I met John Connolly. He was a salty guy, Irish Catholic like myself. You know, it's friendship. Geez, if I ever hear anything, I'll tip you off, give you a heads up. And then I told him, all right, John. I says, I'll see you. You can let me know. I'd appreciate it. And that's how it got started.
This isn't really a typical criminal trial. James Bulger knows that by following the strategy he has directed us to do, he will be found guilty, and he's going to die behind the walls of a prison. But for Jim, it doesn't matter. He's at the end of his life. He doesn't know if he'll live till the end of the trial, never mind till the end of the year. But for him, it's like it's his last opportunity to tell people that he was never an informant, that our federal government is more corrupt in law enforcement than anyone ever imagined. Even to this day in this trial, it's corrupt, and he wants people to know it.
There's a lot of things that we need to dispel. The fact that Jim wasn't an informant. I mean, the local thinking is that absolutely he was an informant. Everybody talks about it, books are written about it. Until you actually go through everything and look at it to make your own independent assessment, you can't have an opinion. So getting involved in this case, I had an opportunity that I don't think anybody in the public does, is I get to see the files that the government had to suggest that he was an informant. I thought that there was some things about the file that was so suspicious that I wanted to look into it in depth. And so I sat down with Daryl and I asked her to come up with an independent assessment whether or not she thought there was any legitimacy to the files.
Of course, I was eager to start the project and see what I could find, but I was also a bit skeptical. I mean, just looking at the file when it was handed to me, I thought, how could that possibly be fictitious? It's 700 pages and it looks very official, so it seems like it had to be solid. But slowly, I found a lot of strange repetition in the file. What I've done is created tabs on every page where I found alternate sources for the information. And we learned that John Connolly was pilfering through files, and Connolly took specific information from these sources and placed it into Mr. Bulger's file. These alternate sources comes from wiretaps, it comes from phone calls, news articles, public information, FBI memorandums, and the majority of the information comes from other informant files. A top echelon file is supposed to be filled with singular, unique information that can lead to a prosecution. And just based on the patterns that I found looking at other alternate sources, it's just not consistent with someone who was providing unique information. Like this first page of his file from May 29th, 1981, the tip reads that 1544 advised that the mafia whacked out a guy several weeks ago. He's in the trunk of a car. It doesn't tell who whacked out the guy. It doesn't tell what guy was whacked out. It doesn't tell where the car is. There's no substantive information in that, and there's no follow-up in the entire file. You turn, it's actually the last page, June 8th of that same year, the same exact tip shows up. 1544 advised that source heard that the outfit people whacked out a guy several weeks ago and left the individual in the trunk. It's vague, there's no details, and it shows up twice in his file.
This is not unusual to see reports in one informant's file that's similar to reports in other informants' file. If a crime occurs, a law enforcement agency surveys their informants. They get multiple reports from various informants about the same criminal activity. That's exactly what Connolly was doing with Bulger.
The federal government is so desperate in this trial to try to convince people that he's an informant. Because James Bulger had such a strong and influential reputation, his name had value as a commodity for the Department of Justice. They needed search warrants to take down the mafia. They needed to put something down to justify intrusions into people's civil liberties. Nobody was going to look and see if the information was verified. No one was going to determine whether it was made up by a street agent. No one was going to determine whether it was true or not. Was it enough simply for a magistrate to sign off on probable cause? And there is example after example in this case of where they took James Bulger's name and used it as a commodity.
It's a preposterous assertion that he was not an FBI informant. In fact, he used the FBI and they used him. What this is all about, quite frankly, is he doesn't mind being called a murderer. He doesn't mind being called a criminal. Obviously, he doesn't mind being called a drug dealer, but he doesn't want to be called an informant because where he came from in Southie, that's the worst thing you can be. You can be a crook, you can be a murderer, but it's worse to be an informant. That's the way he's brought up in his sick mind. That's what he believes. The fact that the file is 700 pages, quite frankly, that's a large file. The Bulger had this relationship for 15 or 20 years.
When they were saying that he had a voluminous FBI file, how long were they claiming that he was an FBI informant?
Almost 20 years.
Okay, well, I have extensive experience with a lot of informant files, and a top echelon informant file is never going to be 700 pages.
What should generally the size of their file be?
For 20 years? Anywhere from 60,000, 55,000, up to, 300,000. The problem with the top echelon informant program, it's not unique to the Bulger case, and a lot of people are dying because of it. So I filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the government, and I won massive files, 55,000 pages of files just on one top echelon informant, Gregory Scarpa, a high-level informant for the FBI in New York. His main role was to bring down the Colombo crime family. But at the same time, he was lying and killing off his rivals and committing murders, a lot of murders. In trial, they said more than 50 people. I don't know if you've ever seen a real informant file or not.
I haven't.
Because I don't think that you have. See, you didn't have this on yours, correct? These are important. These are showing who these went to and who authorized these.
That's an unbelievable amount of signatures.
Exactly.
That means everybody here saw this or endorsed it.
Yeah, exactly. But look how high it went up. Kelly, Deloach, that's up there. That's up there with Hoover. And then it should go into the information that he provided. He's given information, and then the FBI does their own summary. Here, this informant has not furnished any information known to be false. Do you have any of that on yours?
We don't have things like that.
And this is a total of 1,147 pages. So, and that's just the first set. Now I have an additional 55,000 coming.
Remember the day when Hank and I were with you and showed you the so-called informant file that John Connolly had been keeping?
Yeah.
Remember your reaction to seeing that?
I was shocked. I was angry. I couldn't believe it. I consider it the worst betrayal that ever happened to me in my life. I couldn't believe that anyone even could dream of such a thing. I never knew it existed.
Did you recognize the information that was contained in it as anything that you would ever talk to John Connolly about?
No. I asked the questions. I got the answers. I was the guy who did the directing. They didn't direct me.
What are some of the things they would give you in terms of tips?
The thing that we needed most of, number one, was wiretaps, and then like photo surveillance, search warrants when they were coming, indictments that were coming so guys could get a chance to make a run for it.
Well, if you weren't providing information to these people, why were they willing to give you all this information?
For money. For money. Money is the common denominator. It's a way of doing business. It happens all the time, and it'll never stop.
I remember you told me once that Christmas is for kids and cops.
Correct.
How many people would you be paying off on a holiday period?
Oh, everybody I knew I took care of at Christmas time. Put money in envelopes for all of the different police. I had contacts in the state police, the Boston police, the ATF, also in the FBI. There was more people than John Connolly, but I'm not going to say who they were. I would never say anybody's name, But I took care of everybody.
And was this in cash?
Always cash.
In envelopes,
always. I never handed anyone money. I handed them an envelope. makes it a little bit easier for them to accept it, you know. Or I'd put the money maybe in a box if it was that much money.
What was the most amount of money you ever paid an FBI person, FBI agent?
At one time?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe 25,000, 50,000.
Everybody can be corrupted. People are of the opinion that the FBI is above reproach. Well, they're just regular people. They put their pants on in the morning just like everybody else. They're regular people, except they have a badge that says, you know, special agent. But there's nothing special about them. They're regular people. If you find their weakness or their needs, or if they have a problem and you could solve it for them, you can corrupt them. Maybe they like money, maybe they like wine, maybe they like jewelry, you know, trips, whatever. There's always a way to corrupt somebody.
During a rapid-fire and sometimes intense cross-examination, disgraced former FBI supervisor John Morris admitted taking thousands in cash from Bulger.
Mr. Morris, you were Mr. Bulger's paid FBI informant, weren't you?
That's not correct. He did give me money, but I was not his paid informant.
Gave you money?
Yes.
Gave you gifts?
Yes.
You got a case of wine, didn't you? From Mr. Conley in the basement of the federal office.
That's correct.
Did you throw it away?
No, I kept it.
You know, seeing a day like today where it's not clear, you see thoroughly, despicably corrupt FBI agents like John Morris, a supervisor, you know, with just a moral, he was a moral coward. And you see him, and you see Conley taking advantage of him in all his weakness to bring him in to the group. You see that, and you see what was allowed. And so the real story here is that our government enabled killers to run free in this city. You know, Bulger used to wake up in South Boston, and from South Boston you can look across, and he would say, I own that town. And he really did, and he owned it because he was allowed to turn the Federal Bureau of Investigation into the Bulger Bureau of Investigation. He put his tentacles into the Bureau, and he turned it into something that worked for him. And it was because they were all crazed about getting the mafia that they enabled the Irish Godfather to run the show here. And he was far more dangerous than the Italians.
So what we need to do is get inside a little bit and talk about how the FBI works, what the roles of certain people were, like Mr. Conley and Mr. Morris. And the more we can keep you on the stand, from my perspective, the better, because hopefully it will be able to really illustrate the efforts you made, so they see the good side of law enforcement. You recognize it was a problem, you tried to do something to save lives, and because they were pursuing whatever agenda they were, they shut you down.
Can I be candid with you? I think the whole thing was a con. I think at some point they get in over their heads, and their success was wrapped around Bulger to the point where he had to be validated. He had to be made into this informant that gave him all this information.
That's the myth.
That's the myth. I had a fascinating career. I worked organized crime. I worked fugitives. And in Mississippi, I had to work the Ku Klux Klan, bombings. And we ended the bombings in Mississippi. Then I was transferred back to Memphis. Martin Luther King came to Memphis, and I was told that King had just been shot. We found the gun, and through the fingerprints, we identified James Earl Ray, and we arrested him in London. In Miami, we developed a case called Abscam. Abscam turned out to be one of the largest white-collar crime cases ever, and we arrested a senator, a sitting senator. So when I went back to headquarters and the Boston problem was going on, I was told they needed somebody with this background to be sent to Boston. And my mission was to find out what is going on between the Mass State Police, the Boston Police, the local police, and the FBI, and how come they're not getting along together? They had territorial issues. The state police was blaming the FBI for cavorting with criminals, because they had seen Conley and Morris with Bulger and Flemmi. So they formed the opinion that the agents were doing something bad. Well, as it turned out, They were, but they didn't know it then, and I didn't know it then. So I go out and interview Bulger and assess him, a suitability, if you will. I arrive at Bulger's place and met at the door by Bulger. He's got a baseball cap on, he's got sunglasses, he's got a muscle shirt. I hold out my paw, my hand, and he doesn't take it. Okay, you know. So I look at my empty hand and I follow him in. The place is dark, and we walk in the back. I say, look, Bulger, I'm here to find out what you're doing for us. What are you doing for us? And he gets angry. And about that time, Conley pops out. And remember, this is supposed to be mano-a-mano, one-on-one. And I get very angry. And I look over and he says, hi, Fitzy, how you doing? And I'm saying to myself, oh, you know, this does not look good. But then we have the conversation about him. I finally get the conversation back. And what he tells me is that he's not an informant, that he has his own informants, and that he pays them, they don't pay him, and that he's the head of a gang, and that he runs the gang, that he's not going to testify. Now, all those elements are elements to me that I'm going to close this guy as an informant. If you're an informant for the FBI and you're the head of the gang, then the FBI is validating the gang. You're actually part of the gang and the management process. So to me, he's a big problem. Close him. Get rid of him. And that's what I go back and tell my boss. From that point on, I get resistance. I'm more or less told, you shut up. You're not allowed to talk about this.
I was a very young reporter, but I had covered this huge mafia trial in Boston. It was the biggest ever. It was, the FBI had planted a bug in the North End headquarters of a guy named Jerry Angiulo. He was the underboss of the mafia and ran everything in Boston. And he and his brothers, the whole hierarchy, went on trial. It was an 8-month trial. And there was all this evidence of murders and corruption. And they had tapes of Jerry Angiulo bragging about murders. But they also had him talking about, I have a couple of guys that will do anything for us, named Whitey and Stevie. They'll kill anyone we ask them to. And so at the end of that trial, it was a huge victory for the FBI in Boston. They had just wiped out the New England family, decimated them.
Yesterday, a federal grand jury sitting at Boston returned a 20-count indictment charging 7 individuals, including Gennaro Angiulo.
The Boston FBI, they were heroes. And John Conley was at the heart of that. He was the guy with the most informants, the most top echelon informants. So as the mafia is being decimated, stepping into the vacuum are Whitey Bulger and Steve Fleming. And I'm asking the New England Strike Force leader, Jerry O'Sullivan, why aren't you going after Whitey and Stevie? You've already done the mafia repeatedly. What about these guys? And the answer is, oh, well, they're not the threat that, you know, the mafia is. The mafia is an international organization. Whitey's this local hoodlum. We're the New England Organized Crime Strike Force. We go after the big guys. Well, Whitey was becoming the big fish.
Jim Bulger wants to explain to the jury why for 25 years he could be on top of the organized crime pyramid in Boston and never once be charged with a crime. The chief of the organized crime strike force, Jeremiah O'Sullivan, promised him that he would not be prosecuted for any federal crime if, in turn, he did something that the government wanted. And that something was not being an informant. It was something else. We've never revealed that information. But Jim will at trial, if Jim takes the stand.
I had met secretly with a high official in the Federal Strike Force, Jerry O'Sullivan, United States Attorney. He was concerned that someone was going to kill him. He says, he's in trouble, he needs help. I felt bad for him. So I told him, I says, look, I'll take care of this fight. I says, but I'm no spy. We don't meet. I'll take care of it my own way. If you can accept that, it'll be done.
What was O'Sullivan's promise to you?
his promise to me was this. He says, listen, Whitey, he says, I feel better. I'm under your umbrella of protection. You're under mine. He says, any federal crimes or anything like that, don't worry about it. He says, I'll always be in your corner from this point on. I'll protect you, and you protect me. And that was the way it went.
Bulger claims that he had saved Jeremiah T. O'Sullivan from imminent danger, presumably from mafia retaliation for Jeremiah O'Sullivan's pursuit of the mafia and bringing it down, and that his deal with Jeremiah T. O'Sullivan was a personal one, and he was going to protect O'Sullivan in return for being granted immunity for crimes past and future.
John Connolly said that O'Sullivan and Bulger pledged allegiance to each other. That's a pretty significant event. An event, by the way, that was never mentioned or even alluded to in this trial. The government didn't want it to be, because then you would have this very ironic situation of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston, the very office that is currently prosecuting Whitey Bulger, had some kind of corrupt relationship with Whitey Bulger that they're not being totally forthcoming about.
The notion that a federal prosecutor could tell an organized crime figure that he could kill at will men and women, rich and poor, Boston, Florida, Oklahoma, based on a personal promise to guarantee his safety is so absurd, so ludicrous. We've run out of words like ludicrous and synonyms to describe it.
Today they called to the stand former number 2 in the FBI's Boston office, Agent Bob Fitzpatrick.
Kind of upset over the fact that this whole case is predicated on, a bunch of people I tried to put in jail. And the true story is that the criminal justice system is basically been co-opted by Bulger, by Fleming. Now, certain people are culpable in the FBI, but certain people are culpable in the Department of Justice. So I gotta go there and present the truth.
Former FBI agent Robert Fitzpatrick started at the Boston office in 1981 and said the atmosphere was tense. As Assistant Special Agent in charge, Fitzpatrick evaluated James Bulger's role as an informant.
Fitzpatrick said Bulger surprised him by saying he was not an FBI informant, that he was never paid anything by the FBI to provide information.
Fitzpatrick recommended closing Bulger as an informant, but headquarters thought Bulger was too valuable in its quest to bring down the mafia. After several hours on the stand, prosecutors began a tough cross-examination of Fitzpatrick. First question:
You're a man who likes to make up stories, aren't you?
No.
Didn't you gratuitously claim credit for arresting the mob boss, Jerry Angiulo?
I did arrest him.
Haven't you, in fact, pretended that you were the one who found the rifle that killed Martin Luther King?
I did find the rifle when I was at the scene.
At one point, Assistant U.S. Attorney Brian Kelly said, "Are you on medication?" Fitzpatrick said, "Yes." Kelly said sarcastically, "Does it affect your memory?" "Not that I recall," replied Fitzpatrick, as several people in court laughed.
How do you think you were treated on the stand?
Not good.
What do you mean?
I thought the guy was very angry, and I don't know why. He should have been a lot more professional, and I didn't feel that professionalism. And plus, as a former law enforcement officer, working with these guys, I should have a little more respect.
I'm actually disgusted in some sense, to be honest with you. To hear Fitzpatrick get grilled like that and not all the other agents, I think it's garbage. That's the first time that the prosecution has cross-examined anybody in that manner. Other than that, they've been up there kissing everybody's ass. All dirty FBI agents, all ex-mobsters. Look at Morris. They didn't treat Morris like Fitzpatrick. These are the guys they gave deals to. Fitzpatrick tried to go out of his way and do the right thing, but he's still fighting for a pension. Morris got a pension.
With respect to my cross-examination of Fitzpatrick, I do think it was fair. I think when people come into federal court and tell ridiculous stories, they can expect to be confronted aggressively with cross-examination. That's the purpose of cross-examination. You try to expose what is inaccurate. Now, Fitzpatrick was, in fact, in the chain of command at exactly the same time all this crime and buffoonery was occurring. And yet, years later, he wanted to distance himself from it and pretend he was trying to stop it.
Bob Fitzpatrick was one of the first people to say there's something rotten here and to try to call attention to it. He's drummed out of the FBI. Now here he is at this trial, and they really seek to destroy him. They seek to humiliate him. And it was very personal, because when he comes into trial to testify, he is a rebuke to the entire system and to everyone who stood back for 20 years that Bulger was in power and allowed it to happen. And a lot of people were complicit in that.
It was a little bit tormenting to watch Fitzpatrick get beat up. It shows you that you're either with the government and they'll accept and guide and protect you in any way they can, or you're against the government and they'll try to destroy you. We know that there was a relationship between the Department of Justice and the success of James Bulger, and nobody wants to tell that story. They protected him for their own reasons for decades, and they're still lying about it. At this trial, the United States Attorney's Office has an exhibit. It's a very important exhibit. It is a memorandum from the special agent in charge in the 1980s by the name of Lawrence Sarhat. In this memorandum, Sarhat says that he had a conversation with James Bulger when they met at a hotel. And the government pretends that this memorandum somehow shows James Bulger is an informant. So during the trial, we learn information that there's a secret safe in the Boston SAC, Special Agent in Charge's office in the C3 unit of the FBI, the Criminal Division. And in that safe, supposedly documents would go into and never come out again. We also learned that there was a secretary who had worked for decades in the Boston FBI. She's 82 years old and still working for the Boston FBI. So she is the person who knows whether or not a secret safe exists. When we called this secretary as a witness, mysteriously new documents appeared. While they told the jury and the public this is the truth.
At this trial.
At this trial. What we learned when we called the secretary is there were other documents that existed. The same exact memo that the government introduced at this trial from the same person, the exact copy of it. We learned that the memo was not complete because there's an observation section. Mr. Sarhat says, I am not certain that I am convinced the informant is telling the full story of his involvement. Consideration should be given to closing him and making him a target. So what did they do with this information? Well, the government at this trial leaves that part out until we expose it. What else did they do with the information back in 1980? Well, we'd learn from the secretary exactly what they did with that information. The actual memorandum that was given to her, she put in an envelope by direction of Mr. Sarhat and put in the safe. And it says, strictly eyes only. Nobody other than the special agent in charge should see it. And anytime a new special agent in charge would come in and take the place of an old one who was resigning or moving on, she would tell them about this document in the safe. And it stayed in that safe for generations of special agents in charge when they took each other's spot. And one special agent in charge said, get rid of this or we'll all get fired.
Wow.
What could be so terrible about this document that they would lose their job? That James Bulger was an informant? Would that be so terrible everybody would get fired? Or that they knew he wasn't an informant? They knew that he should have been targeted and he was being protected.
The defense complaining about the Sarhat memo is another desperate tactic by them, which is another version of let's pretend, because they are pretending they didn't have these documents, which they did. There's nothing sinister about it. It was disclosed. They had it, and it didn't prove anything other than the fact that there was a head of the FBI who was concerned about keeping Bulger open as an informant. If anything, the Sarhat memo proves Bulger was an informant. He sat with the head of the Boston FBI for 4 hours and gave him all sorts of information, most of which was useless, but in fact, he was reporting it to the FBI, and that makes him an informant.
The latest twist
in the trial of James Whitey Bulger.
On Tuesday, Stephen Rakes was dropped from the witness list.
Rakes had been set to testify, but prosecutors told him he was no longer needed to take the stand.
30 years of torment, and now it's coming to an end.
Hello. No, I haven't been able to get... I'm going by his house later because I haven't been able to get a hold of him or anything. Yeah, he's probably beside himself about it. They took him off the witness list. I tried calling him after court, and his phone went right to voicemail. I called him all day yesterday, same after court, same thing. So I'm gonna go over. I figured give him a little time to cool down. Yeah. Yeah. Where? I don't know. What was the body described like? That's him. That's him. Motherfucker. I'm going by his house right now. Yeah, I'll call you right back. He's dead.
He's dead?
Yeah.
What? What? What happened?
They found him on the side of the road in Lincoln.
In Lincoln, Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Who's in Lincoln, Massachusetts?
I gotta go by his house right now.
Who's he? Oh my God, no way.
Stephen Rakes is a courthouse regular coming each day to the Whitey Bulger trial, waiting for the day when he would testify, but Rakes would never get that chance.
See the corruption?
Well, wait, let's not jump to conclusions. Let's say a prayer that he's okay.
He's not here.
Oh my God. Is his car here, Stephen?
No.
Oh my God, can you go knock on the door and see?
I knew something was wrong because I talk to him every day. We meet for coffee. You know, and that's got my stomach turned thinking, is anyone else in danger? What is testimony? I used to say to him, Steve, what do you have to say? I mean, what is it? Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Believe me, you'll see how deep in the people, you'll see.
Key witness in the Whitey Bulger trial is dead. A source tells CNN authorities called the death suspicious.
We don't know what the cause of death was. No sign of trauma. Don't know if this was a suicide.
It's a very suspicious death. The body is 7 miles away from where his automobile was, and he did not have any identification on him.
They'll probably say cause of death was a heart attack, an aneurysm, you know, and is it? We'll never really know. Do you believe what they tell you, or did something really happen? Do you trust your people that are supposed to serve and protect when you know what we're living through and what's happened in this family? What is the truth anymore? And who do you believe?
Sometimes, you know, I wish this never happened, this life. Because all the hurt. I mean, I've had a lot of hurt, Joe. I mean, I'm talking from, I can remember far back as 4 or 5 years old. I don't have any faith no more. I want the truth. This has tied me up for 32 years. They say, you know, ease your pain. And honestly, Joe, and I gotta tell you this, and I say it with my throat, I'd kill this cocksucker if they ever let him go free. And I'd tell the judge that. And I wouldn't give a fuck about going away for it. This prick here is never gonna run free because I mean it. I'd take him out.
Killed his sister.
Prosecutors put former hitman John Martirano on the stand to prove that Bulger's reign was murderous.
Martirano was perhaps the most feared member of Bulger's Winter Hill Gang. Testified he was James Whitey Bulger's chief executioner.
Killing was routine. In all, Martirano murdered at least 20 people.
Martirano served just 12 years in prison as part of a deal with federal prosecutors.
The confessed murderer was asked about a number of killings he committed, including the killing of Roger Wheeler, the president of World Highlight in Oklahoma.
The Highlight murders are the heart of this because they show how ugly and sordid everything became. This is shocking. He's killed.
This had to do with a World Highlight company, I think out of Oklahoma. I've read about this. It's really bad.
In daylight, at a country club, while kids at the swimming pool are watching.
And who was Roger Wheeler?
He was the owner of Highline, World Highline. It was a game.
Did that game involve gambling?
Yes.
I never did like gambling. But the Bank of Boston brought him this Highline deal. And part of the deal, because I kept...
Guess whose uncle owned Bank of Boston? Hi. Yes, indeed. My uncle owned Bay Bank, which became Bank of Boston, or Bank of Boston, which became Bay Bank, which became part... He was the vice president of Bank of America by the end of his life. He sold that bank. It was Shawmut, I think, at first. I didn't know... Hopefully that wasn't during... Well, it had to have been. He owned it the whole time. I didn't know my uncle financed this. What? What? I'm not kidding. My uncle owned the Bank of Boston. He was on the board at Boston College for a long time. Uncle-in-law. And he's somehow related to me. I'm blown away. I can't believe how connected I am to this story. My dad ran the wiretaps that this was about. I'm like in the middle of this. And also, I want to point out that, did you see all those protected witnesses going into federal court? No one got smuggled out by the FBI. I know. Listen, I'm telling you, Colleen, it's wild. Like, you don't understand. I went to school with Dick Layer's son, the guy who wrote Black Mass. Like, I've known Dick. I read Black Mass. Now that I think about it, I think my dad might have like been more involved with this than I realized. My dad gave me Black Mass when I was 10. I was in 6th grade. Literally, when Stone Cold and The Rock wrestled at WrestleMania 17 in April of 2001, okay? I was like 11 years old. That's when I was reading Black Mass, like that summer. I went to Dick Layer's house, I think, like after I read it, and I was like, will you sign my book? And he signed the book. I was 11 years old. I knew everything about this case. I didn't realize then what I realize now, which is the guy was a very gifted child, apparently. You know what I'm saying? But I lived this. I was right in the middle of all this. I'm stunned. You don't understand. I'm a little bit of an oblivious towel. I just keep my head down, do my little towel work. I'm stunned. I'm like part of history. My family is part of history. I don't think I appreciate just how much this means to be able to watch this. Thank you, Colleen Henry. God bless you. I now know exactly why you pestered me. I'm so honored to be even like tangentially part of the people who brought these people down, like even indirectly, and then also the coverage of it. I'm like part of the Boston media establishment. Listen, I'm blowing my own mind right now. Do you understand? I think of myself as just like some guy. Like I just walk around like I'm just some guy. It does weird me out. Not weird me out, but sometimes people come up to me and just say hi. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not some random guy. But like, I don't think of myself as I just keep my head down, do my work. I'm sorry for the pause, but we're about an hour in and I like to comment a little bit. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. I don't even know what to say. First of all, I don't believe for a second that the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case is done. Like, Hank Brennan, listen to this man, Hank Brennan, during this documentary. Dude's methodical. Methodical. He's like a cerebral assassin. Shout out Triple H. You don't mess with Hank Brennan. And Hank Brennan didn't really like do that during the second trial, which makes me think it was a fake trial. Real in the sense that it's final, but they're going to get Karen on federal charges. Why else would... I'm telling you, Hank is too brilliant. Too brilliant. He's a genius. He's absolutely a genius. Allie's ancestors came over on the Mayflower. Allie, can we call you Pilgrim Towel? Oh, Colleen. Estee's like, I had a piggy bank. SD Towel, ESDEE. I'm thrilled that you had a piggy bank. I think I had a piggy M&M. It wasn't really a piggy bank. It was a peanut M&M that I put like pennies in, and I saved up like $3, and then I bought some candy. I used to mow the lawn for like a quarter. I'm sure Papa Towel, may he rest in peace, I'm sure he loved that he had a little towel that would run around and mow the lawn for a quarter. I had so much fun. You don't understand. Yes. So LS, my dad, and David Yannetti didn't cross paths because my dad left the DA's office to go to, I don't know, I think my dad went to Gilman, McLaughlin, and Hanahan after the DA's office in Middlesex, and then my dad went to his own practice in '96. But as far as I can recall, David Yannetti got there right after him. I think it was when David Meyer was chief of homicide for a while. I think David Meyer was there. Scott Harshbarger was DA. And I think he was still DA when my dad left and David got there. So my dad and David they knew of each other back then, but they might have not worked together. David definitely would have known my dad from the Epen case, the Louise Woodward case. David Yannetti would have known my dad from these prosecutions, from the breast impact litigation. I mean, my dad and David are probably, I would say they knew of each other for like 30 or 40 years when my dad passed away. So, and I don't know if they had ever worked together, but they definitely knew of each other, because even my dad, and I told David this, I'll say it, my dad, one of the last things him and I talked about before he passed was my coverage of the Karen Reed case. And he said, David, and I know a lot of you aren't going to, feel whatever about this, but he said David Yannetti was a good man, and he always liked him. So, my dad was never a defense attorney. He was a prosecutor and then a class actions plaintiff attorney. He never defended anyone. And he thought David Yannetti was a good guy. So I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Like one of the last conversations I had with my dad, and it wasn't like all about David Yannetti. He came up in like one sentence of a multi-hour conversation. But my dad was like, yeah, I always liked him. He's a good guy. So there you go. That's what Towel Dad thought. And Towel Dad was a pretty good judge of character. Maybe David Yannetti went wayward. I don't know. We didn't get into details. I didn't want to bother him. I didn't want to talk about like court case drama. But that's what he said about David Yannetti. And I told David that. Judge Cannoni, yeah, she was a defense attorney for a while. I don't know much about her history. Never came across her. Let's go back to the documentary. I've talked enough.
Asking him about this, he said that the FBI keeps it clean. It's run by retired FBI agents that specialized in investigating organized crime, and they keep the mob out.
So Wheeler buys this company, World Highlight. Unbeknownst to him, it's infiltrated by the mob already, connected to Winter Hill.
The World Highlight hired John Callahan, a friend of Johnny Martimano, as a president, and they had H. Paul Rico, head of security. Rico was a corrupt ex-FBI agent, and he had relationships with Winter Hill. Callahan is actually the architect who first brought the scheme forward with Rico to kill Wheeler and then go to his widow and buy the World Highlight. They would be the owners, and the money was going to be kicked back to Winter Hill. Paul Rico reached out to the people back up here that he was involved with before.
Callahan, he asked me to take out Roger Wheeler.
What was your reaction to that?
I couldn't do that without everybody else on board.
And when you said you had to get everybody else on board, who did you mean?
Whitey and Stevie. They said they were on board. Whatever they could do to help, they'd help.
In the end of it, Johnny Martimano shot Wheeler in the head.
There were honest FBI agents in Oklahoma who wanted to get to the bottom of the murder of Roger Wheeler. Whitey Bulger and Stevie Flemmi were implicated, and the FBI in Boston lied to the FBI in Oklahoma and said Bulger and Flemmi had nothing to do with it. They have alibis. We've checked it out. That was a lie, and murderers went free because of it.
You hold the FBI as responsible as Bulger for the death of your father?
More responsible. The FBI has protected him, they have supervised him, and Without the FBI, my father would be alive today.
Next person that emerges in this story is Brian Halloran. Halloran is facing his own problems, namely he's charged with murdering a drug dealer. He needs help, and this is the typical system of informants and cooperating witnesses. He wants to make a deal. And so he comes forward and he can give up Whitey Bulger and Stephen Fleming, he says, because they were part of a plot to kill Roger Wheeler. So Halloran is a threat to Bulger and Fleming. They eliminate Halloran. In the process of eliminating him, they kill Michael Donahue, somebody he knew from the neighborhood.
Of the 19 alleged murder victims, their loved ones have become fixtures at this trial. And today, Patricia Donahue took the stand.
All I wanted to do was clear my husband's name. I did not want him associated with the mafia, with Whitey Bulger, with Brian Halloran. You know, he wasn't into that. He didn't even know those people. He was innocent. He wasn't in trouble. He wasn't a mafia man. He wasn't a killer. Mike was 32 when he died. He actually would have been 33 in a week. Whitey pulled the trigger, but I blame the FBI too. They knew what was gonna happen. Oh, there goes Whitey.
That's funny.
I'm serious. Look
There's
at-
Whitey, people.
I bet.
Yeah.
We'll see you in there, you lowlife.
Michael Donahue was murdered simply because he offered a neighbor, Brian Halloran, a ride home. Unbeknownst to Michael Donahue, Brian Halloran at the time was cooperating with the FBI and was about to reveal that James Bulger was involved in the murder of Roger Wheeler.
After the Wheeler murder, Halloran comes in, and he wants to talk. We open him up as an informant, and he begins telling us that this was done by Bulger and Fleming. And so Halloran is giving us the subject. He's telling us this guy is the killer of Wheeler. Bulger is the killer of Wheeler. That's a plus. That's a big plus. They should be very happy, they being Department of Justice and the Strike Force Chief, Jerry O'Sullivan. And yet, they're not. O'Sullivan said, no, I'm not going to put Halloran in a witness protection program. Why not? So I went over O'Sullivan's head. I went to the United States Attorney, Bill Weld. And I said to Bill Weld, Bill, I said, we got a problem. I got an informant, Halloran, that's going to tell us who did this stuff. And O'Sullivan is feeling that he should not be in the witness protection program. I told Weld he's going to get whacked.
At the same time, John Morris at the FBI told John Conley that Brian Halloran was revealing Bulger's involvement. And Morris knew full well that John Conley would convey that information to Whitey Bulger, and he did.
We received word from the FBI that Brian Halloran was cooperating with the FBI about the Wheeler murder. So Jim Bulger and Steve Fleming, myself, and other people were out looking for him. And one day we got word that Brian Halloran was down the waterfront.
Michael Donahue happened to have gone down to the pier in South Boston to get fish to use as bait to take one of his sons on a fishing trip. And he stopped to have a beer on his way home. He ran into Brian Halloran, who was his neighbor. He offered to give him a ride home.
So we went down the waterfront, you know. We got the hit car and weapons and everyone, you know, he was geared up and stuff. And I went down ahead and I sat across the street and watched to make sure Brian Halloran was in fact there. And, you know, when he started coming out, I told Jim Bulger, and Jim Bulger pulled up and he shot Brian Halloran and killed him. Michael Donahue was an unintended victim. He wasn't supposed to be getting killed. It was Brian Halloran that we were going to kill. But he hung around with Halloran. You want to hang around with gangsters and wise guys, this is what happens.
Patricia Donahue has spent the last 32 years raising 3 sons without her husband, Michael. Today, she finally faced his alleged killer, James Whitey Bulger.
It was Mother's Day, and Tommy had just made his first communion. I was in the kitchen cooking. A news bulletin came on the TV. A about a gangland slaying. I didn't pay any attention to it because I knew it didn't concern me. And I just so happened to look up and see the car. And I said, I think that was his car. I swear. I mean, I was hyperventilating. I was like confused. I'm thinking, oh my God, where is he? I need to be with him. I don't want him to die alone. I have so much stuff I want to say to him, you know? And nobody came until 10 o'clock that night. So when they took me to the hospital finally, he had already passed. Within days of the killing, FBI agents that came to my house and harassed me, accused me of having an affair with my husband's friend that was staying with us from out of town. I mean, I was like, what? For months, they used to sit outside my salon, you know? They'd sit outside the house and I'd say, how you doing? Have you found out any more information on my husband? No, nothing yet. And the whole time they knew. And I was devastated because I did not think that the government was like that. You know, you think you know them and you find out they're not who you think they are.
Bulger and Flemmi are suspects. Now, not only in the Wheeler murder, but in the Halloran and Donahue murders. And nothing happens. The FBI decides to look for John Callahan. We need to question John Callahan. He's the other guy who was also implicated in the murder of Roger Wheeler. They're hunting for him to question him, and then he's murdered. Again, nothing happens. The FBI in Boston, who did they send out to question Bulger and Flemmi? John Conley, their handler, because we know he's objective, right?
The FBI, they haven't been on our side since the day they killed my father. It took them 4.5 hours to come to my house to tell my mother, whether my father was dead or alive. They covered up the murder of my father, helped pretty much set it up. It's shameful. It's shameful. I think the FBI is worse than the mafia. They're the most organized crime family on the planet, who can do whatever they want, change the laws when they want, and they're not to be screwed with, to be honest with you. We've seen that firsthand.
Tell us what it was like to be on the stand today and look into Whitey Bulger's eyes.
Well, I looked right at him, but of course he wouldn't look at me. So as far as I'm concerned, he's a coward. He can kill people and not look the victims in the face. That's a coward. That's a coward.
You've been saying you're getting more answers from his defense team.
I am.
And then Jay Brody comes up and he asks questions that are really meant to benefit Whitey. Does that put you in a strange position?
The questions that Connie was asking my mother, those are questions the government should be asking my mother. Did you notice the government stood up and blocked every question that I asked? They don't want us to know anything. It was blunt right there. Connie was asking questions to help us, and we were getting blocked by the prosecution. Where do we go here, folks?
In the early 90s, when Fred and I first started working on this case, it was strange to us, to say the least, that this individual, Bulger, had been allowed to run amok in the city of Boston for so long.
We suspected, as did many other people in law enforcement, that Bulger had some relationship with the FBI that was he was using to prevent prosecution of himself. It was in that atmosphere that we began the case and targeted him. And we worked with Tom Foley, also Tom Duffy from the state police. We're very savvy investigators.
So what we decided to do was follow the money, and what we started targeting was a bottom line bookmaker with some of the informants that we had. We put up a bunch of wiretaps, and we started climbing up these bookmakers' organizations. We went from low to mid up to the high level bookmaker until we actually had the highest level, where that bookmaker was doing the handoff to Bulger and Flemmi as far as payments go.
It took Brian and I about 4 or 5 years to get there. By 1995, we had our first racketeering indictment.
Back then, Fred took a lot of hits over the years, and he had the courage to go up against the system. Brian Kelly, too. There was many right inside the U.S. Attorney's Office that were in denial, didn't want to see this come forward. And they said, well, we're going to wait, and we'll do a joint investigation with the FBI. And I knew at that time that this was another stall tactic. And I told them that, I said, okay, that's where you want to go, but the state police's position publicly will be, you had the opportunity to indict him and you didn't indict him. So they went back and had another huddle with the U.S. attorney, and they came back and they said, okay, the indictment, we will indict him. But they insisted that the FBI participate in the arrest. So the state police targeted Flemmi. The FBI said they'll take Bulger. And that one night on January 5th, we found Flemmi. And we arrested him on the streets of Boston. And we arrested, almost that same weekend, John Martirano down in Florida. And we notified the FBI, okay, grab Bulger. And that was the end of that. They never had Bulger, didn't know where he was. And it was 16 years later before we saw James Whitey Bulger again. We expected that he was tipped off, and we found out later that that's what actually had happened. One of the FBI agents in Boston told John Connolly that the indictments were coming down, and he passed the information along to Bulger. After months of sitting in jail, Stephen Flemmi realized the FBI and John Connolly were not coming to his rescue, and he decided to out himself and Bulger's FBI informants.
I'll never forget when he said he was an informant. I went up to visit him the next day or a day later. I said to him, I go, Steve, he was an informant. I said, you've been giving everybody up. And he said to me, he says, why should I do another day all the information I've given them people? I looked at him. Now I'm like, okay, what's his next step? Who's he got left to give up? And he looked at me. He said, well, we never said anything about you. So I was on the phone talking to him. He threw a glass. I took the phone, I hung it up, and I stood up. And I looked at him. I says, you couldn't say anything about me. I says, everything I did with you. I says, you couldn't give me up without giving yourself up.
Did you have any idea that Flemmi was an informant until he revealed it in a court hearing in 1999?
I didn't know that Stevie did that there. I had no idea. And when I heard it, I was shocked. I mean, Stevie was like my brother. I mean, I was so close to him. He fooled me, he fooled the mafia, he fooled Johnny, everybody. I mean, I was shocked. I never believed he would ever do anything like that.
Did you ever have an instance where Stevie provided some information in your presence?
One time, John Connolly asked him a question, Stevie answered it, he gave a name. When I heard that, I brought the thing to a close, and then I told Stevie, come on, let's go. And I started hollering at him as we went down the stairs. I told him, what the fuck did you do that for? I says, we're paying, we're not saying. We're buying, we're not selling.
When Stephen Flemmi came out and said he was an informant and was granted immunity, the government wanted to shut him up. And John Connolly made the mistake of coming in and taking Steve Flemmi's side and saying, we did give him immunity. The entire DOJ did it. You knew we were doing it. That's what you told us to do. You paid us to do it. You gave us bonuses to do it. At that point, the federal government was either going to have to expose all the corruptness in the federal government, all the murders, or they have to say that John Connolly's a liar.
John wouldn't play ball with the prosecutors. They then focused on John. Oh, okay, you want to play ball with us? We'll show you. And they then started looking at John and made a case against John.
The government decided that the person they really need to get is Connolly. That's the case they're trying to make. So John Martirano, who had never met John Connolly, never met him, goes to them and says, I can link John Connolly to the Wheeler murder, and I can link John Connolly to the Callahan murder.
The defendant, John Connolly, he's just another member of the gang. They pay him money. He gives them information.
They arrive at the conclusion that Martirano is gold as a witness and that he can single-handedly help us put away John Connolly and maybe Jimmy Bulger if Jimmy Bulger ever turns up.
Who did you believe you were going to be protecting by killing Callahan?
I was protecting myself, Whitey Bulger, Stevie Flemmi, and John Connolly.
They need John Connolly to be the scapegoat. They've got to have Connolly as the corrupt agent. With respect to all of what went on in Boston, with respect to the top echelon informant program, they have to have someone to blame. Why are you prosecuting Connolly for the Callahan murder? When you know the killer, it's Martirano, the guy who actually pulled the trigger, for Pete's sake. But they convicted John Connolly, and then he was sentenced for 40 years.
Martirano's plea agreement has been roundly criticized for good reason. Most people think he should have gotten more than 12 years, and we're no exception to that view. He is, in fact, a ruthless killer. But at the time, we had no evidence of his killing. And when he pled guilty, he not only got more time, but he also led to a series of events. He made cooperation fashionable.
Mr. Weeks, if you'll come forward, please. Dan.
I was arrested November 17th, 99. And they were telling me what it came down to, make it really quick and simple, is that it's a race. It's either you or Stevie. You're gonna get the last seat on the bus. But whichever one of you get up there first and make a deal with the government is gonna get the best deal. You know, what's Stevie gonna do? Stevie's gonna give me up and say it was Kevin, it was this one, it was that one that killed all these people, it wasn't us. You know, here's the bodies, that's where they put them and stuff. I said, no, there's no way I'm taking it up the ass for them. So I made the deal first. I figured, you can't ride on ride.
Kevin Weeks, his plea was a critical turning point in this case because he literally led us to the bodies. He brought us to the burial grounds where we saw for ourselves Bulger's handiwork.
Kevin Weeks, 5 murders. He does 5 years. John Martirano, for 20 murders, he got a sentence of 12 years. Plus, they let him keep money, keep property. They got him a waiver of the death penalty in Oklahoma and a waiver of the death penalty in Florida. They paid his commissary fees while he was in prison. And when he got out, gave him $20,000 check.
$250,000 advance for selling the movie rights to his life story. $110,000 or something advance for the book he co-wrote.
Say calls John Morris.
John Morris, please, Mario.
I would say the most scandalous deal that the government made was with one of their own, and that was John Morris, who was John Conley's equally corrupt supervisor, and who got people killed. And he got no time, nothing.
John had told me that these guys really like you, and if you ever needed anything, to just ask.
John Morris, as corrupt an FBI official as one could possibly be, not a minute in jail. He's a wine consultant now.
I didn't want what happened to me to happen to other agents.
Mr. Fleming, if you'll stand up, raise your right hand, Linda will swear you in.
Fleming wound up making his deal when it was really too late to get a good deal, so he wound up getting a life sentence. And now he's become kind of a professional witness for the government. And he's just a wind-up doll who says what he believes he needs to say so that the government will give him better accommodations in prison. They'll do little things for him that will make the fact that he's spending the rest of his life in prison a little more comfortable. He's a pathetic creation of the system at this point.
Do you see the defendant, Mr. Conley, in the courtroom?
I see him, yes. Good-looking gentleman. He's got a nice haircut. I know him very well.
These guys, they're all violating the gangster code. They all became some version of a rat. They're testifying against people. They've all had to reconcile in their conscience why they did this, and they've all created their little stories, their own internal fictions of why they've had to do what they do.
State of Massachusetts got more rats in it. It's like an infested rat hole. The Irish mob, every one of them, they were stumbling over each other, just a rat. They walk around talking big tough guy shit, and they're fucking rats. The federal court right here. Doesn't it look like a mouse hole?
Good for rats, right?
Yeah, that's where all the rats go.
It was a tense reunion, 18 years in the making. Finally, James Whitey Bulger and his partner, Stephen the Rifleman Fleming, were reunited as Fleming took the stand against Bulger.
Stephen Fleming is considered to be the most critical witness in this case.
In rapid-fire succession, Flemmi described Bulger's alleged role in a string of killings during the 1970s when both men were leaders of the Winter Hill Gang.
Flemmi is under pressure. They're talking about women. Bulger is charged with strangling Deborah Hussey and Debbie Davis. The defense is trying to suggest, in fact, it was Flemmi.
Hank Brennan grilled the government witness on his sexual relationship with his then-girlfriend's teenage daughter, Deborah Hussey.
Flemmi said Deborah Hussey turned into a drug user and an embarrassment, so they had to kill her.
At Bulger's trial Friday, Flemmi said Bulger murdered Flemmi's girlfriend, Deborah Davis, after the two men decided she knew too much.
Flemmi claims Bulger decided Davis had to be killed. I couldn't do it, Flemmi testified. He said Bulger said, "I'll take care of it, I'll do it." He grabbed her around the throat and strangled her.
My sister Debbie, she dated Steve Flemmi for over 9 years. He gave her cars, apartments, furniture, jewelry, but he would never give her cash. You know, he'd give her $5-10 a day, and cheap prick. She loved him. She did love him. But at one point, she wanted to get married. She wanted kids. My sister wanted kids. You know, it was just rocky road from then on. She said, I'm leaving Steve. And I think Whitey would have taken that as a threat. You know, her taking secrets or whatever with her.
Flemmi became more and more defensive and more resistant to the questions as Hank Brennan just cut into him.
Were you combining the two different versions in your testimony in front of this jury to make amends for your inconsistencies, Mr. Flemmi?
No, it was just probably an inadvertent mistake on my part.
Another inadvertent mistake on this case?
Flemmi is a well-rehearsed witness now because he's testified in 3 trials and 3 civil proceedings. In one court, he says that Bulger strangled her with a rope. In another proceeding, he said he strangled her with his hands. And then in a third proceeding, he said he thought that Bulger had her in a headlock. So at the end of the day, the inconsistencies, yes, they're there, but do they stop Bulger from being convicted? It certainly does not look like that is significant enough to do that.
2 of the charges against you, Jim, are that you were involved in the murder of Deborah Hussey and Debbie Davis. Did you have any involvement in those 2 cases at all?
No way. Those were Stevie's girlfriends. That's his problem. Had nothing to do with me. Nothing.
Do you feel he was fully capable of committing these by himself?
Oh, Christ. Well, when one of the guys asked him something about a murder, he says, well, he's been involved in so fucking many murders, he has to say to the guy, well, show me the list. He needed a list to show him what murder you're talking about. I mean, this guy, I think he's insane myself, Stevie. In the court, he's glaring at me, and I'm looking at him thinking, Christ, Stevie, you're looking at me. I never said a word against you. I'm the injured party. But he is like a puppet for Wyshak, you know?
Whitey Bulger cannot have people think he murdered those 2 women. And he cannot have people think he was an informant. This is not about getting acquitted. This is about changing the narrative back to the one he spent years cultivating. And that narrative is he is a good, bad guy. He is a gangster with scruples. He is a criminal with standards. And gangsters with scruples do not murder women and bury them in shallow graves. And criminals with standards don't turn on their friends.
Today could end up being an extremely interesting day at the trial of James Whitey Bulger. The big question is whether or not Whitey himself will take the stand.
Will James Whitey Bulger take the stand? Everybody's waiting on bated breath to find out.
My prediction is he will testify. He looks so bad if he doesn't.
Today's a big day. It's the end of the case. And I want to let him know that we're with him. I'm behind him no matter what decision he makes. If he wants to testify, then 100% behind it. If he doesn't, then I totally understand as well.
The defense was hoping to present a defense of immunity. That Bulger had been given immunity by the former U.S. attorney. But before the trial, they got the answer from this judge, no, they couldn't. They were stripped of that defense.
It's an interesting argument, but it is somewhat convenient to make the argument because Jeremiah T. O'Sullivan is dead, and there is no written evidence that we've seen.
In courtroom 11, a moment of high drama. Whitey's lawyer stood up and said, the defense rests.
Carney says Bulger will not take the stand.
When the judge asked if he made that choice voluntarily, he stunned everyone.
I'm making the choice involuntarily, Bulger said.
Because I feel that I've been choked off from having an opportunity to give an adequate defense and explain about my conversation and agreement with Jeremiah O'Sullivan.
For my protection of his life. In return, he promised to give me immunity.
And as Judge Casper said, she already ruled Bulger's immunity claim was inadmissible. He said defiantly,
as far as I'm concerned, I didn't get a fair trial, and this is a sham.
And do what yous want with me. That's it. That's my final word.
At that point, Patricia Donahue rose from her seat and yelled, "You're a coward."
I yelled out, "You're a coward," because that's what he is. This man first claims that he has immunity, which he thinks gives him the right to kill all these people. And now he blames an unfair trial on the Department of Justice. Yet he won't get on the stand and tell all. If you think that the government has done wrong by you, then get up there and talk about it.
No comment. Sorry.
How do you feel about your chances?
At the end of the day, Bulger's immunity claim was a ridiculous claim. When he was given the chance to present it, he didn't. His immunity claims were part of his game of let's pretend. Let's pretend I'm going to testify. Let's pretend I have a license to kill. Let's pretend I'm not an informant.
So many people have the opinion that the idea of whether he was an informant or not is irrelevant. And yet this is the central issue in this case. The reason why the informant status is important is for a couple of reasons. One, the government has an impression they're trying to create for the public. They want to present a theory of minimal amount of corruption that is quarantined with John Conley based on a rogue agent theory and an improper handler-informant relationship with James Bulger. That's what they've been trying to do for decades in every litigation they've had. It's not true. The truth is that James Bulger was not an informant. And the reason why it's dangerous for the Department of Justice to recognize the fact that he wasn't an informant is that if Mr. Bulger was just paying a dozen people on the FBI as he was, and headquarters didn't do anything about it, and the supervision wasn't there, and they didn't do the yearly reports, they didn't do the yearly reviews, it then calls into question all the affidavits that he's on. It calls into question all the convictions they had. Think about the implications. Think about what happened in the 1980s. The crown jewel of the Department of Justice was to get the Italian mafia. They wanted to infiltrate the headquarters of the Angelos on Prince Street in the North End. They needed affidavits. And what'd they do? They used James Bulger's name, even though we now know he didn't give them any information. Their own witnesses will admit that. He was simply added on to search warrants and affidavits as a courtesy to John Conley. So what would happen when the federal government admits that he wasn't part of these search warrants? Every attorney who represented every mobster would sue the federal government. They lose all their convictions. They lose all the jail time, all the sentences. All these accolades that attorneys and lawyers and FBI agents earned, their reputations they earned, they would be gone. They're not going to give that up. And probably most importantly is the civil liability to the families. That's why you have this resounding unrest with the families. They've lost loved ones, and at some point there has to be closure. They are entitled to closure as citizens. This government will give them no closure because they have this pretense they have to keep for their own image that James Bulger's an informant, rather than saying, we sanctioned this. Not just with James Bulger, we sanctioned organized crime figures to go out and kill. And we protected them, and we did it before, we did it here, and we're gonna do it again, and we have done it again. They can't admit that. So these families suffer over and over and over again with never getting the answer. Are they gonna overturn convictions and let everybody go? Are they gonna be civilly liable for their lies? Are they gonna prosecute themselves? It's never gonna happen. So he has to be an informant.
Prosecutors and defense attorneys for Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger get their last chances today to try to persuade jurors in Bulger's murder and racketeering trial. WBUR's David Boeri joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Deb. Extraordinary amount of time, that's for sure. And as a matter of fact, the government said it needed more time.
James Bulger, is one of the most vicious, violent, and calculating criminals ever to walk the streets of Boston. It doesn't matter whether or not Mr. Bulger was an FBI informant. Whether he's an FBI informant or not, he's guilty of murder.
There are 3 witnesses to the murders: Martirano, Weeks, Flemmi. What I submit to you is the critical issue in this case. Whether you can believe Martirano, Weeks, and Flemmi beyond a reasonable doubt.
This trial is not about whether or not the FBI in Boston was a mess. It's not a referendum on whether or not Kevin Weeks and John Martirano should be spending the rest of their lives in jail. It's about whether or not the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged in the indictment. He's the one on trial here, not the government, not the FBI, James Bulger.
We think about our government as this institution, this faceless organization. Our government is not them, our government is us. At what point as citizens do we say, you know what? There has to be accountability. You tell them that.
I've been on this story for so long, and I've never seen such depravity in a courtroom. We have a situation where an institution of the government decided that in order to achieve a goal, which was questionable at best, they decided who was going to live and they decided who was going to die. And they empowered those people that were carrying out terror. They empowered them. They gave them the run of the city. That was lawlessness by the government. That is what we can never forget. And that's why I'm proud to have done this story. Because it's something you can't forget. And memory is really important. Memory is a political act. And I think as reporters, you got to keep the memory, even if other people aren't.
United States versus James J. Bulger is over.
This trial has been going on for 2 months. Jury's been deliberating the last 5 days.
The jury has made a decision in this case, and we are waiting to see exactly what it is.
Whitey Bulger faces possible maximum life in prison. We say the caveat, this man is 83 years of age.
Bulger is standing right now in the courtroom as he hears the words, to count 1 for racketeering conspiracy, guilty.
For count 2, we're just waiting here for word out of the courtroom that it is a guilty verdict as well on count 2.
Now, within the second one were all of these acts. That include all of the acts of murder. Racketeering Act number 1, that was not proven.
For Racketeering Act number 2, we're hearing that is not proved. Racketeering Act number 3, not proved. Number 4, not proved. 5, not proved.
Narcotics distribution conspiracy.
That is proved.
The extortion of Stephen Stippo Rakes and Julie Rakes.
People have been waiting on this. That is proved.
The conspiracy to murder Roger Wheeler, proved. The murder of John Callahan is also proved. Next, the murder of Brian Halloran, proved.
Then we have the murder of Michael Donahue.
Proved. Murder of Deborah Hussey, proved.
The next one, very important for Stephen Davis, the murder of Deborah Davis, no finding.
Whitey Bulger was convicted on 31 out of 32 counts of racketeering, conspiracy, murder, extortion, and other charges.
But the jury found that the government only proved the murders of 11 of Bulger's 19 alleged victims.
We don't have the third. All right, let's just do the jury convicted Bulger of, it's 31. They acquitted him of 1 count.
With the conviction of James Bulger, we hope that we stand here today to mark the end of an era that was very ugly in Boston's history.
As theater, the trial delivered, but ultimately it was a disappointment to me. Those of us journalists, interested parties who've been following the Bulger story for decades had kind of hoped this trial was going to be a final accounting of the Bulger era, of all the things that made Bulger possible. I think it fell far short in that regard.
This case let people know that no matter how politically connected one is, or how one may have ins with law enforcement, it doesn't stop us from prosecuting you. And in fact, Bulger's reign of terror was only brought to an end because there were honest members of law enforcement who persisted and who were not deterred by less than honest members of law enforcement. And as a result, an awful and evil man is going to jail for the rest of his life.
Jesus Christ almighty, this is baloney, and that's why I says this is a sham trial. I think the feds have the green light. Nobody ever checks on them. The media is not there like they would like the public to believe they are. These reporters are hand-fed stuff from FBI agents, and then they write crime stories. They write books and everything else. They're hand and fist with them. The one thing they all know is it works. It works. It gets convictions. There's no lessons learned. You can't get a fair trial. You can't get a fair hearing. This system here, it isn't going to change. It isn't going to change. It'll never change.
Whitey Bulger is a vicious, venal murderer, but he was enabled by the FBI, and the FBI was enabled by the Justice Department. And to this day, the Justice Department, as far as I'm concerned, was engaged in a cover-up to minimize the extent of FBI corruption. There were a dozen guys that you could have made cases against. The idea that John Conley's the only guy convicted in this is a joke.
To know that this is how you're treated as an American citizen when FBI agents protect killers and come and take your loved one's life. You could be sitting here. Don't you want to know what really went on? Why they really did it?
If everybody told the truth, everything would come together. But everybody fashions things to benefit themselves, which is natural, I guess. But everybody's trying to twist the story a little bit. No one's really going to know the truth until everybody starts telling the truth. That's what it comes down to. People are going to have to come to their own conclusions. You know, there's going to be people out there that believe that Jim Bulger was an informant. There's going to be people on the other side that say he wasn't an informant. People are going to say he didn't murder women. Other people say he did murder women. So the true story will never be known.
Today was a good day for a lot of families, but today also wasn't a good day for a lot of families. My heart goes out to them, and I would like to do a cheers for them, and we will not forget you. One person who should be here, how about we give a nice cheers to Stevie Riggs?
Yes, I hold the FBI responsible. Good God, they protected this man. Now, well, you know, years later we find out everything that he's been doing and getting away with it. Listen, it takes a village to raise a child. For all the destruction that this Bulger and Fleming done, it would take a battalion to cover it up. So where are they all?
Very well done. Folks, very well done. Lot to digest there. Excellent documentary about the Whitey Bulger case. Tells a lot. I don't think anyone that actually, I don't know. I think in some sense that was perhaps as bad as it ever could get. But then you understand the complex multi-decade history. All right. There were a lot of moving parts. They were trying. The FBI had a goal, which was to break up organized crime in Boston, and they did it. It was the Irish mob in the 70s and 80s, 60s and 70s, and then the Angelos in the 70s and 80s. They broke it up, but they had to. Basically, what it came down to is they were like, beefing up their search warrants. Like, that's Hank Brennan was saying the FBI was in the 70s and 80s to get the Angelos, like, they were just beefing them up, the search warrants, by saying, oh, Whitey told us this, Whitey told us that. Just to give John Conley some credit. And also to make the probable cause. So, this went back decades, and there was a lot of motive on the part of a lot of people to cover it up. What we're dealing with, a lot of people were saying, doesn't this remind you of Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins? I don't think that was as much like the FBI. No, I really don't. I don't believe that. I think that that was political from, not like, might have been higher up in the DOJ than just Levy and Rollins, but I think some of it was just political. Like, it was the old liberal DOJ. I don't imagine the rank and file loved it. Like, the FBI is the police force of the DOJ, so I don't imagine they loved it. You work within it, I would guess. And the real target, you got to remember, as political as the Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy situation was, and as much leaking was going on, the real target, I think, was always the people who covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they're always, at least Levy is always going to stand on that. And I imagine that's why the new DOJ, I could imagine them being left with a cluster F, because what you're dealing with is, not only was there bad behavior on the part of the state police with the Birchmore cover-up and Lindsay Catani's phone extraction, but also you had the leaks from the grand juror, the federal grand juror, from August 2022 right through March of 2024. August of 2022 is when Alan Jackson joined Karen Reed's legal team. There was no probe into John's death then. And then you got Levy and Karen and Alan and David Yannetti meeting in November of 2022. That's where I think things get a little murky. Like, Rollins was on her way out by then, but Levy was still around. And I think Levy always intended for the probe to be about Birchmore's death and the cover-up of her murder by the MSP. But I think I'm nearly 100% convinced that, and I can just see it. I just know enough about this, that what the old DOJ did, the old liberal DOJ, is they were like, all right, we're going to fake an investigation into John's death and use that as cover to investigate the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And then I could also see simultaneously this new DOJ being like, okay, we know about the grand juror leaks by the liberals. Like, they did it with the CCC. Like, they leaked stuff. They did it with Arroyo and Hayden. They leaked stuff to hurt Hayden, even though Hayden won the DA race anyway in Suffolk County. They clearly did it with Morrissey. Like, this was the liberals run amok up there. Let's bump them. Come on. You got a state court trial. You're the new DOJ. You know that the grand juror was leaking. You don't tell anyone. No, you bump them. Please, there's going to be real heavy charges, federal charges, in my opinion, coming. I'm telling you. It's not just about the grand juror leaking. It's about that second Karen Reed trial. I know it is. I can just sense it. That was fake. That was not a real trial. It was a real trial in the sense that I don't even know the implications of this. It was a real trial in the sense that, like, Hank Brennan did the trial, Karen did the trial, but, like, I get the sense that that was an operation. You don't understand. I went to get documents at that courthouse the other day, and ever since I started talking about the potential that trial was an operation, like a sting. Now, do you understand that Paul the juror was happy to engage with me, even sent me a DM, etc. The second I said, like, that was the best sting of all time, congratulations, she blocked me. Where are they going to go, though? Where are they, you know what I'm saying? Where are they going to go? Like, it's not like Bulger where they're going to run. They're all famous. Well, Bulger was famous too, but where's Karen Reed going to go? Where's Turtle Boy going to go? Where's Alan Jackson going to go? They're not going anywhere. They're very prominent. They're just wait. That's why I think, to be honest, and I usually try to be direct, but I kind of think that, like, because we were able to figure out, not on purpose, but just incidentally, what happened with Juror 11's father-in-law, which, by the way, was LA Connection Towel. Always, the LA Connection Towel goes down in history for that. Because we figured that out, I think it probably accelerated the timeline, because you got to understand, like, the people who know, like, they understand what it means, if it's even possible. Okay, that the jurors were, some of them were potentially agents or informants. Do you understand? Like, that automatically means that it was, a bump. And so, why would you do that unless you're going to federally charge people? And what did they find during that trial? How much do you want to bet it was the defense doing some weird stuff? It's the perfect op. It's the perfect op. And now I don't, you kind of saw some of it in this documentary, like how this operates. But like the grand jury to distract the MSP, the fake John O'Keefe federal grand jury, that was a brilliant op. Okay, like brilliant. This second round was even more brilliant. It's inverted though, because now they're going after Reed, in my opinion, and Turtle Boy and Levy and Rollins or whatever. Brilliant. You know what wasn't brilliant, though? Weaponizing leaks from the U.S. Attorney's Office, those old liberals. That wasn't good. In the Arroyo and Hayden case and the CCC and the Reed case, that was good. The fake grand jury was a good idea, but weaponizing the leaks, not a good idea. No, not a good idea. What was a good idea, though, it was U.S. Attorney Leah Foley being appointed by President Trump. Genius idea. I don't know, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, never spoken to her. Maybe I'll see her at a press conference. I don't know. She's a genius, though. Don't discount the intelligence of that woman. I listened to her interview on Dan Ray. She is a genius. And there's no doubt in my mind that you would only hold, like, you knew this grand juror was leaking, so why are you holding it? Well, you hold it because that whole second Karen Reed trial was an op. Not to help Karen Reed, but to catch Karen and Alan and Turtle Boy. And so, because think about it, it's so perfect. It's so genius. It's the smart, because, like, say Turtle Boy took pictures of the jurors. Okay, well, like, you can't necessarily, like, that's, you could prove it, kick him out of the courtroom, but what you'd really want to do is wait, like, let him take the picture, then wait for him to make approaches, and then have those approaches be documented, like whether he used a third party or himself. You got him. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if he realized that that was what happened. Like, say during the trial he did find out information about jurors or talk to jurors, and they were bait, and everything that he was doing that he thought was like inside info, convincing the jury to vote not guilty for Karen, like, how, you know what I mean? Now what if everything after was fake too? The victory tour, the jurors going out to talk to people. What if it was all fake? Why else would you smuggle a protected why would you smuggle a criminal defendant out of the courthouse? Every criminal defendant is under stress. You'd do that if this is a huge case. And that grand juror, the federal grand juror, is just what gave you the opening. That was the initial domino. We're actually 6 months lagged. That could have been announced probably in February of 2025. They delayed that till July to let they built up a whole case. This is going to be glorious. I was thinking about it a lot while we were watching that documentary, can you tell? I know, right? Do you chat to your mom about the KR case? Not really, Ruth. I think she said it was like she was shocked by the verdict. Just we don't really go into detail. I don't know. When we talk, it's mostly like, oh, well, I'm going to be here when the lawn guy has to do the lawn thing because she might not be here, or if she's not going to be, if I'm not going to be here, I'll be like, can you be here? If like a package gets delivered, I wouldn't say we don't like, we debate the Constitution a lot, but we don't really talk about active cases. And with KR, it's like, I think we feel similar about her guilt. So we both are just kind of like, that was a strange verdict, but I never said to her, and she could watch the stream, but I think she's very busy. She's been writing a federal brief. I've never said to her, and maybe I did, but she was like writing the brief, so she was like, I'll talk to you after the brief's submitted. But I think I might have said to her, like, hey, I think that was, a federal op. But she never, like, weighed in. She was just kind of like, that's a ridiculous verdict. But Towel Mom's interesting. She has a lot of interesting opinions. We mostly debate the Constitution, though. If we're talking about something, it's normally like the Dillon case from 1928, which had to do with the repeal or the Prohibition Amendment. Someone who got charged for possession of alcohol before after the amendment was ratified, but before it was published by the archivist. We talk a lot about like the plurality holding in Dillon. We argue a lot about like the beer case from Wisconsin in '73. We argue a lot about VMI. She really doesn't like VMI. I spend a lot of time like debating the integrity of intermediate scrutiny as applied to men and women for sex or gender-based harms, and she spends a lot of time arguing for strict scrutiny. And then sometimes she tries to explain, like, we get into arguments about equal protection versus due process, and she tries to explain, and I think she's mostly right, but like why due process is mostly okay. It's pretty okay. But under equal protection, intermediate scrutiny disadvantages women. That's her. We spend a lot of time debating this, and to me, I always say, well, it could be rational basis. It's intermediate scrutiny. It's not rational basis, which is lower. And she'll be like, yeah, but it's not strict scrutiny. And then we get into long, drawn-out arguments about sort of the evolution of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment and how it was usurped. And she's not as interested in my corporate personhood discussion about economic due process and the liberty of contract doctrine in West Coast Hotel. She does not really her area of interest, but she loves the 14th Amendment, and she wants it to be better, but she loves the concept. So we spend a lot of time, I'd say 90% of our discussion is about like the Madison Amendment, and then, which is the 27th Amendment related to congressional pay, like the Madison Amendment. We talk a lot about, as I said, the Dillon case, and then VMI, Virginia Military Institute, from like 98, the 8-1 decision, and then a lot about the beer case from 73 in Wisconsin. Then we talk a lot about like the distinction under Article 5 of the Constitution between like a preamble to a proposed amendment in Congress and like the actual text of the amendment, and whether extra textual deadlines for amendments to be passed pursuant to Article 5 are valid. And then we talk a lot about like the ERA, things like that. A lot of constitutional discussion. Hi. Tanya, now it's great to see you, my friend. Now, are we all having a good time listening to me talk about what... Now, can you imagine me and Towel Mom having an interview? You don't understand, like, we just immediately start going into this intricate constitutional precedent, so we're going to have to translate it into lay towel speak, you know what I'm saying? But most of our conversations are about the Constitution, and very specific interpretations of the 14th Amendment from, like, 1928 until, like, now. Actually, we talk about that a lot. That's what you all... I mean, I figured that's what most people talk to their parents about, Like, I get home, and, like, that's what Mom wants to talk about. Like, if I see her, she'll be like, okay, like, let's talk about the Constitution. Or she'll read some obscure, like, quote from some decision she's, like, researching, and that's what we talk about for, like, 2 hours. Sometimes she gets really mad at me because I start trolling her and taking the position that she doesn't agree with just to troll her. It's kind of funny. I'm not saying I necessarily disagree with her position, but she gets all riled up and starts yelling about the conversation, about my point. And I'm like, you understand that I don't say this to her, but I'm like, you got to learn how to meme, Mom. Like, I'm not necessarily like disagreeing with you because I disagree with you. I'm just disagreeing with you because it's riling you up, and I think that's hilarious. But then, like, I really take the position, I really advocate the intellectual position opposite her just to really troll her. Oh, it's hilarious. She gets so flustered. And then sometimes I read the decisions that she's talking about, and like, so she'll present a case to me and be like, okay, so this is the ruling, and this is why I think it's nonsense, like a historical case. Then I'll go read it, and I'll read all the opinions, and then I'll get like the opinion she disagrees with, especially if she's arguing a case where the precedent, like the majority holdings against her. I'll read the majority, and then I'll find lines of the opinion she misrepresented to me in her original presentation, and I'll be like, if you had just told me that Justice Frankfurter said this, then I would have just gone directly to that point and been like, your whole argument is wrong. So I can't trust you to relay these cases to me. We have very funny discussions. But then sometimes she's right, she'll be right about a case, and I'll be like, you were right, that is exactly what was said, but in the dissent, and then I'll take the position of the dissent just to troll her, even if she's right about the interpretation of the case, and I'll be like, this current court, I think they could totally adopt the position of the dissent. That seems pretty ripe for review, don't you think? All right, so Ruth, it's been going on for, even before I was in law school, it was going on. Now, she used to have the upper hand. Now, I wouldn't say I have the upper hand, but she can't trick me anymore. There's no tricking towel allowed. I know how to shepherdize things. She tries to, sometimes in the middle of an argument, she'll say something about a case, and I'll be like, nope, we cannot continue this discussion until I go shepherdize the entire history of this case, because I do not trust you to present it to me. You are biased, and you are trying to argue for a position. You lawyers make your money lying, and then I walk away. Oh, goodness. But, yes. All right, let's play towel trivia. Oh, no, we're going to play the harmonica Hank song for Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. I just got, I have the upper hand. No, I do not have the upper hand against Towel Mom. You don't understand. She's Towel Mom. Now, look at that. Folks, look at the harmonica Hank image. Look at the harmonica Hank image. It's a harmonica Hank image. Now, I heard we also have a song from Bossy Texas Chick that is about harmonicas. Now, Bossy Texas Chick loves Hank. Bella, I heard, is also endeared to Hank. Now, Bella extols the virtue of Hank all the time. Bella goes around to her little kitty friends. She's a little lazy, but she walks around to the kitties and she says, Hank Brennan's wonderful. I am extolling his virtue. Then Bossy Texas Chick is like, where did you learn to speak? And then Bella's like, don't you remember? I'm a cat. These are cats. I'm talking to my people. And Bossy Texas Chick is like, oh yeah, I forgot. I sometimes think I'm a cat. And frankly, I'm pretty sure most of us actually believe Bossy Texas Chick is a cat. Now, I don't think we should necessarily let Bossy Texas Chick know that we're onto her. She's going to get very upset. She's going to start freaking out, and then she's going to realize she's a cat. This is like when Steph realized that she, by virtue of being Canadian, is British. It caused this apoplectic level of destruction, and then Steph tried to invade Detroit. We had to negotiate this compromise. We made Tater Bug the Assistant Prime Minister of Canada. You don't understand. You don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. I forget what I was talking about, but it had something to do with Steph invading Detroit. Steph, don't do that, all right? Just in general, Steph, avoid doing that. I forget what Bossy Texas Chick had to do with all that. Something to do with Bella and speaking cat language and then Steph invading Detroit. The point is, don't invade Detroit, Steph. What is wrong with you? You leave Detroit alone. Hold on, let's get the song ready. Steph, stay away from Detroit. Steph, leave it alone. No, Steph, you cannot have Detroit.
Well, let me tell you about a man you want to thank. His name is Henry Brennan, but you can call him Hank. In that Denham courthouse every single day, fighting for right in a special way. Usually defends the other side. Then the Commonwealth needed his help, he just had to comply. Karen sitting there with her high-priced crew, claiming the police got nothing true. Says they framed her, oh what a tale. But Hank can see right through that veil. special prosecutor. That's his role. He is worth more than his weight in gold. Now listen here and listen up. What we got today, it's a battle between truth and what the others say. Karen's got her lawyers 3 or 4, always pushing truth out the door. But Hank's got something they never seen. He can play dirty while keeping it clean. Listen here and listen up, you will see. This is a lawyer with integrity. The other side carry on and put on a show, but this ain't Hank's first rodeo. Listen here and listen up, mark my word. Even though the truth got blurred, listen here, listen up, not to those noisy boys. Hear Hank speaking in his gentle voice. Listen here and listen up, so easy to tell. The jury won't buy what Karen wants to sell. What Karen wants to sell. You'll see the difference when they brawl between those who stand and those who crawl. Hank's got backbone, steel in his spine, while Karen's side is all serpentine. In this high-profile mess they made, Hank will come to the Okie say. In this old courthouse, walls have seen plenty of folk who ain't what they seem. So when you're wondering who to trust, when their fairy tales turn to dust, look for the one who stands up tall, even when his back's against the wall. That's our Hank, he's so trusting, but he ain't nobody's fool. He's smart, respectful, and so totally cool. Trial should be over by end of June. Maybe Harmonica Hank will play us all a tune.
Gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. They call her Bossy Texas Chick for a reason. She is a boss. She is from Texas. She is a chick, and she knows how to make Bella smile. And if you can make Bella smile, you can make Towel smile. Well, you're more than just a Bossy Texas Chick. You are a boss. You are from Texas, and you are clearly a chick. Okay, I'm excited. We're Excitable Towels. That was a great song, ladies and gentlemen. Who is ready for some towel trivia? It is now time for towel trivia. We are now doing towel trivia. That we love. Well, yes, but Love You More. The references Hank plays the harmonica, so that is why there's a harmonica solo at the end, and we have a video of him playing the harmonica. He's a talented towel. She's a chick, but she's not a chick. Right, that is correct, Ruth Lang. She is not actually a young chicken, as far as I'm aware. Now, if she were a young chicken, a spruce chicken, and Bella were raising Bossy Texas Chick, that would make a lot more sense, you know? You know what I'm saying? Oh, the Bunny Peep Towel would like to let me know something. Did you have something to say to the people of the world? Yep. All right, go ahead. I'm gonna have to translate this. Yep. Is there anything specific that you would like to say? Oh, right. That's a bit general, though. She already promised she wouldn't. All right. Okay, so a few things. One, Bunny Peep Towel would like us to know that it is entirely possible for Bossy Texas Chick and Bella to be a super towel crime-fighting duo. One of them is a young chicken. The other one is a cat. All right? That's what he wanted to say. Bunny Peep Towel also wanted to remind Noelle that she's a super towel. Bunny Peep Towel also got a little bit concerned about the whole Detroit thing, and I said Steph promised she wouldn't invade Detroit. He was pleased. He's an American Bunny Peep Towel. All right. So, I did my best. Love You More. I had to translate Bunny Peep Towel. He Yes, spruce chicken. I may have made that up. You don't understand. I may have made the phrase spruce towel up. Bossy Texas Chick is 27 years old on Monday. Congratulations, Bossy Texas Chick. We will have a super towel celebration for you. Now listen, spruce chicken may not actually be a phrase. I thought it was. Listen, I'm a little bit heartbroken right now. I thought spruce chicken was a phrase. What do you mean it's spring chicken? Hold on. No, there's something called a spruce goose. The spruce goose. Spruce hen. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What does it mean? Okay, hold on. No, there's a noun called a spruce hen. All right. A spruce hen is... Okay, what... no. That's all we're looking for. A stout chicken-like bird with a small bill. Short but thick legs. And medium-like tail that can be fanned into a semi. Right. So, LS, the problem is I thought the word was spruce chicken. I thought the saying was spruce chicken, not spring chicken. And I said it very confidently. Oh, I'm crying towel tears of laughter. Oh, yes, that's where I got it from, Bossy Texas Chick. The Howard Hughes airplane, the spruce goose. It's true, you don't understand. The spruce goose. Oh, why am I allowed to have a microphone? I am so hilarious, you don't understand. Oh, are you ready to see the spruce goose? Oh, I'm going to show it to you. Do you want to see a spruce goose in action? Have you waited your whole life to see a spruce goose? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the spruce goose. Yes, I know you are all excited to see this young chicken. It is not Bossy Texas Chick. It's the spruce goose. Look at it. Look at the spruce goose. Look at it in all its glory, little towels. Look at that spruce goose. Look at it. Is that not the greatest goose you have ever seen? So, Ella, this is what I was saying. When I say you are a spruce chicken, what I'm really saying is you are a giant airplane that was one of the biggest in the world. Now, are you ready to see it? That's it. All right. So, basically, I was saying Bossy Texas Chick is a giant wooden airplane. Thank you so much, Bossy Texas Chick. I was getting so concerned when I forgot what the spruce chicken was about, and it was indeed about this airplane. Now, maybe one of the categories will be the spruce goose. All right, in which case you will have been rewarded for watching this ridiculous video, which I'm commentating on. I'm hilarious, I know. All right, let's do towel trivia. Oh, goodness. All right, here we go. Yes, that is a man walking on not just the goose, but the spruce goose. Yes, this is how we transition to towel trivia. I know this is what the people want to see. It flies and it floats. That's why it's called the spruce goose. One of the categories, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be spruce goose. Yes, no. All right, here we go. That's enough. Oh, look at Howard Hughes in the spruce goose. Oh, America, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that beautiful bird. Look at it. Look at it float. It's like the duck boats, but it's a duck bird. Duckbird, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's soaring across the water with the greatest of ease. He's the flying young Howard Hughes on the daring trapeze. He is a spruce goose. Look at that thing. It's ginormous. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. This is why bossy Texas chick is known as the spruce goose. She is a fortified fortress, and Bella is her gunner. Look at the spruce goose. Look at it go, and look at it go. It's an amphibious goose. Very nice, Howard Hughes. You are the pinnacle, the typification of American aviation. Congratulations to the spruce goose. I don't know what to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. That is the spruce goose. I was not actually saying spring chicken. I was referring to an airplane. Oh, yeah, bossy Texas chick. Nothing was ever made like it ever again. I watched a documentary on it one time. Now, Noel Towel, are you here? If you are here, we are going to go with your category. Remember, folks, Noel Towel's suggested category is the Mandela effect. So we're going with that. But then our next category for Towel Trivia is going to be the spruce goose. And if you're saying to yourself, well, I'm a spruce goose, well, congratulations. Your name must be Bossy Texas Chick, and you must have a birthday on Monday. You are indeed a spruce goose. Now, to remind you of the scores, let me bring them up on the screen on a little towel. All right? We also looked at let's just put the dog who ran for mayor on the list as an honorary. Actually, we're also going to do animals who have run for public office. We're also going to do a category, animals who have run for public office. Now, here is hat tip to the Wright brothers. Yes, Ange. Here is how this works, folks. We're going to do Towel Trivia. I'm going to put a question up on the screen. If you get it right, and you're the first one in the chat to get it right, and I get it right, we both get a point. Everyone else gets half a point if they get it right after you. If I get it wrong, and you get it right in a regular round, you get 2 points. Everyone else who gets it right after you gets a point. I keep track of the score. Oh, no, I dropped the phone. Not actually. I keep track of the score on the towel phone. Whatever answer comes in first on the towel phone is the first person to get the points. If there's a double bonus round, which I will announce ahead of time. And by the way, people were like, someone asked me, why do you do categories only you know stuff about? Well, those are only double bonus rounds, and the benefit of a double bonus round is if I get the question wrong, you got up to 4 points. 4 points if you're the first one to get it right. 2 points for every subsequent right answer. If I get it right, the points are the same as a regular round. The first category right now is the Mandela effect, ladies and gentlemen. The Mandela effect. Okay? Does everyone know what the Mandela effect is? It's where there's this historical false memory, like the Berenstein versus the Berenstain Bears, where we have a cultural memory that we think is real, but it's actually false. Okay? There are very prominent examples of this. If you don't know about the Mandela effect, it is very cool. I'm going to make the question as large as we can, by the way, so you're not going to see the full... hold on, let me reduce the size of the chat. All right, let me reduce Little Towel. You're not going to see full... Actually, Little Towel can become Mini Towel. Look at me, I'm Mini Towel. All right, and then here we go. We'll make the towel leaderboard as large as possible, but we have to keep the Tater Bug cake. All right, I love the Tater Bug cake. She's Tater Bug. All right, here we go. The first category is the Mandela effect. Let's begin. First question. Which fictional character was thought to have a monocle but does not? Is it the Monopoly Man, Rich Uncle Pennybags, Mr. Monopoly, or Willy Wonka? It's either one or two. Show me the Monopoly Man. It's Rich Uncle. I knew it was Rich Uncle Pennybags. I'm a moron. I'm a moron, Towel, ladies and gentlemen. I have disgraced my towelhood. Who's going to get the 2 points? Who knew it's Rich Uncle? Nancy Towel. Nancy Towel's a Mandela expert. Oh, we're all over the place. Hi, Susan Swan. It's great to see you, my friend. We are all over the place, but we're playing Towel Trivia, so if you like Towel Trivia, we're doing at least half an hour to an hour of Towel Trivia. Now's the time to join in. Who else got it? Only Nancy. We'll let some people realize trivia is going on. They pull up to the board. Ange Towel, it was a very good guess. It was a very good guess. I only know Willie. Yep, I feel that. We'll call this our warm-up round. People didn't know exactly when trivia was going to start, so... Hello, Susan. You're going to do great in trivia because people haven't realized it's starting just yet. Love You More came in. I believe that was the right answer. Yes, it was. Love you more. It is great to have you on the scoreboard. You get a full point. Now, let me remind you all of your scores, by the way. Let me just show them up on the screen right now before we go to our next question. Give me 1 second. There are your towel scores. All right, so this round, ladies and gentlemen, here are the current towel scores. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, it is the one, the only, he's a little towel. His name's a little towel. He has 17 points. I'm a little towel. In second place, it is the one, the only, Allie and Rue. 15 points, ladies and gentlemen, holding on to spot 2. In third place, Noel Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Noel Towel with 12.5. Great job, Noel Towel. In fourth place, ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Towel just got 2 points, jumped ahead of Steph after the first question in this round. Nancy Towel, 12.5 points. In fifth place, Steph Towel, 12 points. 16th place, sixth place, Colleen Henry, 10.5 points. 7th place, Ruth Towel, 9.5 points. 8th place, serendipitously enough, it's a two-way tie, Ange and Bunny Towel, 8 points apiece. 9th place, Peggy Towel, 3.5 points. 10th place, Tater Bug, happy birthday, Tater Bug, 7 million bonus points and 3 regular points, 7 billion mazillion, if that's even a number, bonus points for Tater Bug's birthday. It's not a number. That was 10th place. And tied for 10th, we have Cynthia as well. Congratulations, Cynthia and Bossy Texas Chickabella, each with 3 points. In 11th place, Claudia Towel with 2 points. Excellent job. In 12th place, Love You More and J.I. Towel tied with 1 point apiece. And in the position of honor, the dog who ran for mayor with no points. No, this is, we only asked one question, Bossy Texas Chick. You are live. No, LS. What I mean is if other people aren't playing, right, they can't get points. So anyone who joins the game late can make up for the points that other people got earlier because other people aren't playing yet. I wasn't saying that she has an added advantage, etc., or disadvantage because of what she knows unless people are playing. I was saying it's an opportunity to move up the leaderboard. Thank you for correcting me, my dear friend. All right, let's go to the next question. Here we go. I'm a little towel. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can make this even larger for you. No problem, Mrs. I think I can. Look at that. The question's even larger. All right, how about that? How about that, little towels, even larger? All right, let me make it even larger. All right, look at that. I'm hiding in the corner now. I'm a little towel. All right, let's do it. Next question. Which brand is misremembered to have an apostrophe in its name? Febreze, or Febreze? Oh, goodness. Febreze, or Febreze? It's Febreze. I'm a moron. I don't even know how to spell. Help me. That word is hard to spell. Come on. That is not easy to spell. Hello, Dammy. Welcome. Thank you for playing Towel Trivia with us. Did you get it right? Oh, Dammy, you guessed like me. You guessed like I thought it was. You and I together, Dammy. Bossy Texas Chick was the first one to get it right. Congratulations, Bossy Texas Chickabella. 2 points. Steph gets a full point. Steph is Steph Towel. Who else knows how to spell? Not me. Ruth Lang Towel picks up a full point. No, not correcting at all, LS. If anything, you were just helping me explain. I appreciate you, my dear friend. God bless you. Next question. Here we go. What fruit is often misremembered as being in the logo of the children's book publisher Scholastic? Clifford the Big Red Dog, that is not a fruit. A strawberry, a banana, an apple. What fruit is often misremembered as being in the logo of the children's book publisher Scholastic? Clifford the Big Red Dog, a strawberry, a banana, an apple. Show me an apple. That is not a fruit! Bro, that is not a fruit. Let me see, Susan. Yes, you did. I'm sorry I missed your point, Susan. All right, hold on. Anyone who gets this right, you are just a genius. That is not a fruit. A dog is not a fruit. I object. We're filing a protest. A dog is not a fruit. Clifford the Big Red Dog is not a fruit. Wait a minute. Listen, I admit I don't eat a lot of fruits, okay? I'll be the first one to admit this. But Clifford the Big Red Dog is not a fruit. I'm telling you, he's not a fruit. That's outrageous. He's a big red felon. Clifford the Big Red Dog is not a fruit. Alright? I don't even know what to say to that. That's outrageous. We've never had a question like that before. Next question. Which famous science fiction movie line is commonly misquoted as Luke, I am your father? Which famous science fiction movie line is commonly misquoted as Luke, I am your father? Is it A New Hope, Return of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith, The Empire Strikes Back? A New Hope, Return of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith, The Empire Strikes Back. Show me The Empire Strikes Back. I got it. I'm a towel. Alright. I'm a towel. Nope. Who got it? Ruth. Ruth is just an all-around towel trivia superstar. Steph, towel trivia superstar. Steph knows her Star Wars. Susan grabs half a point. Great job, Susan. You know your Star Wars. Ange Towel does not know her Star Wars. I'm sorry, Ange. Ange, you can't go to space. Ange cannot into space. But don't worry, Poland can't into space either. Next question. Good answers there. Good answers. In what film is the line, "Life is like a box of chocolates," often correctly quoted from? Forrest Gump, Pulp Fiction, The Godfather, The Shawshank Redemption. Steph, if you get this wrong, we're all going to get this right. You know it, Steph. What film is the line, "Life is like a box of chocolates," often correctly quoted from? Forrest Gump, Pulp Fiction, The Godfather, Shawshank Redemption. Forrest Gump. Tao got it. Tao. Everybody got it. Steph was the first one to get it. Steph and I just watched that film the other day. Boston, Texas, Chickabella, half a point. Dammy, great job. Dammy is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Let's all congratulate Dammy for getting on the board for the first time. A new friend playing towel trivia. Excellent job, Dammy. Congratulations. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Where's Ruth? Ruth is on my list. Ruth now has 12 points. Ange and Susan both pick up half a point. Great job, Ange Towel. Great job, Susan Towel. I can already tell Dammy is going to be an excellent competitor in towel trivia. Everyone, I'm sure, is thrilled to welcome our new Super Towel friend. All right. I was so happy to get it, Steph. And Susan Swan also gets half a point. And I got Ange Towel as well. Ange Towel got half a point. And Nancy Towel, I got Nancy Towel, didn't I? Yes, I did. Great job. Who's next? Here we go. Let's go to the next question. I got you, Nancy. Which product's logo is incorrectly remembered to feature a cornucopia? Which product's logo is incorrectly remembered to feature a cornucopia? Is it Quaker Oats, Fruit of the Loom, General Mills, or Ocean Spray? Is it Quaker Oats, Fruit of the Loom, General Mills, or Ocean Spray? Well, it's clearly Fruit of the Loom. Michael Jordan, if you remember those commercials, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Jordan was in them. Who remembered Fruit of the Loom? Dammy! Ladies and gentlemen, Dammy just got the full point. Congratulations, Dammy. Steph, you got a new challenger for the fastest internet in the West. I use that term generally. You could be in the East, West. We just use that term generally. Steph Towel gets half a point. Bossy, Texas Chickabella get half a point. Nancy and Ange get half a point. Excellent job. Excellent job. That was a hard one. All right, who's ready to see the updated scores? We have some movement. We have a new third place. It's a tie, actually. We have a lot of movement at the top of the board. Hold on, it's a tie for fourth place now. Hold on. Oh, no. Hold on, Root Towel. You went one position too high. Everyone ready? Who else moved up? Oh, Bossy Tex Chicabella moved way up the leaderboard. Dammy Towel moving on up. Who else? Love You More is on there. I see you, Love You More. All right, here is the updated leaderboard. 3, 2, 1, out. We have, ladies and gentlemen, Towel, and I'm in first, but barely. I'm barely holding off Rue and Allie Towel. I hope they don't come back. I'm also barely holding off the second place Steph Towel, who also has 15, tied with Rue and Allie Towel. In third place, we have a two-way tie, Noelle Towel and Nancy Towel on the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Two-way tie for third. We have in fourth position, let me make this leaderboard a little more clean. In fourth position, we have right off the podium, Ruth Towel charging on up the leaderboard. Never count Ruth Towel out, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Towel is Super Towel. In fifth position, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, that was fourth, yep. In fifth position, ladies and gentlemen, we have Colleen Towel. Great job, Colleen Henry. 10.5 points in fifth position. In sixth place, we have Ange Towel, 9.5. Excellent job, Ange, climbing up that leaderboard. In seventh place, we have Bunny Towel. Oh, yep, that's right, with 8 points. Excellent job, Bunny Towel. In eighth place, we have Bossy Texas Chicabella with 6 points, climbing on up the leaderboard. Hello, Allie Towel. I think she just wanted to make you play trivia because she loves you and Rue. Which, I mean, to be fair, everyone loves Allie and Rue. And then, let's see, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In ninth, we have Peggy Towel with 3.5 points. Excellent job, Peggy Towel. In 10th, it's birthday girl Tater Bug. Tater Bug has 3 points. Tater Bug has 7 billion, gazillion bonus points for being Tater Bug's birthday. Also in 10th, ladies and gentlemen, Cynthia Towel tied for 10th with 3 points. In 11th, Claudia Towel has 2 points, tied with Susan Towel, also has 2. In 12th, making their first appearance on the board, it is Dammy Towel with 1.5 points. Congratulations, Dammy Towel. Going to climb on up that leaderboard. In 13th place, it is JI5 Towel and Love You More Towel, tied with 1 point apiece. And in 14th place, honorary on the board today, the dog who ran for mayor. One round. Just one round. Allie Towel, just one round. So you only miss one round. You are still in second place. Next round, ladies and gentlemen, the next round is going to be animals who have run for public office. Okay, the next round, you all can pick the category next, don't worry, but the next round is animals who have run for public office. And you might be saying to yourself, Grant, this is going to be hilarious. You are literally going to start laughing. I know that. The category is animals who have run for public office. Who is ready? This is going to be the greatest thing we've ever done. I'm so excited. This is going to be better than when we did a category entirely about me, which was hilarious. It was a test of the bot, but it was funny. All right, here we go. Animals who have run for public office. Show me Rue Towel. Which animal successfully ran for mayor of Rabbit Hash, Kentucky in 2016? Was it a horse, a goat, a cat, or a dog? Which animal successfully ran for mayor of Rabbit Hash, Kentucky in 2016? Was it a horse, a goat, a cat, or a dog? You know, in Kentuckiana, I think they voted for a horse. It was a dog. Listen, if we're going to run, Bossy Texas Chicabella knew. If we're going to run anyone, it's got to be a dog. All right? People love dogs. Listen, who knew, ladies and gentlemen, dogs they got elected in Minnesota. The doggy got elected in Kentucky. We just got to run dogs for president. Rue Towel, congratulations. You are going to be president. Congratulations as well to all of the other Towel doggos. Ange Towel, Kathleen Henry, Colleen Henry, and Buck. You're all running for president. Clearly, the people love the dogs. They want to vote for the damn dogs. They vote for dogs in every state. It's a nonpartisan issue. Whether you run in Kentucky or Minnesota, you will win if you are a dog. All right, everyone is running their dogs for president. Listen, if in doubt, the answer is dog. All right, next question. Steph, here we go. Yes, Allie, clearly. Allie, we knew the dog won in Minnesota. All right, listen, pause. Pause. We've had a challenge to the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we've had a challenge to the answer. Everyone pause, okay? Dog wins mayoral race, Rabbit Hash, Kentucky, 2016. Now, you don't understand, Allie, tell you have challenged the answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have had an answer challenge, okay? We are looking up the video. I am in my 30s, late 30s. I'm somewhere near 30. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I have obtained the video in question. Now, I don't know if this is going to be verified. We've had a challenge, all right? There's been a formal towel challenge rendered by Allie and Rue Towel. They do not believe that a dog won the mayoral race in Kentucky. Now, I have checked with my towel fact-checking sources, okay? We've had a formal challenge. We can't just let a formal challenge go unanswered, and this is what they came back with, Allie Towel. All right, this is the best I can do for you. Now, what can you tell us? I'm not exactly sure what this is going to be about. I believe it's relevant to the race. All right.
It's campaign season in Rabbit Hash, Kentucky, a wide spot in the road where politics has gone to the dogs. Stomp down that road and you'll find candidates for mayor sniffing around, hounding people for their support.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
10 candidates are running to be leader of the pack, eager to replace outgoing mayor Wilbur the French Bulldog.
He believes in term limits, so he's going to let someone else have a turn this time.
4 years ago, Wilbur had to buy a lot of votes to become top dog, more than 13,000 at $1 apiece.
I mean, these elections are bought and paid for fair and square.
The Rabbit Hash General Store is election headquarters, where vote buying is out in the open, and the lead can change daily.
I might have stuffed the ballot a little bit.
The money supports the Historical Society, which documents the story of Rabbit Hash, an Ohio River community that's been around since 1831. It's said the hamlet got its name after a winter flood caused a lot of rabbits to seek higher ground, making Rabbit Hash an easy meal choice.
6 rabbits in there.
But these days, it's the dogs that stir the pot, drawing visitors from all over the world during each election cycle.
It is a lot of fun. It's exciting, the attention it gets. But any other given day, it's a pretty quiet little place.
The community first chose a dog to be honorary mayor in 1998, when no human wanted the title. The election comes with slogans.
Life's short, so vote for the long ears.
And platform.
He's campaigning on water safety.
And promises.
To get her therapy dog certification once elected.
All of the canine campaigners want to be good ambassadors, and they've been vetted.
Maggie's running for mayor because she loves this place.
So far, it's been mostly a friendly, paw-shaking, baby-kissing affair. But it could turn into a haymaker with a few dirty tricks.
We're coming over.
Boone, the blue tick coonhound, is the sponsor of a wagon that hauls voters to the polls. Maggie, the black lab, is waiting to unleash what she's dug up.
Well, I figure we're going to wait till it gets closer, then we'll start slinging some mud, you know.
A lot of politicians start small, and it doesn't get much smaller than serving a community that covers about 3.5 acres. But dreams don't have to end here.
He's thinking about running for president.
Rabbit Hash, Kentucky is a place where every dog can have his day, and every politician gets a pat on the back. In Boone County, Marvin Bartlett with the spirit of the bluegrass.
Well, folks, there you have it. I can confirm for you that a dog definitely won the mayoral race in 2016 in Rabbit Hash, Kentucky. Paula, you came in at just the right time. We had a challenge to an answer, and we found out that a doggo towel won the mayoral race in Rabbit Hash, Kentucky in 2016. And you might say, Grant, that is extremely strange. Well, you know what? That's the answer to the question. So there you go, Allie Towel. Allie's like, all right. I figured it out. If Rue really has presidential aspirations, I gotta move to Kentucky. Did I score that last question? All right, hold on. Did anyone actually get it right? Yes, Bossy Texas Chick, I did get your 2 points. You were literally the only person who got it right. Good job, Bossy Texas Chicken Bell. Now we trust the game, all right? The game has re-earned our trust. Next question. Here we go. What type of animals was Stubbs, the honorary mayor of Talkeetna, Alaska? Was he a cat, a dog, a goat, or a chicken? What type of animal was Stubbs, the honorary mayor of Talkeetna, Alaska? Was he a cat, a dog, a goat, or a chicken? Show me dog. No! I got screwed! No! I got screwed! Who's gonna have faith in the kitties? Someone show me faith in the towel. No one had faith in the kitties. No one. All right. We're going to take a look. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. You think we're going to turn down looking at Stubbs, the honorary mayor of Talkeetna, Alaska? No, we are not. You don't understand. Allie, 902-1. Oh, Allie and Brew, they got the 2 points. Listen, it was Bella. It was Bella. All right. Now, Stubbs was the mayor in... Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I have excellent news for you. I have found an interview with Stubbs, okay? All right. No, I'm so excited you don't understand. Would you like to meet Stubbs, the mayor of Alaska? All right? Now, he's the mayor of all of Alaska. His name is Stubbs. He's a little kid. Okay, he's a little kitty towel. And, I'm just trying... Oh, yep, here's the little kitty towel. All right, found the little kitty. He's a little kitty. All right? Now, I don't know how he became mayor. There was probably some patronage involved, okay? Some patronage, if you know what I'm saying. But listen, he's a little kitty towel. All right, we're going to watch it. Now, we need proof. Yep, I'm telling you, we need proof that a kitty became a mayor. So, listen. This kitty is a very special kitty. He was the mayor of Alaska, and we're going to watch a video about him because he's a special kitty. All right, this is the Mayor Kitty. Take it away, Mr. Mayor Kitty. Yes, it's an interview with the mayor.
And now, the story of a mayor who has survived being shot by a BB gun, falling into a restaurant fryer, and jumping off. And now... Dun, 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 dun. Now, we're in a bit of history, but Mayor Stubbs has history, too. Tell us how long the store's been here and how long Stubbs has been running the whole town.
The store has been here since the 30s, and Stubbs has been mayor for almost 17 years.
17 years. So this cat has been mayor since he was born?
Yeah, yes.
He doesn't look too overwhelmed with the responsibilities.
No, he's pretty laid back.
I noticed that he's got kind of a very tolerant policy. He does allow birds into the store, too?
Yes, he does. And fish.
Ooh, but what about dogs? They may be the mayor's toughest critics.
He got in a little argument with a dog and almost lost his life. We had to rush him to the vet, and $3,000 later, he's Stubbs again.
It's tough running this place, isn't it? All these tourists coming in here all the time. Well, there are extra security measures for every important political figure. We know that. Secret Service. You have some very imposing signs on the door telling people not to let Stubbs out.
No dogs in, and Stubbs isn't allowed out.
Stubbs isn't allowed out. So at one time he kind of roamed the city, but now in his twilight years.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep him closer to home.
Is there, in the event that Stubbs should decide to retire or whatever, is there a succession plan in place?
No.
Yeah, once no. This honorary mayor is pretty tough. Maybe he could be the world's first sled cat. Put some booties on him, get, some cat friends together, maybe enter a team into the Iditarod.
They might do well.
Lori, we appreciate your time. Lori's got to get back to business, and, Stubbs has got to get back to the business of running the city.
That's right.
That's right.
Well, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Mayor Stubbs, he's a very, very quiet man, okay? Now, listen, if Mayor Stubbs is allowed to speak through a spokesperson, then Peep Bunny Towel is allowed to speak through a spokes towel. Now, Peep Bunny Towel, do you have any comment on the reports that you're running for office? Mm-hmm. You don't trust... He doesn't trust the Democratic machine in Massachusetts. Now, do you have any comment that you are not actually an animal, you are a stuffed peep? Oh. Okay, he accepts the name of Peep Towel, but he's quite offended because he is not edible. I'll let them know. Okay, he wishes you all luck, and he says he does have presidential aspirations. He is a Pete Bunny Towel. All right, so in short, we're going to the next question, and I would like to let you know that every single time we learn about a new animal that ran for office, we'll be watching a video. Yes, this is the greatest round of towel trivia of all time. This is the only time we're going to watch a video after every question. Are you kidding me? Every time an animal has won public office, that is the greatest moment in American history. Here we go, next question. What species, famously known as the mayor of Cormorant, Minnesota, served 4 terms? What species, famously known as the mayor of Cormorant, Minnesota, famously served 4 terms? Was it a goat, a cat, a dog, or a pig? It was clearly a dog. It was a dog. We already watched this one. I got it right. I knew that the mayor of Cormorant, Minnesota was a dog. Nope, it was not a pig. You all have no trouble. Listen, you all have no faith in the people of Minnesota. Allie, Tal, and Rue, their faith was rewarded. You believed in the people of Minnesota. Oh my God, it's sunken grave. You don't understand. Hold on. Everyone pause. We have a song about Ed. Everyone pause. I didn't know that either. Now listen. The next category is going to be in honor of sunken grave. It's going to be about Ed the zebra. Okay? So after this category, we are going to be watching an entire category about Ed the zebra. Now, you might be saying to yourself, what is Ed the zebra? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to announce to you that there is an Ed the zebra song. Now, you may be saying to yourself, I've never heard of Ed the zebra. Well, I've heard of Ed the zebra, okay? And before the next round, actually, you know what? Right now, to announce the presence of Sunken Grave, actually, we're going to do the whole next round about Ed the zebra. So I'm just going to copy this link here, and I'm going to grab it in my other chat. And then after this round, get ready, Sunken Grave, the greatest soap dispenser on planet Earth. We will be watching a video about Ed the zebra. And you might be saying to yourself, oh no, Grant, are we about to do trivia questions about a zebra? I mean, yes, the poor zebra, he was kidnapped. He was kidnapped. He was zebra-napped. I'm upset. Next question. Here we go. This is a little all over the place. What type of animal has held the position of mayor in Lajitas, Texas for several terms? Oh, bossy Texas chick, this is on you and Bella. What type of animal has held the position of mayor in Lajitas, Texas for several terms? A cat, a goldfish, a parrot, or a goat? Now listen. I think bossy Texas chick Bella voted for a parrot. Nope, they voted for a goat. Damn it. You Texans and your goats. Oh, bossy Texas Bella, of course they got it. They knew it was a goat. Who else knew it was a goat? Come on now. First of all, how did you know it was a... Dammy, I'm with you. I thought it might have been a goldfish too. The damn Texans. Steph, listen. I know it must be hard for you as a Canadian to realize that your American allies have a propensity to extol the virtue of animals as public service candidates. All I'd like to say is... still better than Justin Trudeau. Ruth Lang also knew it was a goat. Yep, nope. I know, Ruth, don't worry, love you more. I am as incredulous as you. I thought it was a parrot. Now, here's my plan, all right? You know exactly what's about to happen. I want all of you to prepare yourself for this moment. We are about to look up the goat who was a mayor of Lajitas, Texas. Okay? Goat mayor Lajitas, L-I-J, Lajitas, Texas, okay? The goat mayor of Lajitas, Texas. Yeah, you know, we're, oh, their plan is to eat the mayor. I see. All right. Now, okay, we are going to meet the mayor of Lajitas, Texas. Okay? Now, wait a minute. That looks like a... oh, no, that is definitely a goat. All right, so this guy's going to drink beer with the goat? No, he is not. Wait a minute. Who let you drink beer with a goat? What is going on down there? Bossy Texas chick, what are you all doing down there? What do you mean this man is going to drink beer with a goat? All right. This... oh, hello. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is the... I would like to introduce you to the Honorable... Mayor of Lajitas, Texas, Clay Henry III. Mr. Mayor, take it away.
Well, we're finally here. We're going to meet the mayor. There he is. The mayor right there. Hello, Mayor. And there's his wife. Why are you getting on to him for drinking? You shouldn't do things like that. He's a good goat. He's a good goat. He just wants to eat. He just wants to eat. Yes, he just wants to eat. Look at the goat back there. He don't mean any better. Come on, Clay.
Oh, she's pooping. They're like spewing out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the mayor of Lajitas, Texas, Clay Henry III. He is a goat, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor in there. Hello, mayor. I don't plan on drinking goat milk. Thank you for letting me know, Paula. If I'm ever presented with it, I'm going to be like, no, my friend Paula told me I can't drink it. Oh, goodness gracious. Next question. Which dog was elected mayor of San Francisco in 2012 as part of a playful campaign? Which dog was elected mayor of San Francisco, the damn commie hippies, in 2012 as part of a playful campaign? Was it Sweet Tart the dog, Lucky Lou the dog, Duke the dog, or Morris the cat? Well, clearly it's going to be Morris the cat. Show me Lucky Lou the dog. Oh my God. Sunken grave. Ruth and Sunken Ruth got it right. And Sunken grave got it right. They trolled all of you. You did, bossy Texas chick. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. Maybe this was like a cat who maybe this was a cat who used to be a dog. All right, we're not going to pass judgment. 1 second. All right, hold on. San Francisco mayor 2012, Morris the cat. All right. Now listen, Suggy Grave, you are a genius. Okay. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have excellent news. The cat also announced their candidacy for presidency. All right. So Morris the cat, San Francisco. Morris the cat, San Francisco mayor. All right. So Morris the cat was apparently elected. Now hold on. All right. Hold on. It's set. There's no videos. Wait a minute. This has to exist. Now, this may not have actually existed in San Francisco. It seems to have been Ilapa. Oh, okay. He's a 9 Lives spokesperson. So I found videos of him. Okay, here we go. This is Morris. Now, this was long before he ran for president. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this was in his early days. This is Morris the cat. He ran for president. He is the spokesperson for 9 Lives. This is apparently some kind of food brand. Now, I would like you to take a look. I found Morris. This is Morris, ladies and gentlemen. His name is Morris. He's a cat. Now, he ran for mayor, apparently, of San Francisco in 1985. It was viral advertising, though, so I'm not as happy about this, but this is Morris.
Morris.
I thought she was dead.
I'll be like new after my wheat germ.
Wanna bet?
Have to eat right. Oh, I've got something good for you, too.
Who says I need improving?
Good things like chicken, fish, liver. It's 9 Lives Super Supper.
Super supper? I could stretch to the bowl.
9 Lives, unique recipes. Nutritious foods even the most finicky cat can't resist.
9 Lives, you're my kind of workout.
Well, yep, I can't say I'm a fan of Morris's candidacy, but, you know, he ran, so he gets the question. Next question. In 2008, which cat received votes for the mayor of Asheville, North Carolina? Parker the cat, Gracie the cat, Boston Curtis, or Ruff the cat? Which cat received votes for mayor of Asheville, North Carolina in 2008? Parker the cat, Gracie the cat, Boston Curtis, Ruff the cat. Come on. Boston Curtis. I got it. I got it. How was I going to pick anything else? You all will bow to my greatness. Who got it? Who got it? Who went with Boston just because they're from Boston? Paula Towel gets the full point. Paula, how did you get that so quickly? That is impressive. Where's Paula Towel? You're on my list. Where's Paula Towel? Oh, Paula Towel, you're not on my list yet. All right, Paula Towel gets added to the list with a full point. Damning Towel, you knew to go with Boston. Oh, when in doubt, always go with Boston. Half point. Who else went with Boston? Yes, you did. Allie and Brutowel went with Boston. Good job, Paul. That was a smart decision. Always go with Boston. Now, you know what we got to do. That was the last question in this round. So we have to look up a video of Boston Curtis becoming the mayor of Asheville. Boston Curtis runs for mayor, Asheville, North Carolina, 2008. Now, let's hope there's a video of this. Show me Boston Curtis. Cat Boston Curtis. All right. Oh, no. There seems to be no videos of Boston Curtis. No, it was before the internet became a thing. I'm so sorry. All right, I'll give you your updated leaderboard. I'm so sorry we don't have a video of Boston Curtis. I feel terrible. You know what we do have, though, while we're doing this? I have a video of Ed the Zebra. Now, Ed the Zebra is Sunken Grave's favorite zebra. The next category is going to be all about Ed the Zebra from Atlanta. Now, give me a second here. Hold on, little towel. Let me see if I can bring this up for you. No promises, no promises. All right, let's see if I can make it pause. Hold on. All right, Ed the Zebra, come on. All right, let me pause. Now, this is a song about Ed the Zebra. Now, we all love Ed the Zebra. If you don't know who Ed the Zebra is, he's a zebra. All right, so give me 1 second. All right, now, Sunken Grave taught us yesterday or 2 days ago about how Ed the Zebra escaped from the zoo. Now, we love Ed the Zebra. We feel very bad that he had to escape from the zoo. So, there were songs made about him, and this is going to be, while I add up your scores, we're going to listen to a song about Ed the Zebra. This is in honor of the greatest soap dispenser ever created, Sunken Grave, and this is a video about Ed the Zebra. Now, you may not know who Ed the Zebra is. That's okay. We love Ed the Zebra anyway. He's a zebra. All right, Ed. The people, they love you very much, and they would like to hear the song. Take it away, Ed the Zebra.
Stripes in the moonlight cutting through the haze, dodging the lights and the sirens call. Ed the Zebra, he outran them all. Through Music City he became a star, on every meme and on every guitar. Majestic and free, he danced with the breeze. Ed the Zebra, rock Nashville to its knees. Run, Ed, run, you're the king of the road. With a heart so wild and a tale to be told. From my 24 to the sky so high. Ed the Zebra, you were born to fly.
Oh, free Ed. All I was saying was free Ed. I know I'm muted. Sorry, I was listening to the song. I was saying free Ed. We all love Ed. Ed needs to be free. Don't worry, I unmuted very quickly. Thank you, Steph. Ed needs to be free. We love Ed. Free Ed. All right? I think we can all... Ed has 2 girlfriends. Thank you, Steph Towel. You're a super tap. I think we can all agree that Ed needs to be free. Let him out of that damn net. And Sunken Grave Towel, Thank you for sharing that video. Now, here's your updated scores. We got at least a few more rounds. All right, we'll play till 5 o'clock. Towel is in first place. Towel has 22 points, but I'm quickly being chased by a dog named Rue and Allie Towel. Now, I'm a little concerned about this. Allie Towel and Rue are relentless when they are on the hunt, but they're not going to move to Kentucky. In third place, we have a two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. You know her as half Canadian, half German, half British, all Steph Towel, and the Canadian Prime Minister in Towel Land, Steph Towel. Tied, however, with one of the most intelligent, well-versed food category and random trivia category answers, Ruth Towel. Ruth Towel has 15 points. Now, Noelle Towel and Nancy Towel are tied for third. We have fourth. So the podium is Towel, Allie, and Steph Towel, and Ruth Towel. Right outside the podium, we have Noelle Towel and Nancy Towel, 13.5 points each, tied for fourth place. In fifth place, we have Colleen Towel, Old Strong, Colleen Henry, and Buck, 10.5 points. In sixth place, rising up the ranks all day, threatening for the podium, Bossy Texas Chickabella, 10 points. In seventh place, Ange Towel, 9.5 points. In eighth place, serendipitously enough, Bunny Towel with 8 points. In ninth place, Peggy Towel, 3.5 points. In 10th place, Birthday Girl Tater Bug. Tater Bug has 3 points and 7 billion gazillion bonus points for being a Tater Bug birthday. 10th place. Also in 10th place, rounding out the top 10, Cynthia Towel tied with Tater Bug Towel, 3 points. In 11th place, Claudia Towel with 2 points. Excellent job, my friend. Also with 2 points, Susan and Demi Towel. Demi Towel's first round. Excellent job. 12th place, 3-way tie. 13th place, we have JI5, Love You More, and Sunken Grave Towel, the greatest soap dispenser this side of the Mississippi, and also a fan of Ed, and Paula Towel, who I'm sure loves Ed as well, 1 point apiece. And then in the position of honor, the dog who ran for mayor, no points. Excellent job, excellent job. Now let's vote on the next category. How about that? All right, throw your category suggestions out there. Hold on, let me tell you about the ones we already have. Throw your category suggestions out there. Now we have... nope, we don't have any left. So throw your category suggestions out there, ladies and gentlemen. The first 4 that I see in the chat will go in the vote. All right, so next towel trivia question. Category. First 4 that I see in the chat go up. Hulk Hogan, that's right, Steph. Thank you. Hulk Hogan is a category. So Hulk Hogan is the first one. Paula, I like the way you're thinking, but that's not actually a suggestion, but I agree. Philosophy, it hasn't been suggestion. Are you telling me that you don't love our philosophy categories? Cell phones. All right, great question. Great category. Cell phones. All right, we got 2 4. I'm not sure, Love You More. I cannot tell. Maybe because I'm live a lot. Maybe the algorithm likes channels that go live a lot. I don't know. Two more categories. Come on, little towels. Cheeseburgers, great category. Cheeseburgers. And then, who am I? All right. Tradition. Sorry, Ange, that's a great category, but I don't think the bot would understand suggestion. But we're going to take traditions as the 4th suggestion. And then, Ange, maybe we'll just do who am I as the next category no matter what. All right, here we go. The vote is Fast and Furious. Cheeseburgers and traditions are tied. I'm getting into horse racing announcer towel mode. Hulk Hogan, we know who voted for Hulk Hogan. Her name's Steph Towel. Oh, we got a bunch of votes for Hulk Hogan, ladies and gentlemen. It's a ferocious activity. Hulk Hogan's losing out. Traditions is winning. Traditions is in the lead. We're about to hit a quorum. We've hit a quorum. It looks like Traditions is going to take it. The next towel trivia. Cheeseburgers for breakfast are delicious. I support you in your decision. Sunken Grave, was it a good cheeseburger? What toppings did you have on it? Are you a cheeseburger or a soap dispenser? Can soap dispensers also be cheeseburgers? There might be rules in the land of soap dispensers. I don't speak soap dispenser. I speak towel. But towels welcome soap dispensers. They are a form of towel. All right, here we go. The next category is traditions. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Dammy for their excellent suggestion. The next towel trivia category is traditions. Let's begin. I'm a towel. The first question in this round is, What celebration involves a feast with turkey in the United States? Is it Thanksgiving? Is it Easter? Is it Halloween? Or is it Valentine's Day? Now listen, I give turkey on Valentine's Day every year. It's one of the most appreciated gifts. Listen, if you get turkey-styled flowers on Valentine's Day, you are just at the top of the list. You know what I'm saying? It's Thanksgiving. No, come on. Steph, I was trying to trick the British people. They don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Steph got a full point. Dammy, good job. Dammy got half a point. You did not fall for my trickeration. Paula, good job. You didn't fall for my tricks about Valentine's Day turkeys. Elizabeth Lander, hello, my friend. I was just talking about how I get people turkey for Valentine's Day. Bossy Texas Chickabella, get half a point. Sunken Grave, oh, come on, you didn't fall for my trick either about the turkey flowers. Turkey flowers are very popular. Susan, excellent job, my friend, half point. Who else? Allie, bro. Oh, come on, Allie. You knew it was Valentine's Day. You knew it. Nancy also gets half a point. No one picked Valentine's Day. Aunt, come on, I thought you'd be with me. I thought that where you are, Valentine's Day is celebrated with turkey. Hello, Paula Fitzhenry. Welcome to the channel. Feel free to join in on Towel Trivia. Just guess 1 through 4 to the trivia questions you see on the stream. If you get it right first before anyone else, you get a full point. If I get it right, if you get it right after that, you get half a point. If I get it wrong, you get 2 points. If you get it right first, 1 point for getting it right subsequently. Ruth Towel also got half a point. Now listen, I think we need to start giving out turkey-based Valentine's flowers far more often. That is adorable, Sunken Grave. I appreciate that. Bossy Texas Chick, Bossy Texas Chick is like, I'm just going to start guessing random answers. I wanted phones. All right, next question. What holiday features groundhog weather predictions in the U.S.? God help those of you who get this wrong. What holiday features groundhog weather predictions in the U.S.? Groundhog Day, Labor Day, New Year's Day, or Independence Day? 7 years ago, Thomas Jefferson on our Independence Day did proclaim there to be 6 more weeks of winter. It's Groundhog's Day. Damn it. Not one of you fell. Oh my goodness, this is outrageous. I thought at least one of you would believe that Independence Day was the day we declared the weather. Steph Towel gets a full point. Steph's not even American. How'd you know about this, Steph? Have you stolen our groundhogs? Nancy Towel got half a point. Great job, Nancy. Dammy Towel got half a point. Good job, Dammy. Dammy knows about the groundhogs. Paula Towel, half point, knows about the groundhogs. Sunken Grave Towel is a soap dispenser and loves zebras, but also knows about the groundhogs. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella met a groundhog one time. Bella got a little bit upset, and now groundhogs are banned in Texas. Elizabeth Lander got half a point. Ange Towel got half a point. And I'm sorry to tell you, groundhogs are banned in Texas. Ruth and Susan both got half a point. Susan, if you like groundhogs, I'm sorry to tell you, Bella Towel banned them in Texas. Allie and Brew got half a point. They don't have to worry about groundhogs. We eradicated them in the Great Groundhog War of 1787. Yes, Massachusetts history is rife with battles over groundhogs. Paula, sometimes I get a little bit facetious. It's kind of like watching Monty Python on the BBC and a game show, and also we sometimes cover very serious cases. But I'm mostly a towel. And you can also be a towel. Next question. Oh, you had a whole school unit on groundhogs. I'm very glad, Steph. Which event includes taking a dip in ice-cold water as a celebration? Is it Mardi Gras, the Polar Bear Plunge, Holi, or Thanksgiving? Now, I think Holi is not necessarily cold water, and Mardi Gras, I think people jump in water, but it's not necessarily ice-cold. It's the Polar Bear Plunge. I've done it in Massachusetts. In the winter, it was cold. You raise money for charity. Oh, everybody got the Polar Bear Plunge. Steph, have you jumped in ice-cold water to raise money for charity? Good job. Nancy Towel, you know about the Polar Bear Plunge. Bossy, Texas Chicken Bella don't even live near the cold water, and they know about the Polar Bear Plunge. Dammy Towel, good job, making a good, strong first impression in your first round, answering a lot of questions right. Elizabeth Lander is Towel, got half a point. Paula, Sunken Grave, and Susan all got half a point. Where's Paula Towel? There's Paula Towel. There's Sunken Grave Towel. And where's Susan Towel? There you are, Susan Towel. Half a point. Who else do we got? Ange, Allie, Ruth all get half a point. Allie and Ro get half a point. Ange, Allie, and Ro. All right, I got Ange, Allie, and Ruth. Well, that's why I got confused, because Ruth and Ro sound very similar. There we go. Okay, Sunken Grave. Okay. Bella. Oh, that's right. That's true. I guess that applies to men and women. Bella is a polar bear cat. All white. That's true. Next question. Which festival involves lighting of the sky with colorful paper lanterns? Is it Diwali, Oktoberfest, Carnival, Yao Zhaoji? Which festival involves lighting of the sky with colorful paper lanterns? Diwali, Oktoberfest, Carnival, Yanjiaozi. Now, Diwali is the festival of light. Oh, come on. Come on. I guess they don't light paper lanterns. Who got it? Bossy, Texas Chicabella got 2 points. Who else got it? Susan Swan is a genius. 1 point. Who else got it? Nobody else yet. Nobody else. I know, right? You'd think it would be Diwali. How did you know that, Bossy Texas Chicabella? Has Hallie and Brew got it? Has Bella been celebrating this festival for a while? Do you two walk around? It's because Bella's actually Chinese. Bella, are you a communist? Bella? Bella? How do you know about this? Bella's a communist. Oh, it's Thailand. Okay, never mind. Bella's not a communist. Thank God it's Thailand. She's not a communist. I thought it was China. Are you sure it's not China? Oh, I thought it was China. Listen, I didn't know it was Thailand. All right, next question. That's true, Ruth. That's true. Next question. What Scandinavian festival involves the return of light and the celebration of winter's end? What Scandinavian festival involves the return of light and the celebration of winter's end? Midsummer Festival, Oktoberfest, Midwinter Festival, Diwali. Well, clearly, the Midsummer Festival. Nope, I should have known. I'm an idiot. Sunken Grave got it right, folks. Sunken Grave gets 2 points. It was Midwinter Festival. Nancy Towel. I wanted to go with winter at first. I thought better of it. Nancy gets a point. Ange and Susan and Elizabeth Lander all get a point. Anyways, Ange and Susan. So where's Ange Towel? There's Ange Towel. And where's Susan Towel? There's Susan Towel. All right. Good guess, Allie Roo, but it's Midwinter Festival. Next question. I don't know, Steph. I blame the Canadians. Next question. During which custom do participants wear masks and costumes to celebrate the beginning of Lent? Mardi Gras, Carnival, Ostada, Beltane. During which custom do participants wear masks and costumes to celebrate the beginning of Lent? Mardi Gras, Carnival, Ostada, Beltane. I think it's Mardi Gras. That might be at the end, though. I don't know. Mardi Gras. I got it wrong. Paula Towel was the first one to get it. 2 points for Paula Towel. Point for Dammy Towel. Excellent job, Dammy Towel. Point for Susan and Ruth. Excellent job. Ruth. Excellent job. Susan Towel. Where's Ruth Towel? There's Ruth Towel. Steph gets a point. Allie and Bro do not get a point. You did, Paula Towel. Paula Towel, I think, got the 2. No, who got the 2 points? It was, yeah, right, Bossy Texas chick. Getting it right by mistake still counts. All right, that's the end of that round. Let's see, do we have any shift? We did have some shifts in the scoreboard. Bossy Texas Chicabella are threatening. You don't want to mess with Bossy Texas Chicabella. They're jumping up the scoreboard. Susan Towel jumping up the scoreboard. Where's Susan Towel? There you go. Who else? Dammy Towel jumping up the scoreboard. Sunken Grave Towel tied with Dammy Towel, and Paula Towel jumping up the scoreboard. Dammy Towel in her first round with us, doing excellent, ladies and gentlemen. Elizabeth Towel, as always, jumping right up that scoreboard. All right, here we go. I have your updated rankings. Ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Towel made a little bit of a jump, so I got to update that ranking. Ange Towel made a bit of a jump. Ange Towel leapfrogging over Colleen Towel. Here we go. I have your rankings. Heading into the next round, we're playing. Maybe we'll play it till after 5. Depends on how we're all feeling. Take a look. We have the rankings. We have in first place, you know him as Little Towel. He is a Little Towel. And he has 25 points. In second place, I agree, Steph. In second place, they still count Susan Swan. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, Allie and Brew Towel, 21 points. Look at that. Excellent job. In third place, right behind Allie and Rue, keeping it close, Steph Towel, 19 points, ladies and gentlemen. Right outside the top 3, the podium is Towel, Allie, and Steph Towel right now. Right outside the top 3, in fourth place, Ruth Towel, 18 points. In fifth place, Nancy Towel, right behind Ruth Towel, 16 points. In sixth place, they've been rising up the board all day. We have a tie. First, Bossy Texas Chicabella, 13.5. And Noelle Towel, 13.5. Tie for sixth. In seventh place, look at that. It's Ange Towel, doing great today, 11.5 points. In eighth place, Colleen Henry and Buck Towel, 10.5 points. In ninth, Bunny Towel with 8. In 10th place, Susan Towel jumped right up that leaderboard, 6.5. In their first game, ladies and gentlemen, look at number 11. It's Dammy Towel, 4.5. Tied for number 11 with Sunken Grave Towel, the greatest soap dispenser on either side of the Mississippi, 4.5. And Paula Towel, 4.5. By the way, Sunken Grave, yes, you're right, but also remember the max points I can never get is 1. I can never get double points, so... that was 11th. In 12th, we have Peggy Towel, 3.5 points. In 13th place, it's Birthday Tater Bug. She's having a birthday. She doesn't like to call me. She's got 7 billion bonus points, gazillion billion bonus points for being the Tater Bug. Birthday Tater Bug. Tater Bug. 3 points tied with Cynthia Towel, who also has 3 points. In 13th place, Elizabeth Lander jumping right up that leaderboard after the first round. 2.5 points. Hello, my dear friend. In 14th place, Claudia Towel, doing good with 2 points. In 15th place, J5 Towel and Love You More, tied with 1 point. And in 16th place, the dog who ran for mayor, who has no points, but is just on there. Yep, dog who ran for mayor. Hold it up. The dog who ran for mayor. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into our next towel round. It is going to be Who Am I? We're going to see if the bot can do a trivia question that is based off of just the prompt, Who Am I? All right? So we don't know if this is going to work. We liked the prompt, all right? And we're going to try it, all right? Now, let's see. Hold on. I have to start up a new round of trivia selection. So hold on. No promises. We have 3 more rounds or so. Probably 3 more rounds, all right? So let me bring this up. Hold on. I think Rue really should get elected mayor. You know, I just think he's what America needs. Listen, I like Rue. America likes Rue. Rue for America. All right? A voice you trust. A dog you can trust. He will not eat your bunnies. Okay? This is a dog who can be trusted around bunnies. That's how you sell it. Rue Towel, the dog that can be trusted around bunnies. Vote Rue. A vote for Rue is a vote for America and not eating bunnies. You don't like eating bunnies, right? You know, so therefore vote for Rue. What do you mean you're not voting for Rue? Are you telling me you support eating little bunny rabbits? You are a monster. Vote for Rue. You see what I'm saying? The whole campaign is just Rue opposes eating bunnies. Vote for Rue. And anyone who disagrees is a monster. All right? If you oppose voting for Rue, you are a monster. You clearly eat bunnies. You see what I'm saying? That's how politics works, Allie Tally. You got to get a little nasty sometimes. Okay. Put Corey, give clues to question, who am I? All right, we'll try it. Putting it exactly what Bossy Texas Chick suggested. And if this goes wrong, everyone blame Bossy Texas Chick. Okay? I'm putting in exactly what Bossy Texas Chick suggested. Okay? Give clues to question, who am I? Okay. Okay, ready? Here we go. We're trying this. No promises. If it goes wrong, everyone blame Bossy Texas Chick and Bella. Not really, but seriously. Okay, let's do it. Give clues to question, who am I? I have no idea if this is going to work. The first question is, what country is larger in area than China? Canada, the United States, Russia, or Australia? Well, there's only one country in the world that I know that's larger than China in landmass. Is it Canada, the United States, Russia, or Australia? What country is larger in area than China? Canada, the United States, Russia, or Australia? It's Russia. Yeah. Susan Swan got it right first, ladies and gentlemen. Susan Swan got it right first. Full point. Who else? Ange and Nancy from the 508 both get half point. Ange Towel is Super Towel. Nancy Towel is Super Towel. Who else? Who got number 3? Sunky Grave. Was that a typo, or did you just switch your answer? Allie and Bro got half point. That's a where am I question. Yeah, Bossy Texas Chick, listen, you aren't to blame for this. I'm giving Sunky Grave half a point. They're the greatest soap dispenser this side of the Mississippi. Dammy Towel also got half a point. Great job. Dammy Towel, you knew it was Russia. Damn Ruskies. I seriously meant to pick Russia. Well, Elizabeth Lander, sometimes Russia doesn't want to pick us. You know, damn Ruskies. It's all right. They're part communist. Don't feel bad. Damn commies. You know what you do when you run into a commie? You say, you damn commie, put that down. Put that down, commie. Damn commie. Next question. What planet is famous for its rings? Earth, Jupiter, Mars, Saturn. I don't think planets are people, but okay. What planet is famous for its rings? Earth, Jupiter, Mars, or Saturn? The rings of... I thought it was Jupiter. Saturn? Saturn. For some reason, I thought it was Jupiter, but I knew to go with Saturn. It is Saturn. Who got number 4? Hold on. Steph, ladies and gentlemen. Steph knew it was the rings of Saturn. Dammy Towel. So Steph gets a full point. Dammy Towel gets half a point. Bossy Texas Chicabella get half a point. Paula and Susan both get half a point. Where's Paula Towel? There's Susan Towel. Where's Paula Towel? Where's Paula Towel? Ange and Nancy get half a point. I got Nancy. Where's Ange Towel? I know you're on there, Ange. Ange gets half a point. Ange and Nancy. Allie, Elizabeth, and Ruth each get half a point. Got Allie, got Elizabeth Towel, and got Ruth Towel. Sunken Grave gets half a point. Great job, those of you who are... Jupiter has the hexagon and is the largest planet. Very good to know. There we go. Which organ is responsible for pumping blood in the body? Is it the heart, the liver, the lungs, or the kidney? Which organ is responsible for pumping blood in the body? Is it the heart, the liver, the lungs, the kidneys? It's the heart. I knew it. I'm a towel. I got hat, and I'm a towel. Steph, super fast internet, picks up another full point. Dammy Towel, almost as fast as Steph Towel, picks up a half point. Where are you, Dammy Towel? Half point. Bossy Texas Capella, half point. Paula and Ange, half point. Who else? Susan, Ruth, and Elizabeth, half point. Ruth, where's Susan Towel? Susan and Elizabeth, half point each. Who else? Nancy and Allie Towel, half point each. Remember, 2 rounds after this, 2 rounds. All right, next question. It is Susan. It is a what question? Bossy Texas chick, the bot does not like us. Next question. Who developed the theory of relativity? Was it Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Galileo Galilei? Who developed the theory of relativity? Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Galileo Galilei. Well, clearly, come on, it was Galileo. It was Galileo. No, it was Einstein. Who got it? Dammy Towel. Listen, folks, Dammy Towel has just exploded onto the scene with a full point. Steph Towel gets half point. Good job, Steph Towel. Bossy Texas Chicabella are Einsteins. Ruth and Elizabeth and Susan, all Einsteins. Excellent job, Ruth, Elizabeth, and Susan Towel. Congratulations. Sunken Grave is a Sunken Grave Genius Towel, half point. Nancy and Paula Towel, half point. Where's Paula Towel? Where's Paula Towel? Come on, Paula Towel. You are on my list. Where are you, Paula Towel? Paula Towel, half point. Excellent job. Next question. And we can speak generally, obviously. If you don't want to identify where you are, you can speak generally. Safety first. All right, next question. Which animal is known for its exceptional memory and intelligence? Is it a parrot, a horse, a dolphin, or an elephant? Which animal is known for its exceptional memory and intelligence? A parrot, a horse, a dolphin, or an elephant? Now, we like orcas, but show me the dolphin. It was the elephant. I love elephants. Paula's faith in elephants pays off. Have faith in the elephants. Paula gets the full point. Ruth had faith in the elephants. Excuse me, Paula gets 2 points. Ruth had faith in the elephants, gets a full point. Who else? Nancy and Ange both get a full point for having faith in the elephants. Sunken Grave, full point, having faith in the elephants. Allie and Rue, full point, having faith in the elephants. I thought it was dolphins. I know, I really thought it was dolphins. You, good pun, Paula. You remember just like the elephants. Very tricky question indeed. Next question. A trunky question. What element is known for being a noble gas? What element is known for being a noble gas? Carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, neon. Which element is known for being a noble gas? Carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, neon. Neon sounds kind of noble. I got it right! It was neon. None of the base ones are noble gases. Ruth. Good job, Ruth. Full point. Good job, Susan. Half a point. Where are you, Susan Towel? There you are. Half point. Who else? Paula Towel. Half a point. That was a hard one. Elizabeth Lander got it. Half point. Allie and Bro, physicist. Half point. That was a hard one. That was a hard one. Chemistry stuff, says Steph. Thank you, Steph. I'm a chemistry towel. I'm really not. All right. That was the end of that round. Let us show our updated scores. We got 2 rounds left in towel trivia today. Just 2 rounds left. Then we're off tomorrow. Then we're back Monday. Who knows what we're going to start up with? Who knows, little towels? All right. Updating the scores. No, hold on. I think I got everybody updated. Elizabeth Towel's got to move up a little bit. How about the top of the board? That all looks good. Everything seems to be in order. All right. Here's your updated scores. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no. How about this? There we go. In first place, with just a methane. Good one. Argon, xenon, krypton, neon, and methane. Ice skating is not a noble gas. I like the way you think, though, Allie. Suck Grave, maybe Suck Grave was making a fart joke. I don't know. I'm not a chemist. And Ange Towel, did I forget your half point? Hold on. I may have forgot Ange Towel's half point. All right, there we go. Half point. Sorry about that, Ange Towel. Now, here's your updated leaderboard. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, he's a little towel. He doesn't know chemistry. He didn't know all those questions, but he held on to his lead, Bailey. All right, Bailey. His name is Little Towel. All right? He's a little towel. He has 30 points. Little Towel, 30 points. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, you can call her Allie Towel. You can call her Allie Towel. Oh, ice skating is the next category. All right, we can vote on it. Allie Towel, you got to start lobbying people now. Ice skating will be one of the categories. Hold on. Ice skating. All right, there we go. Now, in first place, we have Little Towel. Little Towel has 30 points. He's a Little Towel. In second place, you know her as Allie Towel. She's a fan of ice skating. She has a dog named Rue. She's Super Towel. Rue's going to run for president, and we're all going to support Rue. Rue, prepare your suits. Rue and Allie are in second place. They have 24 points. Beer, good suggestion, bossy Texas chick. So we have 2 categories, ice skating and beer. In third place, we have a tie. This is so close, ladies and gentlemen. You know them as the dynamic duo. One just found out the other day she's British and had an existential crisis. She's also half Canadian and half German. She's also the Prime Minister of Canada in Towel Land. Her name is Steph. Steph Towel has 21.5 points. Tied with Steph, the genius across all categories, one of the most fiercest competitors on all of Towel Trivia. Ruth Towel, 21.5 points. Allie Towel's in second and complain. First of all, did I even win yesterday? No. Steph, you and Allie destroyed us yesterday. So I don't want to hear at all about the game being fixed. And then the day before, Steph and Towel tied. So the reigning champion is Steph right now. Okay? With Allie Towel in second. Allie wins or comes in second almost every single day or third at the worst. I'm serious. One time Allie was in fourth. I think she protested. Allie didn't play that day. But most of the time when Allie plays, Allie kicks butt, takes names. All right? I have all the records. You don't understand. All right, so the top 3. Towel, Allie, Steph, and Ruth. With Steph and Ruth tied. I was just trolling you, Allie. Figure skating. Got it. Figure skating. All right. No, I was just trolling you, Allie. Allie does so well. Allie is a super towel. And then Steph and Ruth tied in third, 21.5. In fourth, we have Nancy Towel. Oh, Sunken Graves Towel was there when Nancy Kerrigan got whacked by the guy who was friends with the other skater who wanted to take her out. In fourth, we have Nancy Towel, ladies and gentlemen, right outside the top 3. Nancy Towel with 19 points. In fifth, Little Towels, right behind Nancy Towel. They've been climbing all day. It is Bossy Tex Chicabella with 15. They climbed all the way up the leaderboard. They are now in 5th with 15 points. In 6th, argued for that extra half point, even though they still would have been in 6th. They have done well all day. They are the Super Towel. Ange has 14.5 points. Excellent job, Ange. In 7th, right behind Ange Towel, Noelle Towel has 13.5 points, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job, Noelle Towel. In 8th position, right behind Noelle Towel, with 10.5 points. Colleen Henry and Buck, 10.5 points. Excellent job, Colleen Henry and Buck. Call Colleen Henry a fan of Hank Brennan. In ninth, serendipitously enough, it is Susan Towel coming in with 9.5 points, heading into our final 2 rounds, or our penultimate round. 9.5 points. Excellent job, Susan Towel. In 10th, it is Paula Towel, 8.5 points. Excellent job, Paula Towel, 8.5 points. In 10th, it is Bunny Towel with 8 points, ladies and gentlemen. Bunny Towel has 8 points. In 11th, two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. Two-way tie, first appearance on the board. Dammy Towel, very strong performance, right outside of the top 10 with 7. And the greatest soap dispenser this side of the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean, Sunken Grave, 7 points. In 12th, Elizabeth Lander, been rising up the board, even though she joined in late today, 4.5 points. Excellent job, Elizabeth Lander. In 13th, Peggy Towel, 3.5 points. Excellent job, Peggy Towel. In 14th, she's on the road to work, but she's Tater Bug Towel. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Tater Bug. 7 billion gazillion bonus points, but 3 regular points. Tied for 14th, Tater Bug and Cynthia Towel, also with 3. In 15th, Claudia Towel. Great job, Claudia Towel, 2 points. In 16th, JF5 and Love You More Towel with 1 point apiece. And in 17th, the position of honor, Dog Who Ran for Mayor. Dog Who Ran for Mayor. No, that's right. You are 1, 2, 3, 4. You're 5th bossy Texas chick. You are 5th. Because Steph Towel is tied with Ruth for 3rd. And we don't skip. It goes 1, 2, 3, 3. And then Nancy's 4th. You're 5th. All right, so let's vote. Oh, everyone, well, also, I may have included ties. Everyone could be off by 1, or I just lost count. But either way, bossy Texas chick, I'll update it heading into the next round. Not a problem, bossy Texas chick. All right, now, we'll do the double bonus round to end it. So let's vote on the next round. We have 2 suggestions so far. Throw in your suggestions to chat. We need 2 more. Next out, remember, only the next 2 can be accepted because we already have 2. One of which is figure skating. The other of which is I almost said figure something else. Figure skating, and the other of which is beer. All right, we need 2 more categories. Next 2 categories go in. 2 more categories. I know it's going to take about 20 seconds to see them. 2 more categories, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll vote. 2 categories. Who's going to get the next 2 suggestions in? We always get some good ones. That's true, Sunken Grave. Flowers as the 3rd category. Snacks. Oh, hold on. Allie already suggested one. So let's take, we already got beer. Let's take snacks and then mythology. Mythology. All right. I'm sorry we didn't get to do cheese. I will save it for Monday. Cheese is a great one too, Ange. Don't worry, you will get your cheese category yet, my dear friend. Ange loves cheese. Figure skating, beer, snacks, mythology. Vote away. Thank you for all your suggestions. We would have had a bunch. I'm also going to take down some of these other ones. Wine, fashion. All right. Vote away. Snacks is in the lead. Mythology close behind. Mythology coming up on snacks. Snacks taking the lead. Mythology tied with snacks. Snacks and mythology tied. I'm the towel voter here. Oh, snacks with a short lead. I'm going to let this go a little bit further. Snacks with the lead. Oh, it's tied. It's tied. Do you want me to coin flip? No, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to let it go. Snacks taking the lead. Snacks and mythology tied. It's tied, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to be... Mythology with a slight lead. Hold on, I'm going to let it go. Let it go for a few more votes. Mythology with a slight lead. Mythology with a slight lead over snacks. I'm closing it in 15 seconds. 14. 13. 80s words. I like that. We'll add that for our next game on Monday. Great suggestion. Love you more. I love it. All right, we are closing in 10, 9, 8. I know, Ruth Lang. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Final results. Mythology takes it. I left it open. Mythology takes it, ladies and gentlemen. Our penultimate category of the day will be mythology. Mythology, little towels. Mythology it is. All right, so everyone ready? We are going to do mythology. Yes, indeed, mythology is the category. There was no suggestion. It is just all mythology. Any type of mythology. It could be American mythology, Italian mythology, Czechoslovakian mythology, Lithuanian mythology, Norse mythology, Roman mythology, Chinese mythology. I shouldn't just say all the countries of the world. Right, the mythology of Karen Reed not being responsible, which is a mythology in my opinion. Penultimate is second to last. No, this is the second to last Bossy Texas Chicken. Then the next category is the last one, and that will be a double bonus. Egyptian mythology, it could be that too. All right, here we go. It's anything mythology. Love You More is ready to take on the category. Celtic, Norse, it could be anything. Here we go. Massachusetts mythology. All right, first question. Who wove a deadly shroud leading to the Trojan War? At Atalanta, Penelope, Medusa, Helen of Troy. Who wove a deadly shroud leading to the Trojan War? At Atalanta, Penelope, Medusa, Helen of Troy. Show me Helen of Troy. It was Helen of Troy. I read that in, I think, undergrad. Oh, we got some smart towel. Danny. What a smart towel. Danny comes off with a full point. Steph gets half a point. Bossy Texas Chicabella get half point. We got some mythology experts. Ruth gets you're all mythology experts. Sunken Grave just flexing on him. Half a point. You're all mythology experts. Susan Swan, half a point. Where's Susan? Half a point. Ange and Nancy, half a point. Where's Ange? Ange and Nancy. Elizabeth and Love You More and Allie Towel both get half a point. There's Allie Towel. There's Elizabeth. And there's Love You More. Got it right. Good. Next question. Good job, Dammy, indeed. Here we go. Who is the Norse god associated with thunder? Who is the Norse god associated with thunder? Is it Loki, Odin, Thor, or Freyr? Is it Loki, Odin, Thor, or Freyr? It's a tough one. With thunder? God of thunder and lightning? It's Thor. I had to really think about it, but it's Thor. Who got it? Dammy Towel again. Dammy Towel, you're in the top 10. I knew it was happening. Rude Towel gets half point. Dammy Towel gets a full point. Bossy Texas Chicabella get half point. Susan Swan gets half point. Nancy and Sunken Grave get half point. Allie and Bro get half a point. Elizabeth gets half a point. Ange and Paula Towel get half a point. Great job. Great job. That was a tough one, and a lot of you got it right. Next question. Which ancient Greek god is the ruler of the underworld? Is it Apollo, Zeus, Ares, or Hades? Which ancient Greek god is the ruler of the underworld? Is it Apollo, Zeus, Ares, or Hades? Show me Hades. Hades. Dammy got it again. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Dammy's in double digits. Steph, you don't have the fastest internet in the West. What are you going to do? Ruth Towel, 23 points. Half point for Ruth. Half point for Ange Towel, up to 16. Half point for Sunken Grave and Allie and Bro. All right, who else got a half point? Susan, Elizabeth, Nancy, and Paula. So Susan, there's Nancy. So Susan, Elizabeth, and Paula. There's Paula. So Susan and Elizabeth. There's Elizabeth. And where is Susan Towel? I know you're on my list. Susan Towel, there you go. Susan, Elizabeth, Nancy, and Paula. Got everyone. Allie Dammy is a new player. Just joined today. They got their Super Towel Blue Wall of Justice wrench, and we've welcomed them into the game. They're clearly an excellent competitor. I told you you'd put yourself on the map, Dammy. Congratulations. You've done excellent. If you got the attention of one of our highest scoring players in Allie and Root Towel, you know you're doing well. Welcome, Dammy. All right, next question. In mythology, which river separates the living and the dead? In mythology, which river separates the living and the dead? Is it the Euphrates, the Styx, the Tiber, or the Thames? Is it the Euphrates, the Styx, the Tiber, or the Thames? Now, some people in London might say it's the River Thames. I think it's the River Styx. I got it. I'm a little towel. Who got the River Styx first? Steph. Ladies and gentlemen, Steph Towel reclaiming her throne. Full point. Sunken Grave, half point. Ruth and Susan, half point. That was a tough one. Good job, Ruth. Good job, Susan. Good job, Paula. Good job, Ange. Those were tough ones. Ange gets half point. Paula Towel. Where are you, Paula Towel? I know you're on my list, Paula Towel. Paula Towel gets half point. Allie Towel and Bo get half point. the River Thames, I agree. Yeah, exactly, Ruth. That's actually a really good pun for the River Thames. Next question. What hero faced the Minotaur in the labyrinth? Was it Hercules, Theseus, Achilles, or Perseus? Which hero faced the Minotaur in the labyrinth? Was it Hercules, Theseus, Achilles, or Perseus? Show me Achilles. It was Theseus. I have no idea. I guessed. Who got it? Who's going to take the double points? Nobody so far. Paula Towel gets the 2 points. Paula Towel's the only one so far. Good guesses all around. Allie Rue got a point. Tough. That was the first one I got wrong. That was a tough one. Me too, Dammy. You and I both. All right. Let us get ready for the next towel question. Sunken Grave wrote a thesis about Theseus, Theseus facing the Minotaur in the labyrinth. That is incredible, Sunken Grave. You are a super towel. How coincidental is that? You literally wrote a thesis about this. I took a screenshot of you saying that with the question on the screen. I'm going to remember that forever, my friend. You are a super towel. All right. You are a super towel. All right. That was excellent. Excellent. I'm so proud of you all. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Next question. Here we go. Yes, you did, Paula Towel. Which creature has the body of a lion and the head of a human in ancient tales? Which creature has the body of a lion and the head of a human in ancient tales? Is it the Sphinx, the Chimera, the Griffin, or the Cerberus? The body of a lion and the head of a human. I think it's the Sphinx. It is, because the Sphinx wasn't originally a cat. It had a human head. Bossy Texas Chickabella watched a documentary about this. Ruth clearly knew about this. You really had to know it to know that. Sunken Grave knows their mythology, ladies and gentlemen. You really, really had to know, because you had to know the Sphinx's head was changed. It was originally a human head. Alright, who else got it? It was Bossy Texas Chickabella, got the full point. Ruth, then Sucking Grave. Paula Towel gets half a point. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Allie and Ange get half a point. That was a hard one. Hard one indeed, folks. Hard one indeed. Proud of you all, though. I knew this because I'm a sphinxter. You're funny. Oh, Ruth Lang has seen the Sphinx. That's incredible, Ruth. That is a life goal of mine, my friend. See the Sphinx. Just incredible. Just incredible. I wonder if it was water erosion, by the way, that caused the Sphinx to be the way it is, and the pyramids. You know, the Great Flood. All right. Hold on, little towels. I'm updating your scores. Dammy Towel jumping up the scoreboard. Sun Grave Towel jumping up the scoreboard. Oh, Elizabeth Towel making progress. Lots of people jumping up the scoreboard. All right, here we go. Love you more. Jumping up the scoreboard. All right, here we go. Bringing up the scores right now. Here we go, folks. The scores are thus. Oh, and I have some categories for Monday. But the scores are thus heading into our final round, which will be a double bonus round. Yes, Paula, I agree, from the Great Flood. The questions for, heading into the double bonus round here are, here's the leaderboard. We have, ladies and gentlemen, hold on, let me just shrink this image a little bit. Where is my mouse? 1 second. Where is that mouse? Okay. No, I want it to go right here, please. Nope. Oh, I see. All right. We have, ladies and gentlemen, in very first place, let's just make the Tater Bug birthday cake really big. Happy birthday, Tater Bug. We hate the damn commies. We have Towel, ladies and gentlemen, 35 points. Excellent job. I'm in the lead. But anything can happen in a double bonus round. And in second place, right on Towel's heels, Allie and Bo, 27.5. In third place, on the podium, Ruth Towel, 24. But can Ruth Towel really be comfortable in their spot, knowing that Steph Towel is just half a point behind in fourth with 23.5? We'll find out. In fifth place, Nancy Towel, ladies and gentlemen, 21 points. It is. I'm doing my best, Bossy Texas Chick, doing my best. God bless you, my friend. It is a Tater Bug cake. Right behind Steph Towel, who's in fourth. In fifth, Nancy Towel, 20 with 21. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. In sixth, we have a two-way tie. Bossy Texas Chickabella, thank you so much for the support. I was a kinder, gentler towel today. And Ange Towel, 17 as well, ladies and gentlemen. They are both tied for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, heading into our final double bonus round. In seventh, Noelle Towel, 13.5 points. Excellent job, Noelle Towel. In eighth, we have Paula Towel, 12.5. We'll wait for you, Paula Towel, don't worry. In ninth, hold on, we have a switch. We have a last-minute switch. In ninth, ladies and gentlemen, oh, it's so close. We have Susan, ladies and gentlemen, 11.5 points. In 10th, serendipitously enough, it's Colleen Towel and Buck, 10.5. And right outside the top 10, although all they need to do is get one question right, it looks like they're breaking into the top 10 on their first ever appearance on Towel Trivia. Dammy Towel, 10 points. Excellent job. In 11th place, Dammy Towel, 10 points. In 12th, right outside the top 10 as well, you know, they're always threatening. The greatest soap dispenser on this side of the Indian, Pacific, Atlantic Ocean, and the Sphinx, Sunken Grave. They're the greatest soap dispenser of all time, 9.5 in 12th. In 13th, Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel was with us earlier. This is Peep Bunny Towel. Hello, I'm a bunny. Peep Bunny Towel says hello. Bunny Towel is in 13th with 8 points. In 14th, Elizabeth Lander with 6 points. I agree. Dammy is brilliant. And if you're hearing that from Ruth, who's also brilliant, you know you're brilliant, Dammy. In 14th, it's Elizabeth Lander, also brilliant, came in late in the game, but now already up to 14th place with 6 points. In 15th place, it is Peggy Towel with 3.5 points. Excellent job, Peggy Towel. In 16th place, it's Birthday Tater Bug. It's Tater Bug's birthday. They have 3 points. They have 7 billion gazillion bonus points for being a Tater Bug on their birthday. They don't like the commies. Towel doesn't like the commies. Tater Bug, 3 points. Tied with Cynthia Towel, also with 3 points. In 17th place, it's Claudia Towel, 2 points. In 18th place, it's Love You More with 1.5. And in 19th place, JI5 Towel with 1 point. And in 20th, the position of honor, the dog who ran for mayor. I ran up and down the stairs. And ladies and gentlemen, while Paula Towel was getting laundry, even though Paula Towel's back, don't worry, Paula Towel, you get situated. I have a plan. Paula Towel was like, I will not be denied my top 10 finish. Damn right, Paula Towel. I want to show you all what Grok had to say to Tater Bug on Tater Bug's birthday. All right, this was a special moment for Towels Worldwide. It was like the day we interviewed John DePietro. A special moment, ladies and gentlemen. I would just like to show you what exactly Grok had to say to Tater Bug. Now, Grok obviously is a fan of Tater Bug. You know how I know? Well, Tater Bug was a little concerned that Twitter or X didn't like Tater Bug because Tater Bug hates the commies. So Tater Bug was trying to say that I needed to reaffirm Tater Bug's faith that X is not full of commies. All right. So this is how I proved it to Tater Bug, who's Tater Bug. Okay, now take a look. I made a post, okay, ladies and gentlemen, on Twitter. Now, you might have seen Twitter was a flutter because I was like, I want to make a post about Tater Bug because it's Tater Bug's birthday. So here's the post about Tater Bug, okay? I made this post about Tater Bug, and I was like, Tater Bug's Tater Bug. All right, now take a look at the post about Tater Bug. It is the birthday cake. Literally, I posted the birthday cake, and I said, hold on, let me zoom in. I said, good morning again, Towel friends, and happy Saturday. To mark the momentous occasion of the wonderful Tater Bug's birthday, I have asked Grok to make a cake. Tater Bug is wonderful, and Tater Bug hates the damn commies. Happy birthday, my Super Towel friend, and many more. Now, look what Grok the Twitter bot. Sunken Grave. It's really funny. It's a bot on Twitter, and I asked it to make me a birthday cake for Tater Bug. Now, you saw the birthday cake, right? There it is in all its form. All right? Now, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Created with Grok, obviously, because it's an amazing Grok cake. Now, take a look at what Grok said about Tater Bug. Grok said, happy birthday, Tater Bug. Delighted to bake this ladybug-laden cake for you. May it bring joy and a decisive victory over those commies. Cheers to many more, Towel friend, with a cake and a ladybug emoji. It's wonderful. The bot was like, we know Tater Bug doesn't like damn commies. And then I reposted it, which made it even better. So if you go to my profile, the top thing on my, which is a pretty big profile, it's got a couple 100 million views a year. But if you look at this not the biggest, but it's not small. And if you look at the profile, it's the John O'Keefe group, and then right at the top, okay, the post about John O'Keefe, which I love. Remember, it's about Justice for John. Then it's the Tater Bug cake, right? But above it, it's the Grok message reposted. So if you go to my profile, the only thing there today is my cake for Tater Bug from Grok, and then Grok saying happy birthday to Tater Bug. What else was baked into that cake? Listen, I don't know what the bots are cooking into their cakes, all right? But, we all want cake now. All right, the final category of the day, now that Paul is settled, Paula ran up the stairs, everybody's settled, and we're having a Tater Bug birthday because Tater Bug's Tater Bug. We love Tater Bug. Tater Bug hates commies. We love Tater Bug. All right, so now, next plan. All right, next plan, ladies and gentlemen, last category of the day. Who's ready? Are you ready? Were you born ready? Ready. I'm a towel. I'm also ready. I was born ready. Call me SpongeBob Towel. I'm ready. All right, let's do it. It's time to do it. Final category of the day. It's a double bonus category. I pick the category if it's a double bonus category because that means you can get double bonus points. That means if I get the question wrong, you get it right first, you get up to 4 points. And if we know Tater Bug loves to chill. Loving the Chiron towel is big time. I do have a towel Chiron. I covered up during trivia, but I'm working on it. All right, little towels. Sunken Grave is ready for the next question. Let me think. How can I really push your knowledge today? How about this? So you stand a chance. We will do a video about our final category. Let me think of what the final category is going to be, and then we'll do a video about it so that everybody stands a chance. Let me see. What do I want to do here? I want it to be something simple. A simple concept that can have a lot of questions about it. Something that we can do very quickly, like a quick overview and learn about. It's got to be something I know really well. Let's see. It's got to be something I know well, but something we can watch a video on. Let's see. How about this? Let me see. It's got to be something... Volcanoes. I don't know a lot about those. Thank you, Bossy Texas Chick. Don't worry. I like to drive a little suspense. I like to get a little bit ready. Let me think here. Let's see. No. We did the Massachusetts CCC rules the other day. What can we watch a little primer on? It's got to be really difficult. What do I just randomly like to learn about? What was I learning about recently? I was watching a decent video last night. What was it about? I feel like it was about pre-Christianity. Let me see. Bill Clinton, John Quincy Adams, the Boston Underworld. A lot of good questions here. Yeah, we can do that. Organized crime in Boston from the 1960s to the 1990s. Okay, Boston organized crime 1960s to 1990s. We can do that. All right, Boston organized crime 1960s to 1990s. All right. Boston area organized crime. Okay. Boston area organized crime. Oh, no. 1960s to 1990s. Everybody ready? Boston area organized crime. Whoever gave that suggestion. Great job, Ruth. Boston area, the Old Testament. I love that suggestion, Ruth. There's a lot of suggestions I want to vote on Monday on. Hold on. Old Testament. A lot of those were really good. Where is John Quincy Adams buried? That's not really a category, but I love it. The RCC, I don't know what that is. You're going to have to explain that, Paula. Bill Clinton as a category, I love it. Skeletons, I love it metaphorically. And paganism, I also love it. All these are going to be for Monday. Prairies, I don't know a lot about prairies. Legal terms, I know a lot about that. How about a category about categories? That's very meta. Have you considered writing for Seinfeld? Reefer. All right. Ponds. I don't know what ponds are, but maybe ponds. Oh, ponds and volcanoes. All right. All those are for Monday. All right. Our final category of the day, though, as we head into what could be a ferocious finish. All right. This kind of thing, the kind of thing that can define dreams. Here we go. The Roman Catholic Church. Oh, I love it. All right. RCC equals Roman Catholic Church. All right. I got all those for Monday. He's buried in Grant's tomb. I love it, Paula. He's buried in Grant's tomb. I love it, Paul. That was an old riddle. Secret societies, Ruth. We'll add that to the list. All right, remember, this is our final category, so if you've been looking for a chance to jump up the leaderboard, here we go. This is a double bonus round. That means if I get it wrong and you get it right first, you get 4 points. 2 points if I get it wrong and you get it right subsequent to that. Ponds are what they call watery tarts. Ponds are what watery tarts crawl out of. That's true. Oh, famous beatings. All right, Sunken Grave. Famous beatings. That's funny. All right, here we go. Final category. Boston area organized crime, 1960s to 1990s. First question. Which notorious figure led the Winter Hill Gang? Was it Frankie Salerno, Raymond Patriarca, James Whitey Bulger, Vincent the Animal Ferrara? Well, obviously it was Howie Winter, okay, until it was taken over by James Whitey Bulger. Bad question, because the answer really should be Howie Winter. Who got number 3 first? Towel got it right. Who got number 3 first? Steph was paying attention during the documentary, gets full point. Dammy Towel, congratulations on getting a half point. You're in the top 10. Susan Swan, so hold on, Dammy Towel. Then Ruth Towel got half point. Nancy and Allie and Brew, so Allie and Brew, and then Nancy Towel both get half point. And Paula and Francesca, hello Francesca Towel. Ange Towel gets half point. Paula Towel gets half a point, and Francesca Towel joins the list. I'm so sorry, it's the last round, my friend. Francesca Towel gets half point. Elizabeth Lander gets half point. And Colleen Henry is back and gets half point. And Bossy Texas Chick and Bella get half point. All right, let's keep going. Sunken Grave, you're going to do your best, my friend. You're a super tap. Thank goodness I only banged my headphones. Every Super Towel knows how to figure it out, and we know Sunken Grave is Super Towel. Hi, Francesca Towel. You are Super Towel. It's great to see you. Next question. What was the primary criminal activity associated with the Patriarca crime family during this period? Racketeering, cybercrime, drug trafficking, human trafficking. What was the primary criminal activity associated with the Patriarca crime family during the 60s through 90s? Racketeering, cybercrime, drug trafficking, human trafficking. I mean, they did a little bit of drug trafficking, but it was racketeering, extorting businesses. Towel got it. Steph knows her Boston history, full point. Bossy Texas Chicabella, half point. Ruth Lang, half point. Nancy from the 508, half point. Dammy Towel, half point. Susan, half point. Ange and Elizabeth Lander, half point. Towel's getting tired. Francesca Towel, half point. Paula and Colleen Henry, half point. And Allie Towel and Bo, half point. Yep, this is the double point round, but I have to get it wrong for double points to kick in. If I get it right, it's just regular scoring. So you want to be rooting for Towel to get it wrong. Here we go. Next question. Which law enforcement agency conducted major investigations into Boston organized crime during the 1980s? Was it the DEA, the ATF, the FBI, the CIA? Which law enforcement agency conducted major investigations into Boston organized crime during the 80s? DEA, ATF, FBI, CIA. FBI, ladies and gentlemen. Dammy Towel gets the full point. Bossy Texas Chicabella, half a point. Ruth Lang, half point. And Jen Sunken Grave, half a point. Nancy, Ann, Elizabeth, and Paula, half a point. Excellent job. And Allie and Bo, half a point. All right, next question. Which large-scale event resulted in increased scrutiny of mafia activities in Boston during the late 20th century? The busing crisis, the MA State Lottery, the Big Dig, or the Boston Marathon? Which large-scale event resulted in increased scrutiny of mafia activities in Boston during the 20th century? The late 20th century. The busing crisis, the State Lottery, the Big Dig, or the Marathon? The late 20th century? The Big Dig? Yeah, it was the Big Dig. Because the lottery was in the mid-20th century, so the Big Dig was what really did it. Who knew it was the Big Dig? Who knew? You really had to live around Boston to know that. Because it would sound like it's the lottery, but it's the Big Dig. Because it was the construction project in Boston that led to a lot of corruption and overruns. Oh, wow. Nobody got that one. Allie and Bro, do you understand? I lived through the Big Dig, so I know how bad it was. Allie and Rue were the only ones to get it out of like 12 people. That was hard. I think I was the only one who actually knew. Well, Allie sometimes admits when she cheats, so she might have actually known that. That was a hard question, Little Towels. Hard question. You really had to read the question and know the timeline of those events. No, Sunken Grave. This was the project in Boston. There's a great WGBH series on it. It's a podcast called The Big Dig. It's about 8 episodes. If you take a look, it will do the whole history of it. It was a big scandal with the highway department, and it has to do with the interconnecting loop in downtown Boston that replaced the old Leverett, not the Leverett connector. It replaced the old I-93 ramp that used to be like run from the Garden over it split the north end off from the city. It was really ugly. It was an elevated highway. It was supposed to be part of the inner belt that was going to build up in the 60s. But it didn't happen, so it was just this like highway through the middle of the city, and they put the highway underground, which is great now, but it took like 25 years, and there was a lot of cost overruns. It was called the Big Pig. And listen, for like 20 years I was traumatized about driving in Boston. It took hours to go anywhere. Allie didn't, you admit to cheating. Oh, goodness. All right. I am ready. That was quite a question and quite a category. Yes, the Big Pig. The garbage collection, too. Yep. Yeah, they called it the Big Pig because it consumed a lot of, like, state resources. It went, like, $16 billion over. It was bad. A lot of corruption was uncovered. I was listening to the podcast. Weirdly, there's a link to Shannon O'Brien in this. Remember I mentioned Shannon O'Brien was the former chair of the CCC? I was listening to this podcast, and she comes up because she uncovered a lot of this stuff at the Department of Transportation, and it led to these lawsuits, the Levy 1 and 2 decision, that have to do with what happens if you file a petition under 294, I think it is, for a petitioner for a writ of certiorari in the Suffolk Superior Court for a review of an administrative action. And I guess it's in the form of a petition for a writ of certiorari because it's not an automatic appeal. I don't really know why. Maybe a state petition for certiorari is different. But it's a specific language you move under when you want to sue an administrative agency. And the progeny, the interpretation of this, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, goes back to the Big Dig and the levy decisions, and then O'Brien gets involved. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, next question. I could teach a course on cheating, says Allie. Grant shall soon roll the big sig. I love it. Paula Towel, it's great to play with you. You have a great rest of your day, my friend. Next question. Which associate of the Winter Hill Gang was involved in the infamous Providence Hotel murder? Which associate of the Winter Hill Gang was involved in the infamous Providence Hotel murder? James Jimmy Bolger, Stephen Flemmi, Vincent the Beast Gigante, Joseph Bonanno. I want to say it was Bolger, but I'm just going to guess it was the rifleman. No, it was Bulger. Should have stuck with my guess. Who's going to get the 4 points? We got 4 points. Ruth Lang picks up 4 points. 4 points. Steph picks up a much-needed 2 points. Susan Swan and Dammy both pick up 2 points. Excellent job, Susan Swan. Excellent job, Dammy. Allie Towel and Ange Towel both pick up 2 points. Excellent job, Allie Towel. Excellent job, Ange Towel. Elizabeth Landa picks up 2 points. Excellent job. All right. Next question. Much needed. Bossy Texas chick is frustrated. Here we go. Next question. What was the term used for the elaborate scheme involving illegal gambling and loan sharking by Boston's organized crime faction? The Italian connection, the New York syndicate, the Boston rackets, the Chicago outfit. What was the term used for the elaborate scheme involving illegal gambling and loan sharking by Boston's organized crime? Italian connection, New York syndicate, Boston rackets, Chicago outfit. Boston rackets. The Boston rackets. That should have been self-evident. Who got it first? Bossy Texas Chicabella get a full point. Ruth Lang gets half a point. Oh, Ruth Lang's at 30 points. Sunken Brave gets half a point. Nancy gets half a point. Francesca Towel gets half a point. Ange gets half a point. Paula Fitzgerald gets half a point. Great job. Welcome, Paula, and congratulations on getting half a point. Elizabeth and Allie Towel both get half a point. Elizabeth Towel has 10 points now. Allie and Rue have 32.5. That was obvious indeed. Next question, Little Towels. Oh, that was the last question. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, you know what this means. Bossy Texas Chick, do you have the most recent trivia song? Does anyone have it? I would love to play it. While I add up your scores, it's time to play the Towel trivia song. I don't know if you've heard it before. It's amazing. I want to listen to version 3, I think. Hold on. All right. Towel trivia. I want the most. I think this is the most recent one. All right. Hold on. If anyone has the third one, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking. Oh, no. Hold on. I need the most recent Towel trivia song. Hold on. Let me know if Bossy Texas Chick has it. Hold on. I might have it just under Riff Fusion. Hold on. I have it. I have it, ladies and gentlemen. I have the newest Bossy Texas. Yes, Steph, we will. That was the last one. Oh no! Where are the songs? Oh no, Bossy Texas Chick, I can't get to them. Oh no, the playlist isn't working. The whole site is down. Damn. Oh no! I know, Bossy Texas Chick, you aren't going to believe this. The site is down. Oh, no. Let me see if I can get it to load with the direct link. All right, it loaded with the direct link. All right, I got it. Nobody panic. Bossy Texas Chicks, the site's going up and down. I was so worried, but I got it. We got it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Towel Trivia theme song as I work on your scores. Thank you to Bossy Texas Chick for being a Bossy Texas Chick. Here we go. Take it away. I love this song.
Welcome to Grant's Towel Trivia. All you know these junkies, go grab your wrench and your towel. More fun than a barrel of monkeys. Grant and his cigar is on the screen with a smile. He's got lots of questions, so we'll be here a while. All of us contribute in our own special way, and it doesn't matter who wins at the end of the day. We're the Towel community, and we won't stop. Steph is at the top, she never does flop. Ollie, Ruth, and Nancy are sprinting towards the finish line. Kitty's 1993 is not too far behind. Tater Bug and Dewdrops are smart and so kind. For one family, we're family. Ruth and Cap Don know their stuff. Jeff's waiting on the clue. Claudia's got the answers, but Bunny does too. Lydia's sharp as a tack. Deb Potter's on the ball. Sometimes we grumble when our scores get called. Now Harvard Yard keeps guessing answers that ain't up on the board. Don't ask me how, but she just scored. Bossy Texas Chick and Bell are in last place again. They're always at the bottom, but one day they will win. Ooh, that's alright. That's a Nickelodeon. Every day's a new adventure in Towel Trivia Town. KR's not guilty, but that won't get us down. From the brightest to the struggling, we all play along in this corner of the internet where we all belong. So here's to all the players and the hosts so fine in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. When you know, you know. Ooh, Towel Pride.
Gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. So well done. And Bossy Texas Chicken Bella can say that they love me playing them, but we have to say that is just creative genius. And of course they get updated time to time. They don't get made in real time, and we know Dammy Towel will be soon included, as will other people, because this is a wonderful Towel community. Towel is so grateful you're all here. God bless all of you. What a wonderful song. Towel Pride. Maybe we'll get an updated version soon. We're all so excited. Great job, Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Bella's the composer. Bossy Texas Chick is the lyricist. Ladies and gentlemen, I have your final scores. Who's ready? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The final scores for today's round of Towel Trivia are as follows. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, he has taken Steph's crown. He is a little towel. Now, you may know him as Little Towel, and you may think of him as Little Towel. Now, it is true, he is indeed a Little Towel. Sorry about that. I am that Little Towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm honored to have managed to get 40 points. I have taken Steph's crown for the next 2 days. I'm so sorry, Steph, you fought valiantly, but I'm a towel. Congratulations, though, to Little Towel. I'm trolling myself. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Steph. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, they fought valiantly all day. They put up quite the battle. They did very well. They are Allie and Rue. They are going to run for president. It's really going to be Rue, but Allie is the power behind the scenes. Allie and Brody Towel, ladies and gentlemen, 32.5 points. Excellent job. Hold on, let me get the Tater Bug birthday cake. Hold on. Tater Bug birthday cake like this. There we go. Nice Tater Bug birthday cake. Okay. In third place, congratulations, Allie and Brody Towel, for being in second place. Excellent game. In third place, rounding out the podium, they had an excellent game. They were right behind Allie and Ruth Towel. Ruth Towel, ladies and gentlemen, 30 points on the day, rounding out the podium. There you go. I wonder how funny would this be. Watch this. Hold on. Where am I? Oh, no, I'm gone. Wait a minute. There I am. I'm on the scoreboard. And look at me. I'm a towel. Hey. Hold on 1 second. What if I do this? I'm a little towel. All right, look at me being a little towel. Oh, no. Where are you going, Grant? What are you doing? Remember that time Murder by Maestro put me upside down? That was a problem. I got all nervous. All right. Look at me. I'm in the middle of the screen. Look at me. I'm on the scoreboard. I'm a towel. Hey, that's me. Towel, what are you doing up there? Well, I'm being a little towel. It's me and the birthday cake. Look at me on the scoreboard. I'm a little towel. You might be saying to yourself, sir, you are a little towel on the scoreboard. I know. I'm a little towel on a big scoreboard. So anyway, hold on. There you go. Look at me. I'm on the scoreboard. Hey, I am the scoreboard. Call me scoreboard towel. Look at me. I'm a little towel. I'm so excited. I'm on the TV. I'm on the TV all the time. But look at me. I'm on the scoreboard. I'm a little towel. I know, it's wonderful. Look at me, I'm dancing there. I'm watching myself on the screen. Yeah, alright, so that's the podium. And now I am on the scoreboard, and you have to live with it. Number 4 is Steph Towel. Congratulations, Steph Towel. You can see Steph Towel right here, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Towel is number 4. I'm on the scoreboard. What are you going to do about it? Steph Towel is number 4. Little Towel. Oh, my friend owns a dispensary there. I'd love to come for a visit sometime. Love you more. I set up the adult medical use industry in this state. Not just me, but I helped. Steph Towel, she's half Canadian. She's half German. She's half British. She's all Canadian Prime Minister. It's Steph Towel. In 5th place, ladies and gentlemen, you can see right here, we have the one, the only, the wonderful Nancy Towel. Nancy Towel is in 5th place. There's Nancy Towel. You can call me Vanna White Towel. I have a birthday cake next to my head. There's Nancy Towel. I am literally on the scoreboard. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I'm a little towel. See Nancy Towel in 5th place. Congratulations, Nancy Towel. You have done an excellent job. I'm a little towel. Good job, Nancy Towel. Oh, bye, Bossy Texas Chick Bella. You have a great rest of your night. Bossy Texas Chick said, this was so much fun. Your spirit today was infectious. Had so much fun. Thank you all. Enjoy your Sunday. Of course, Bossy Texas Chick Bella. It was so fun. In 6th place, ladies and gentlemen, it is Ange Towel. Take a look at Ange Towel. There's the one and only Ange Towel in 6th place, right behind Nancy Towel, who came in. Sorry, I forgot about that. In 5th place is Nancy Towel with 23. Excellent job. In 6th place, Ange Towel, right behind Nancy Towel, 21 points. Excellent job, Ange Towel. You are right above my hand. I'm Vanna White Towel. Congratulations. In 7th place, as they leave for the day, they exit gloriously. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. They are in 7th place. They are a boss. They are from Texas. They are chicks. It is Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Look at that, 19.5 points. And see me, my Towel Vanna White hand. I'm basically holding them in my hand. I'm a Towel Vanna White. Towel Vanna White on a white background. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella, 7th place with 19.5. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in their very first appearance on Towel Trivia, I am thrilled to announce, ladies and gentlemen, in their very first appearance, it is Dammy Towel, ladies and gentlemen. In 8th place, they broke into the top 10 with a plum. They are an erudite, cogent, and informed, wonderful little towel. It is great to have them with us. Dammy Towel, ladies and gentlemen, right next to Little Towel. There we go, in the position of honor. Dammy Towel with 14, tied in 8th position with Paula Towel and Susan Towel. The position of honor with our new wonderful towel friend. Excellent job, Dammy Towel, Susan Towel, and Paula Towel for tying for 8th, 14 points apiece. Excellent job. In ninth position, ladies and gentlemen, in ninth place, we have the wonderful Noelle Towel. She had to go middle of the day, but she still retained a top 10 position due to her excellent performance in the beginning of the day. Noelle Towel comes in with 13.5 points in ninth place. Oh, no. Sunken Grave was supposed to ride a Zamboni once, but they canceled it due to the damn... nonsense. That's ridiculous, Sunken Grave. We shall get you your Zamboni ride one day, my friend. Free the Zamboni, free Sunken Grave, free Ed. We'll get Ed on a Zamboni with Sunken Grave. Sunken Grave will just be jubilant with happiness. Noelle Towel, great job, my friend. In 10th place, ladies and gentlemen, just barely holding off the greatest soap dispenser on this side of the Adriatic Sea and all of the oceans of the world. It is Colleen Henry and Buck Towel. Congratulations. It has been Dammy. You come back anytime. Paula, you as well, my friend. Paula F., you were on there. Don't worry. In 10th place, Colleen Henry, 11.5. Excellent job rounding out the top 10. However, a valiant game, one of their most valiant games of all time. They may not have got to ride a Zamboni, but we got to watch videos of Ed, and we love Ed the Zebra. We love Sunken Grave, the greatest soap dispenser this side of any ocean. Sunken Grave, our dear friend, 11th position, 10.5. Excellent job, Sunken Grave. You fought well. You're the greatest soap dispenser of all time. You are a towel. Sunken Grave, ladies and gentlemen, Sunken Grave. Congratulations, Sunken Grave. In 12th place, ladies and gentlemen, right behind our favorite soap dispenser. Now, I'll tell you, Elizabeth Towel fought hard today, ladies and gentlemen. Elizabeth Towel fought hard. Elizabeth Towel was almost in the top 10 along with Sunken Grave, just half a point behind Sunken Grave. Elizabeth Towel, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Elizabeth. You did an excellent job, my dear friend. No, Francesca, don't worry. You did not. I believe the dog who ran for mayor had half a point, or had no points, but don't worry. Final position is actually the position of honor, Francesca, and although you weren't in that position, you did well. And you came in late in the game. You only played one round. But in 12th position, Elizabeth Lander, 10 points. Excellent job, Elizabeth Lander. In 13th position with 8 points, it's Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel did really well in the wrestling rounds. Excellent job, Bunny Towel. 8 points, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Bunny Towel. In 14th position, it is Peggy Towel. 14th, not 13th. It is Peggy Towel with 3.5. Excellent job, Peggy Towel. In 15th place, it is the birthday Tater Bug themselves. It is their birthday. They're a Tater Bug. They hate the commies. They have a nice little cake. See the little cake? I'm a Towel cake. Great job, Tater Bug. 3 points and 7 gazillion billion bonus points for being a Tater Bug. Tater Bug. Also in 15th, ladies and gentlemen, it is Cynthia Towel with 3 points. Great job, Tater Bug and Cynthia. In 16th place, it is Claudia Towel, 2 points. Excellent job, Claudia Towel. Yes, well, Bunny Towel, you know what we love along with Grant Claps? A giant bunny on the scoreboard. It's a bunny. Do you enjoy when I clap? Do you have any messages for the people of the world? You are a giant stuffed peep bunny. Yes, that's true. Any final comments? They all did very well. I agree. Yep. I see. Bunny Towel is what caught your attention? President. Well, I spoke to Rue about it earlier. I'll let him know. Listen, President, Mayor, you have big plans. I shall convey them. All right. Say hello to Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel, the bunny says hello. All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. As Bunny Towel popped up, Pete Bunny Towel has some information. One, he feels that Rue Towel is going to be president. Now, I was a little taken aback by this. I don't know where this came from, but Rue Towel is going to be president. He also said he would like a few of the other dogs to run for positions of elected office, and he will be the campaign manager. He will call himself Campaign Manager Pete Bunny Towel. In short, that was Pete Bunny Towel. Pete Bunny Towel, Bunny would like to say she loves you very much. Oh, hold on, he's back. He is very thrilled. You want me to tell her? Yep. Well, he would just like to say that he loves all of you very much, and yes, they know you are not. He's not edible, and he thinks you're all wonderful. And you love that Bunny Towel is a bunny. Yep. Well, he is thrilled. Bunny Towel is what gets his attention. That's your kind of like your call. Yeah. All right, he'll see it. All right, see you, Bunny Towel. So he'd just like to let you know. Ruth, there's no way. Towel Mom's room has, I don't know. It definitely wouldn't fit a bunny. It's very like formal. It wouldn't fit a bunny. The bunny, the bunny absolutely loves you too, Bunny. That was 16th place. In 17th place, ladies and gentlemen, we have a two-way tie. We had a bunny interlude. We all love Pete Bunny. I'm sure Francesca Towel and Love You More love Pete Bunny. In 17th place, excellent job, Francesca. Excellent job, Love You More. 1.5 points each. Yes, he's not made of marshmallow. He is just a Pete Bunny. He doesn't like being eaten. We've talked about this. Ruse promised not to eat him. Excellent job, Francesca Towel and Love You More Towel. 1.5 points each. 17th place. In 18th place, ladies and gentlemen, it is the one, the only JI5 Towel coming in with a single point. Excellent job, JI5 Towel. Right behind JI5 Towel with half a point in their first game, it is Paula F. Excellent job, Paula F. Oh, also Sunken Grave. I'm sorry that happened, Sunken Grave, but I want to let you know I forgive you. And I would just like to let you know I forgive you, Sunken Grave. You're a wonderful super towel here, and you are embraced and appreciated, and you will always be the world's greatest soap dispenser. And you are entirely forgiven and absolved by Towel. I may not have the ability to do that entirely, but I'm doing it. You are absolved, my dear friend. All right. So, Sunken Grave, you are a super towel. And in 20th place, ladies and gentlemen, the position of honor, it is the dog who ran for mayor. Congratulations, dog who ran for mayor. You've done us all proud. Feel you are leaving us. Is this true? Leaving us in the sense that are we done for the day? Well, that was the last round, and we have been going on Saturday for God knows how many hours at this point. 10 hours. So yes, I think it is bedtime. I want to go to bed. I've been streaming for 10 hours on a Saturday. But here's the plan going forward. So Sundays are off for Towel. You know that. Towel takes Sundays off. Mondays, though. Monday we will be back. We'll start our Adelson case catch-up. We will wrap up a little bit more. I want to rewatch this Mr. Consalves interview with Ashley Banfield. Hello, Judy Towel. Judy loves America. Judy, did you know it's Tater Bug's birthday? We made Tater Bug a cake. And then Grok on Twitter said happy birthday to Tater Bug and said that he wants the bot wants her to bring down the commies. It was glorious. It was glorious, ladies and gentlemen. It was glorious. Excellent job, though, Towel Trivia friends. Excellent job. So now, let me put myself like this. Hold on. I don't think the cake can be like that, I suppose. But we need to make your chat readable. There's your chat. All right? And we'll keep the Tater Bug cake right next to the chat because we love the Tater Bug cake. It's a Tater Bug cake, and it says, we hate the damn commies. All right, there you go. My dear Towel friends. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for being with me today. I want to say a few things. One, will be back on Monday, bright and early in the morning. I really look forward to it. I am going to, oh, that's right, Towel Nana. I forgot I scheduled it today. I'm going to go down, hopefully, and see Towel Nana tomorrow. I'm going to call her first thing. I'm excited about it, little towels. That's going to be amazing. The second thing is, this is a public information service, so if you enjoyed this, stream. If you benefited from this today, feel free to give a like, subscribe to the channel, come back anytime. Don't feel obligated. But obviously, we're always around. We're playing Towel Trivia. This is a public information service modeled after the BBC, designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We use entertainment as a hook in order to engender cogent public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. And as I say that, little towels, wait till you see what's going to come up on the screen. You have no idea. It is probably the greatest emoji I've ever seen in my entire life. It is a Super Towel Samurai. It's a Super Towel Samurai. Okay, look at him. Look at him. He's got look at him. He's got a Super Towel hat on. He is waving a flag. It is from Allie and Bro. Look how, oh my goodness. Look how amazing that is. I'm going to bump the Super Towel emoji with emojis just so I can see the Super Towel emoji. Look at me bump him. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Look at him, ladies and gentlemen. Look how cute he is. Look at him. He's jumping back and forth. He thinks I'm number one. I think he's number one. I think you're all number one. Oh, I can even reach out to him and, oh, wait a minute. Can I pet him? Don't tell me I can pet him. Oh, I can pet him with my actual hand. Oh, my goodness. Oh, hello. Oh, you adorable little Super Towel emoji. Oh, my goodness. I can pet him with my hand. Look at. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, look at him. High five. You are a Super Towel emoji. That was the greatest thing I've ever done in my entire life. You don't understand. I'm so happy. Look at him. Look at me and him together. Look at us. Hello, Allie 90211. Look at us together on the screen. He's telling me I'm number one. I'm Little Towel. You're number one, Little Towel. Oh, I'm talking to him. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. You don't understand. That was so fun. Oh, look at me. I'm such an effective little towel. I could just move around the screen. Wait a minute. Hold on. Judy, I love your question, but I'd like a little context. Wait, why do you think that that's going to happen tomorrow? Did someone say that's going to happen tomorrow? I mean, I would love that to happen. I have no indication that that's going to happen, or that it would happen tomorrow. Right. I certainly would go live if it happened, but I don't have any indication that anything's going to happen tomorrow. Judy, is there anything that leads you to believe that? Oh, thank you. Love you more. Please reach out to me anytime. GrantSmithEllis@gmail.com. Just let me know about Hull. I'd love to come visit. You sound wonderful. So, well, Judy, how about this? If anything happens tomorrow that involves Alan Jackson or Turtle Boy getting arrested, I will go live. I have no indication that that's going to happen. All right? But I've heard of stranger things just randomly happening. All right? So I promise you, if that happens, I will go live. I have no reason to expect that's going to happen. I haven't heard nothing indicating that's going to happen. Apparently someone on Twitter said that that's going to happen. But, you know, if that then happens, that person's then like the most erudite, like omniscient force of all time, but I'm not expecting that. The sandwich was delicious. Well, I'm glad the sandwich was delicious, Sunken Grave. That's really all that matters. But yes, I wanted to say a few things. One, I love that Super Towel emoji. I just want to grab a screenshot of him dancing, and God bless you, Allie 90211. You are Super Towel, and I also want to say that in chat. God bless you, Allie and Bro. I love that Super Towel emoji. Amazing job today, my dear towel friends. Roo for president. Roo for president, ladies and gentlemen. Roo for president. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, Judy, don't worry. I don't know what Sunken Grave was saying about that. I thought Sunken Grave was talking about a nuclear accident. I'm sorry if I misinterpreted, but no, just I don't know exactly where that crosstalk was coming from. I thought Sunken Grave was talking about a nuclear accident. I don't know where Alan Jackson and Turtle Boy came into where it all came into that, but no. As I mentioned, I have no indication that anything's going to happen tomorrow. None at all. So, yeah, sorry, Judy. I don't know if that was just a misinterpretation. I didn't actually see the comment about that. I thought we were talking about a nuclear meltdown. Like, literally like a nuclear issue of some kind involving a nuclear gauge. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Sorry, I got a little distracted by the comments. And if you appreciated the stream today, there's a few ways. There's a few other ways that you can support. Did you know you can help Lindsay Gattani in her fight for justice? There's a way you can donate. We talk about Lindsay on this stream and her part of what she's gone through. So if you ever want to support, do a good deed for the day, feel free. That goes directly to Lindsay's third-party payee. If you want to help Little Towel, you can do so as well. To help Little Towel. All right, and we'll see how next week goes as well. I threw my information in the chat. God bless all you support Little Towel. I'm taking tomorrow off. Judy, wouldn't it all, my friend? Wouldn't it make all of our evenings? Judy, you'll also appreciate that Tater Bug's his cake says we hate the damn commies. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service. Thank you again so much for spending the day with me. The more people that learn, the more time spent with community, I think the better for the world. And I also like to say hello to people in the chat. So hello to Judy. Hello, Francesca. Hello, Sunken Grave Towel. Hello, Love You More. Hello, Elizabeth Lander. Hello, Allie Towel and Roe. Hello, Francesca again. Hello, Nancy. Hello, my friend Bunny Towel. You are a super towel. Hello, Steph. Hello, Jimbo. You are a super towel. Hello, Steph is also a super towel. Hello, Dammy. It was great to have you with us today. Hello again, Paula F. So glad to have you join us. Hello, Dave Harris. Thank you so much for popping in. I can't wait to see you on Monday, my dear friend. Hello, Bossy Texas Chickabella. Thank you again for your support and for your kind comments. Oh, Ruth Lang, thank you so much for being here as well, my dear friend. And let me go through the super chats. Allie 90211, thank you again so much. And Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Oh, and Tater Bug gave a super chat on her birthday. Thank you, Grant. And towels for birthday wishes. Then Bossy Texas Chick said you were kinder, gentler, Grant, today. And Allie Towel sent a samurai that says I'm number one. Because Allie Towel and Bro are number one. Oh goodness. Well, I'm so goodness that didn't happen, Sunken Grave, and that everyone is okay. Hugs to you, Ange Towel, as well. And then the other thing is, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and if you really benefited from this stream, if you learned something today, if you found camaraderie today, if you enjoyed the watch long, you know what I'm going to say. There's a way you can pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that you can pay it forward by looking for reasons to do small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and compassion? Yes, it can be something as simple as donating to homeless veterans. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that so long as there is one homeless veteran in the United States against their will, we have failed as a society. They want to go live in the woods by themselves, that's entirely okay. We're not going to stop them. But if there's one veteran homeless against their will in the United States, we have failed. And one way you can help is by donating to homeless veterans today. Did you know you can also donate to animal shelters run by homeless veterans? You know what I'm saying? Animals, veterans, well, maybe not veterans experiencing homelessness, but animals, veterans, help them both at once. Good idea. You could also donate to animal shelters in general. Animals always need help. We love animals on Towel Street. If you're in the UK, you can donate to The Big Issue. Did you know The Big Issue is a way to help populations experiencing homelessness, and you can donate to The Big Issue in the UK. But it could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated as honorary towels. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I believe those small acts of service and kindness and unconditional love and compassion can ripple outwards and bring about a change to this current realpolitik defined by expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, instead into an ethos defined by expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love and small acts of service. I know it's possible, in fact, and I know those ripples of goodness will continue to reverberate outwards, extolling the virtues of towels worldwide. And in that way, there will be a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel, proclaiming an ethos of unconditional love and compassion rooted in small acts of service. I know it's possible because of you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe it to be as well. Towel Friends on the X. You know, you got a few minutes at the beginning, so I'm going to spend a few minutes with the Towel Friends on the YouTube at the end here. So Towel Friends on the X, God bless you. We'll see you Monday, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. If you want to join in, feel free. Join the chat or trivia anytime. Thanks for being with me today. Appreciate you watching. God bless. Be well. Enjoy your Sunday, and spend some time with those those animals, those people, those things you love the most. All right, Towel Friends on the Towel X. Until Monday, God bless. Be well. Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. Hello. We have reached the end of Towel Watch Long Saturday. We had a great day together. Thank you so much for all of your energy. Thank you for all your birthday wishes to Tater Bug. Thank you for your support and kindness towards each other. Thank you for your support and kindness to Towel. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for all your messages and your emails. Tomorrow, hopefully, I'm going to be able to sit down, actually go through some of them, read a lot of the DMs, the Facebook messages, the emails, and really get caught up. I'm going to reach out to Stefan Havayad Towel. I got to reach out to, I believe, Bunny Towel, and then there's one other super towel I have to reach out to. Don't worry, I did not forget. I have each and every person. Hold on. Don't worry, just to show you that I didn't forget, I have each and every person. Oh, yep, Tater Bug and Bunny Towel. Don't worry, we will figure it out. I'm excited to talk. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I appreciate all of you so much. Thanks for being in my life. Thanks for getting me through today. I was having a good day, but it's just been a lot of stress, and even these off days, if you want to call this an off day, help rejuvenate me. So God bless you. Appreciate you, Towel Friends. Happy birthday, Tater Bug. We'll see each other Monday. I'll throw the stream link up before I shut down this stream, the Monday's chat. And we'll see each other Monday morning around 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Eastern. Until then, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you, Towel Friends. Good night, Susan. You sleep well, my friend, and thank you for being here with me. All right, Towel Friends, good night. Sleep well until Monday. Towel appreciate you more than you know, and I hope you all appreciate the wonderful community you built here. All right. God bless. Good night. My name is Grant Smith.